Where is the imperial tutor? It's too dark, I can't see anything at all. Stay behind me. If I reach out and feel around, can I touch my aunt's perky butt? I'd probably be killed on the spot. It's a golden light. This is where I died last time. But I believe that with Luo Yuxuan's methods and cultivation, I don't need to make an unnecessary reminder. If there's really any danger, my aunt can handle it. There's nothing unusual here, just a monk. Nothing unusual. Where's the terrifying pressure? The frightening breathing? Go take a look. Secret chamber. Master Heng. There's no life sign anymore. Still didn't make it in time. Saraira, the fruit position condensed by a second-grade arhat. He's just faking his death. Just faking his death. Saraira is an arhat's fruit position, but Heng couldn't possibly be a second-grade expert. 500 years ago, Buddhism flourished in the Central Plains. It must have been left by a high monk from that era. As for why he has a Saraira, either he's an arhat reborn, or he's fortunate enough to encounter a rare opportunity. Obtained the Saraira. I heard arhats are immortal. Their Buddhist cultivation system is much more stable than yours, Taoists. Your three Taoist sects have completely gone astray. In the Buddhist Qi'an master system, a fourth-grade ascetic is the foundational realm. Ascetics must make grand vows. The greater the vow, the higher the fruit position. Depending on the fruit position, there are distinctions between arhats and bodhisattvas. Once a fruit position is condensed, it cannot be changed. In other words, an arhat will always be an arhat and will never achieve the first-grade bodhisattva. Therefore, the method of reincarnation and recultivation came about. If an arhat wishes to achieve the first grade, he must reincarnate and recultivate, abandoning everything in his current life. The Buddhist sect will pour all its resources into finding every arhat reborn, then implanting his previous life's Saraira into his body to protect his path. 500 years ago, Confucianism promoted the suppression of Buddhism, forcing the Buddhist sect to retreat to the western regions. This Saraira was likely left from that time. Therefore, this monk might have obtained the Saraira by chance, and is not necessarily an arhat reborn. So this is Heng secret. This is why Taoist Jinlian gave him the fragment of the earthly book. Regardless of whether Heng is an arhat reborn or obtained the Saraira by chance, his future achievements will be extraordinary. The Saraira has a spirit and protected Master Heng, saving him from crisis. Young Master Su. Imperial Tutor. Master, you sure have a lot of luck. Seeing that Heng had regained consciousness, Su Qian told him how he found the place and how the imperial tutor had awakened him. What did you encounter here? After I was taken away by Prince Huai's spies that day, they sent me here through the teleportation array of Marquis Pingyuan's mansion. Here. Here. There lives a evil creature. Evil creature. He wanted to eat me, but failed due to the Saraira. But even the Saraira couldn't do anything to him, and worse, he might even refine it sooner or later. To resist him, I fell into a deathly stillness, fully activating the Saraira. What did he look like? He gave me a feeling very similar to the demonic cultivators of the earthly sect. His eyes were full of malice, as if one glance would lead to your downfall along with him. Brutality, greed, lust, all sorts of evil thoughts festered. This is also why I chose to enter the nirvana state. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to maintain my sanity while resisting him. As expected, it's another clone of the leader of the earthly sect. Then where is he? Not long ago, I felt the pressure outside suddenly disappear. You two wait here. I'll go take a look. An incense stick later. Imperial tutor. It's safe below. What is at the bottom of the abyss that makes her face look so grim? I want to go down and take a look. As you wish. Martial artists are so crude, not elegant at all. Martial monks are equally crude. As far as the eye can see, the ground is covered in bones. It's impossible to calculate how many people have died here, to have piled up so many white bones over the years. The true mountains of bones. These are the people Duke Pingyuan kidnapped from the capital and its surroundings over the past 40 years. They were sent underground into the imperial palace, above the dragon vein, and slaughtered here. Their lives were taken for some reason. 40 years, how many people have died here? Men, women. Even children. Beast. Amitba. Ha. This teleportation formation is the only way out. Did the Tao head of the earthly sect leave through it? Why choose to leave at this time? Was it my previous exploration that alerted them? Imperial Preceptor. Your previous entry might have alerted him, causing him to choose to leave. I'll use the earthly book to teleport to the other end and check the situation. You two go back to Duke Pingyuan's mansion and wait for me. The other end of the formation might be a trap. A clone of the Imperial Preceptor wouldn't mind being cannon fodder. You must sever the connection between the main body and the clone in time to avoid contamination from the Tao head of the earthly sect. Get back. Let's go. While there was still time, Su Qian explained the relationship between Emperor Yuanjing and the Tao head of the earthly sect to Hengyuan. He recounted that clandestine major case. He also told him that Golden Lotus Taoist was the benevolent thought of the Tao head of the earthly sect. So that's how it is. I found it strange that day, how Golden Lotus Taoist could contend with the malevolent thoughts of a second-rank expert. When you activated the teleportation formation just now, you used an earthly book fragment, didn't you, Lord Su? How do you possess this item? Erlang is fighting in the Northern Territory. I'll keep the third earthly book fragment for now. Master Hengyuan, you are my last shred of stubbornness. So that's how it is. On the other side is an abandoned residence in the inner city. On the other side of the abandoned residence is not the Imperial Palace, but an abandoned residence. The Tao head of the earthly sect is gone. He left so decisively. Merely startled by me. And got scared and fled. Then, where did he go? The trail has gone cold again. The clone of the Tao head of the earthly sect must have retreated. Perhaps my first exploration already alerted him. But what I don't understand is why he left in such a hurry and didn't handle his hiding place very well. Perhaps for the Tao head of the earthly sect, his objective had been achieved, and the capital was no longer his concern. How do you know his objective was achieved? However, if the Tao head of the earthly sect truly didn't care about Emperor Yuanjing's predicament, then he could indeed leave with such ease. Gulp. Never mind, I'll go directly to the supervisor. With the departure of the Tao head of the earthly sect, there are no more clues to this case. Although there's no direct confession from the Tao head of the earthly sect, my deductions are still just deductions. But that doesn't matter. The piles of white bones underground are the crucial evidence. Since Duke Wei is not here, I can only ask the supervisor to handle this. I'm just afraid the supervisor won't see me, just like last time. Thinking about it now, the supervisor must have known about these matters. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Last time, when I was about to explore the dragon vein, he conveniently avoided me. But I don't understand why he stood by and watched. It's indeed illogical. I'm at the Su residence. Return quickly. Huiqing. What is it? Oh, right, I rescued Heng Yuan. Safe and sound. There's indeed no danger. We can discuss the details in person. Oh, right. What did you want to see me about? This case is problematic. We'll discuss it back at the mansion. Imperial Preceptor, let's go back first. I'll notify you if there are any new developments. Please. Take us back. In the end, Su Qian and Heng Yuan could only leave on their own. Since Heng Yuan hadn't checked on the elderly and children at the longevity hall for a long time, they decided to split up. Heng Yuan returned to the longevity hall alone, while Su Qian went back to the Su residence to meet Huiqing. Su residence. Your Highness, what did you discover? How did you confirm that the Tao head of the earthly sect achieved Qi transformation into 3 pure ones? Does this even need confirmation? Taoist techniques can allow one to split their primordial spirit, but not necessarily into 3 people. Qi transformation into 3 pure ones is the ultimate technique in the realm of primordial spirits. It allows one person to split into 3, each with independent consciousness. They can be independent individuals, or they can merge into one. If it were merely a split of the primordial spirit, anyone who cultivated an Yin god could do it. But the split primordial spirit is incomplete, lacking wholeness, which cannot compare to Qi transformation into 3 pure ones. You said Golden Lotus Taoist was a fragmented soul, which fits the situation of a split primordial spirit. Perhaps the Tao head of the earthly sect merely split off his benevolent and malevolent thoughts. The so-called Qi transformation into 3 pure ones is merely your speculation, with no evidence. Perhaps the 3 individuals split by the Tao head of the earthly sect have already been severed. No, it's inevitable. Otherwise, Golden Lotus Taoist would have been found by Black Lotus long ago. Qi transformation into 3 pure ones can also be independent, 3 people with no connection to each other. It's not necessary for them to be severed. The 1 person, 3 beings mentioned in the former emperor's daily records refers to this situation. They can be 3 completely independent individuals. Another point, you mentioned that Prince Huai obtained a blood pill in the Chuzhou massacre, and my father obtained a soul pill. But the soul pill's effect was not enough for my father to risk universal condemnation. Exactly. It was because of this that I began investigating Yuanjing. I asked Kai Wei and learned about the efficacy of the soul pill. I discovered that repairing fragmented souls is its strongest function, and its other uses are incomparable. However, if the Tao head of the earthly sect truly achieved Qi transformation into 3 pure ones, then his primordial spirit could absolutely not be fragmented. Let me be clearer, can a Taoist expert of the 2nd rank not control the art of Qi transformation into 3 pure ones? I fell into a mental trap. After suspecting that another clone of the Tao head of the earthly sect might be hidden within the dragon vein, I connected the clue of the soul pill and naturally assumed that the Tao head of the earthly sect refined the soul pill to complete his incomplete soul. But I overlooked the status of a 2nd-rank Taoist. How could the Tao head of the earthly sect's Qi transformation into 3 pure ones result in a fragmented soul? But Golden Lotus Taoist is indeed a fragmented soul. This is indeed an illogical point. But like my suspicion of the Tao head of the earthly sect, your suspicion is still just suspicion, with no concrete evidence. That's right. There's another doubt. A doubt I have. The kidnapping of people began in the 26th year of Zhongguan, which you discovered. Even if Emperor Yuanjing was on the throne at the time, the crown prince could still have secretly opened a secret chamber in the imperial palace. What I mean is, Duke Pingyuan at the time was still very young. Very young, and in his prime of his career. He secretly organized a network of human traffickers to carry out clandestine dealings for my father. But after my father ascended the throne and became emperor, Duke Pingyuan remained Duke Pingyuan. Neither his title nor his official position advanced further. This isn't about Duke Pingyuan lacking ambition. His desire for great power and his collusion with the Liang faction to harm Princess Pingyang is the best evidence. Do you think that's reasonable? If you were Duke Pingyuan, would you be content? You were doing shady business for the crown prince. And after the crown prince ascended the throne, you remained stagnant for over a decade. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and the three of them remained silent for a long time. What did you discover at the underground dragon vein? Su Qi'an recounted the events of rescuing Heng Yuan. So, there is indeed a terrifying existence hidden above the dragon vein, but it's not the Taoist leader of the Earth sect. Then who could it be? No, it's not certain yet. Even if the soul pill wasn't given to the Taoist leader of the Earth sect, and even if there are doubts about Earl Pingyuan, we still can't be sure that the existence in the dragon vein isn't the Taoist leader of the Earth sect. To confirm it, it's quite simple. Yuan has seen that guy, and Miao Zhen and I have seen the Black Lotus. Draw a portrait and have Heng Yuan identify it. Reasonable. However, I'm not skilled in painting. Neither am I. What does he look like? His face is thin and his nose is high. He has some freckles on his face and slender eyebrows. He looks very much like Daoist Jinlian. Your Highness draws beautifully. It's exactly what the Black Lotus looks like. However, Your Highness, I need you to draw another one. You should be familiar with that person. I understand. I'll be back soon. All right. Who is the second person you drew? Yangshan Hall. Heng Yuan cannot stay here any longer. Emperor Yuanjing will sooner or later be unable to escape the impending danger. What must happen will happen. Leaving here and cutting ties with the elders and children will better protect them. There's not much luggage, just 2 monk robes and a few Buddhist scriptures. Ascetics travel light with only a few belongings. Master. I will not be leaving the capital for now. I plan to stay at the Su residence for a while. It will serve as a safe haven and also strengthen the Su residence's defenses. His situation has become extremely precarious since the Chuzhou massacre. I will come back to check on you regularly during this time. Don't worry about money. Lord Su is a kind person and will cover the expenses of Yangshan Hall. Master, take care and don't come back. We don't want anything to happen to you again. We'll see you off, Master. Go, don't come back. You've helped us too much. We can't let you be implicated anymore. Amitba. Master Heng Yuan. Lord Su. Master Heng Yuan, come over here and talk. You've seen the being underground, right? Is it him? It's not him. No, it's not him. Heng Yuan has also seen the Black Lotus. He also participated in the competition for lotus seeds in Jianzhou. If it were the Black Lotus, he would have pointed it out then, if he was underground. Then. Is it him? How do you have his portrait? It's this person. You guessed it right. Huiqing drew the former emperor. The being in the underground dragon vein is the former emperor. After Huiqing pointed out 2 doubts, I began to suspect the former emperor. That's why I asked Huiqing to draw a 3rd portrait. And the fact that Huiqing actually drew the former emperor's portrait means that Huiqing also suspected the former emperor. So, what the Taoist leader of the Earth sect corrupted back then wasn't Prince Zhuan and Yuanjing, but the former emperor. The former emperor repeatedly mentioned 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones, and immortality. He was the one obsessed with immortality. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. 3 into 1 1 into 3. One person can be 3. The former emperor can be the former emperor, or Prince Huai, or even Yuan Jing. So it turns out that the 3 of them, father and sons, are the same person. That's why the suspicious Yuan Jing confided in Prince Huai. He bestowed upon him the sword of the nation and the most beautiful woman in Defeng, showing a trust that was inconsistent with imperial strategy. I remember. The princess once said that when Yuan Jing first met her, he was extremely infatuated with her beauty. No wonder he was willing to give the princess to Prince Huai, because Prince Huai was himself. This way, in the Nanyuan incident back then, even if Prince Huai and Yuan Jing didn't die, something went wrong. They were either controlled or corrupted by the Taoist leader of the Earth sect. Afterwards, they were assimilated and possessed by the former emperor, becoming one person. This is the secret of one person, 3 selves. Perhaps they started plotting after that discussion. The one lying beneath the dragon vein is the former emperor's true body. The supervisor of ceremonies knows everything but does nothing. Because the one causing trouble is not the Taoist leader of the Earth sect, but the emperor of Defeng. No, the supervisor of ceremonies might have his own plans, but I can't guess them. Earl Pingyuan has been engaged in kidnapping people but dared not claim credit because he was working for the former emperor. He thought he was helping the former emperor, not Yuan Jing. Why did the former emperor need those commoners? The Chuzhou massacre has already given me the answer. Blood pills and soul pills. The former emperor was not an orthodox Taoist and could not perfectly master one Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. He left behind hidden dangers for this reason, such as a damaged primordial spirit, thus needing soul pills to repair it. Lord Su. Ho. I still have many thoughts that need to organize. Master Hengyuan, let's go back to the Su residence first. Sorry to have bothered you. Hengyuan being able to stay at the Su residence is undoubtedly a great guarantee for Su Qi'an and the Su family. With the saintess of the celestial sect, the dark-skinned girl from southern Xinjiang, and a monk carrying Saraira. The security of the Su residence is already frighteningly high, far exceeding that of most princely mansions. At Hengyuan's insistence, he stayed in the outer courtyard, in a quiet room on the edge. Although he is a monk, he is still a man, and it is inconvenient for him to stay in the inner courtyard where there are too many women. Little benefactor. Are you going to stay at my house too? Sorry to have bothered you. Here, eat this. What a sensible and kind child. It just tastes a little strange. I was playing outside and knocked over mother's beloved flowers again. I'm definitely going to get spanked. Uncle, just say you knocked them over, okay? You're a guest, and my mother won't hit you. A monk does not speak idle words. What do you mean? It means not to lie. Then give me the pastries back. I hid them in my shoe for 3 days and couldn't bear to eat them. Wahoo is it? It's not him. It's him. Your Highness, please accept my condolences. This palace is fine, this palace is fine. You, what do you want to do? What do you want to do in front of me? What's going on? The one beneath the dragon veins is not the leader of the Earth sect, but the former emperor. The former emperor. How is that possible? The one truly obsessed with eternal life was the former emperor. It's hard for me to believe too, but the truth might just be that. The former emperor's health was actually not good. Although he faked his death, the diagnosis from the Qi'an astrologers wouldn't be wrong. So, the former emperor indulged in women and ruined his health. History records this clearly. Zhenda was fond of women. These few words say it all. One knows their own body best, which is why the former emperor developed a desire for cultivation and eternal life. But due to the rule that those with destiny cannot achieve eternal life, he could only suppress this desire deep in his heart, until the leader of the Earth sect arrived in the capital. After this, something must have happened, a secret unknown to outsiders, that changed the former emperor's perception and allowed him to see the possibility of eternal life. Impossible. The former emperor wasn't a disciple of the Taoist sect, nor even a martial artist. And you are in the dragon veins underground. The being seen there, so powerful it makes you tremble. There is no causal relationship between the two. The former emperor was an ordinary person, but that doesn't mean his talent was lacking. Among the royal family members, any prince qualified to contend for the throne would take concubines early to ensure the royal lineage. Because having heirs was one of the important criteria for competing for the position of crown prince. In fact, if a prince were obsessed with martial arts, it would arouse the displeasure of the emperor and the high officials. If one is obsessed with martial arts, where would they find the energy to handle state affairs? My father, the emperor, was obsessed with cultivation for 20 years, and the criticism from the court was constant, serving as the best example. This means that if one wants to be emperor, they must give up cultivation, as humans have their limits. The former emperor chose the throne, but that doesn't mean his talent was lacking. During those 20 years, he was like a parasite, clinging to Defeng's national destiny, draining its essence and exploiting the people's livelihood. Even a pig, fed with so many resources, would have been turned into martial Tianping. Moreover, based on the current situation, the former emperor's talent was not weak. Where is the body of the king of Zhenbei? What's wrong? In the Chuzhou case, the king of Zhenbei's body was torn to pieces and couldn't have been more dead. No one would care how a prince's body was handled. One qi transforms into 3 pure ones, 1 becomes 3, 3 become 1. As long as the 3 avatars weren't completely killed, they wouldn't die. It was only the accumulated vital energy and blood that died, only 1/3 of the primordial spirit. Sanpa Lake. The rebuilt Yongzhen Shanhe Temple. Ancestor, you established the Great Feng Dynasty, consolidated the Central Plains' destiny, and advanced to. At its peak, even the witch god cult could only grudgingly accept defeat. Martial ancestor. You overthrew the corrupt imperial lineage, gained the recognition of Confucianism, ascended the throne, and advanced to the first rank. Afterward, Confucianism flourished, and even Buddhism had to retreat to the western regions. The Feng has been established for 600 years, and besides the two of you, no more first-rank martial artists. No matter how powerful you were in life, how you commanded the 4 seas, after 100 years, you will ultimately be dust. And I will become the first emperor of the Feng to achieve immortality. Soon, very soon. Capital Region, Fulong Mountain Range. Seen from high above, the Fulong Mountain Range resembles a giant dragon lying dormant, embracing the land. This mountain is rich in spirit and condenses the essence of the Earth's veins, making it the most superior geomantic treasure in the capital's domain. Approximately 300 years ago, the emperor of that generation built his mausoleum here. In the 300 years since, 6 emperors have been buried in the Fulong Mountain Range. Therefore, this imperial mausoleum is also known as Feng Lu Ling. The former emperor is also buried here. We are here to conduct the final verification. As a ruler, faking one's death is not simple. The entire court, imperial physicians, and the Tianjian would all conduct confirmations. Since the former emperor was placed in a coffin back then, he was indeed dead at that time. But to understand what truly happened, we must descend into the tomb to investigate. Hold me. Sister Zhong is still the most obedient. Huai Qing and Miao Zhen have 2 strong personalities. We are not outside the mausoleum, but inside the mausoleum's main gate. We're in, but... Why didn't you just say, inside the main tomb? You don't care about me at all. Right, Confucian spells require enduring backlash. Just passing through a door will result in very light backlash. If we were to be directly teleported to the center of the main tomb, we would have to pass through various mechanisms. The difficulty of the journey would be reflected back to us through backlash. The former emperor's mausoleum has a total of 12 major mechanisms, 72 minor mechanisms, and 9 formations. Everyone follow me, don't wander off. The planner and supervisor of the imperial mausoleum is the Qi'an Jian. Zhong Li is a disciple of the supervising official and is qualified to view the construction blueprints of the former emperor's tomb. Following her will make us more dangerous, won't it? It's fine, just follow her. There won't be any accidents. I stored the jade pendant gifted by the supervising official into the earth book fragment. Now, with the Son of Destiny buff fully active, I can counteract the ill fortune brought by the prophet. Under Zhong Li's guidance, the 4 of them navigated through perils and safely avoided the mechanisms and broke the formations. Finally, they reached the main tomb. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I think I've developed acute stress disorder related to ancient tombs. The former emperor's actual body couldn't possibly return to the ancient tomb, could it? I hope I don't have the bad luck aura of corpses rising from open coffins. Martial artist's crisis instinct didn't warn me. Similar height. A man. The bones in the coffin indicate that the former emperor truly entered the coffin back then, not faked his death. What we're seeing now is not quite what we expected. In our conjecture, the former emperor faked his death and was buried, then secretly emerged from the coffin. Give me the luminous pearl. Oh. He is not the former emperor. What is your basis for that? According to the collected information, the former emperor had all his limbs intact. There were no skeletal defects, and this skeleton was also complete. In this world lacking advanced equipment and unable to detect DA, it seems almost impossible to identify someone with just a glance. His hand and foot bones were longer than those of ordinary people. He was a eunuch, castrated at a young age. After reaching adulthood, his body would differ from that of a normal man, becoming taller. However, the proportion of his limbs would appear slightly deformed, longer than a normal man's. The humerus of this skeleton is indeed a bit long. What is the principle behind this? As expected of De Feng's top female scholar. Although I have some knowledge of forensic examination, there were no eunuchs in my era. Therefore, there is nothing left to doubt now. A country's ruler is protected by the nation's destiny and cannot be taken over by outsiders. Unless the one taking over is also an emperor. In other words, the existence beneath the dragon vein cannot be the Taoist leader of the earth sect disguised as the former emperor. Now that it has been proven that the former emperor's skeleton is fake, it is confirmed that the former emperor is the mastermind. Let's go. Cover it. Yuan Jing has not been Yuan Jing for a long time. Perhaps something happened at the Southern Park autumn hunt that year. Or perhaps he was replaced 20 years ago when he suddenly began cultivating. They don't know the specific operational methods, but the conclusion is clear. Outside Yendu. Boom. Boom. Hurry and bring up the cannons. The Defeng army intended to directly breach the Yan Kingdom's formidable city. A sudden bombardment by Kong Kingdom's reinforcements forced the Defeng army to change its attack direction and deal with these annoying flies first. In terms of large-scale destructive weapons, the Defeng army was almost crushing the Kong Kingdom's forces. This is one of the reasons for Defeng's dominance over the 9 provinces. Even though the witch god cult has secretly seized a vast number of cannons and ballistas over the years. But due to the lack of maintenance by sorcerers, the performance of the magical artifacts and the power of the cannonballs were greatly reduced. Moreover, magical artifacts are constantly being updated, and there are huge differences in performance between old and new weapons. If you don't want to evacuate within 3 days, then the final deadline is 6 days. By the 6th day, you must leave, no matter what. Father arranged for troops to attack Yendu here, but he ordered me to evacuate on the 6th day. Today, it's already the 6th day. General, a unit is advancing towards our cannon encampment. Even if we have to retreat, let's finish this battle first. Heavy cavalry camp, follow me in attack. Nangong General commanded a total of 10,000 heavy cavalry, all of them elites among elites. Kill. To cover the main forces in breaking through Yendu's defenses, the Nangong Cavalry Regiment must resist the siege of the Kong Kingdom's army. Defeng's heavy cavalry is attacking. Move aside. Follow me and take Defeng's heads. Mo Dao Army. The Mo Dao originated in the early days of Dezhou, weighing over 80 caddies. Forged from fine iron, only elite soldiers could wield it. In those days, Dezhou, without sorcerers, was invincible with its 20,000 Mo Dao soldiers. Every Mo Dao wielder is at the peak of the refined spirit realm, wielding the Mo Dao with ease. Under the Mo Dao, both man and horse are shattered, specifically countering heavy cavalry. Defeng's weaker warhorses are no match for the Mo Dao army. However, what few people know is that Wei Yuan often visited the star-gazing tower. No one knew what he discussed with whom. Before long, Kong Kingdom's Mo Dao army was annihilated. This sound. There are sorcerers controlling corpses. Flying Beast Army. Raise shields. The Defeng army is surrounded. Open the city gates and attack. Kill. This battle lasted from day to night. After leaving over 8,000 bodies, the Yan Kingdom army retreated into the city. The Kong Kingdom army also suffered heavy losses and retreated 30 li. Although the Defeng army won, the situation is still not optimistic. The strategy of Yan and Kong is obvious: trap us under Yendu until we run out of supplies. The Defeng army has fallen into an extremely dire predicament. There are 2 reasons for this predicament. 1. Military setbacks. Yendu is difficult to attack and easy to defend, and it is filled with experts. With a 3rd-rank wizard stationed there, it is as difficult as reaching the heavens to take it down in a short period. With the reinforcement of the Kong Kingdom army, attacking the city again is impossible. 2. The supply line has been cut. Without a supply line, the Defeng army is like a building without a foundation. Collapse is only a matter of time. This dagger, inserted into the heart of Yan Kingdom, has had its edge dulled. I'll be responsible for plundering the food and grass. There are many villages near Yendu, so we'll surely find something to eat. Duke Wei's mission to us was to hold on for 10 days. 6 days have passed, and we will retreat after another 4 days. General Zhao, the food and grass are entrusted to you. To be honest, this siege battle was fought inexplicably, and the interruption of supplies was even more inexplicable. We have 30,000 brothers left. After 4 days, I don't know how many of them will survive, nor do I know if I will survive myself. But the military order is supreme. Even if Duke Wei asked me to charge into a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I wouldn't bat an eye. Even if the entire army is annihilated in this battle, we will exhaust the forces of Yan and Kong. Everyone, are you afraid of death? Who's afraid? If you go to the battlefield, you're not afraid of death. It's just 4 days, and I'll still be alive and kicking after 4 days. I will lead 10,000 heavy cavalry away tonight. With only 30,000 troops left, taking away 10,000 elite soldiers. Duke Wei's mission? Yes. Alright, you do your thing. Leave this side to us. Everyone, take care. Take care. Yendu. Heh, it seems that Defeng's god of war is not good at sieges. Perhaps the 20 years of court struggles have worn down his edge. Indeed, not leading troops for 20 years, things have changed. With this battle alone, our Yan kingdom will step on Wei Yuan's name and awe the 9 provinces. To only bring 100,000 troops and want to attack the main altar is a foolish dream. Defending the city for 6 days, the Defeng army only managed to do so on the first day. Attacked the city, left thousands of bodies, and retreated in disgrace. On the other hand, with the arrival of Kong Kingdom's reinforcements, they were able to attack from both sides. And cut off Defeng's supply line, cutting off their food and grass. If they can hold on for a few more days, Defeng will have to withdraw. Their remaining forces are no longer capable of attacking the city. Once they retreat, Yan and Kong can even pursue them. The victorious party will belong to the witch god cult. Master Alibtu and others repelled Wei Yuan. We can then split our forces and march north to assist Kong country in pacifying the border war. After this battle, it will be difficult for Defeng to send reinforcements north. The land 30,000 miles away will enter the territory of my witch god cult. The northern war is not urgent. The order from the main altar is to annihilate the Defeng army within the country. Especially Wei Yuan. He must not be allowed to return to Defeng. What is the meaning behind the main altar's order? War is not a brawl, one's gaze should always be on the long term and the overall situation, not on a specific individual. Repelling the Feng army and conquering the northern territories is far more important than killing a Wei Yuan. However, being able to intercept Wei Yuan within Yan country is indeed an unexpected joy. Your mission has been successfully completed. I will request merit for you from the main altar. Thank you, Master. The witch god is calling me. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan. What did Wei Yuan do to make Master Alibtu so furious? Rest on the spot. He strictly followed the rules set by Wei Yuan during this march. Rest every 10 miles, cleaning the horses' nostrils and feeding them every 30 miles. The provisions were plundered from villages along the way, and the vegetables were brought by themselves. Speaking of these dried vegetables, Nangong Qianro thought of that bitch who competed for favor with him. Before the army marched, Su Qian offered Wei Yuan a stratagem: dry and bake the vegetables. Completely squeeze out the moisture, then seal them in sheep intestines. Each soldier carried 1 kilogram of dehydrated vegetables, which wasn't heavy, but when soaked in water, it was quite substantial. Sprinkle a handful of coarse salt, and the taste is moving. My adoptive father's direction was south, the opposite of the army's route. I vaguely realized that my adoptive father spent 20 years painstakingly designing and building these 10,000 sets of heavy cavalry armor. Perhaps, they have another use. Therefore, I must leave the army. My adoptive father's idea is to minimize significant losses for this heavy cavalry. But what is the meaning? You. When did this person appear behind me? Who are you? Us. Who are you? This white-robed sorcerer appeared behind me silently. His cultivation is definitely above Yang Qinhuan. Came too late. You guys are too late. You are waiting for me. Was adoptive father the one who sent you? Who are you, sir? Adoptive father asked us to find you. What are your arrangements? I am the supervisor of destiny. The supervisor of destiny? He is the supervisor of destiny. That's right, it might be a clone. This explains why he appeared behind me without me noticing. Adoptive father asked us to see the supervisor of destiny. What exactly? What are you trying to do? His second disciple. His second disciple. You are the supervisor of destiny's second disciple. What arrangements does adoptive father have? The supervisor of destiny's second disciple has been away for years. I've only heard of him but never seen him. I didn't expect to meet him today. This second disciple, well, I can only say he lives up to being the supervisor of destiny's disciple. I don't know. I don't know. Jingshan Peak, Watchtower. Ha! Hey, it's time to wake up, the shift change is coming soon. Fuxer, I heard the situation in the north is excellent. I really want to go to the battlefield and earn military merits. I can get promoted and plunder wealth. Then I'll have money to marry a wife. Hey! It's a warship. Chirp. Chirp. Who dares to be so audacious as to attack Jingshan City? Throughout history, ever since the witch god cult was born and spread its teachings in the northeast in ancient times, Jingshan City has never seen any battles. As the main altar of the witch god cult, Jingshan City has a population of nearly 500,000, with cultivators practicing the witch system all over the city. The garrison only has 25,000 men. For a magnificent city with a population of 500,000, the troops are indeed weak. But this is not due to a lack of troops for the witch god cult, it's unnecessary. This is the main altar of the witch god cult. There is a statue of the witch god, a first-rank great witch. There are numerous masters who practice the witch system, and a large contingent of martial artists. It is no exaggeration to say that the defensive strength and overall power of Jingshan City are no less than that of Defeng's capital. Nailan Yen, Jingshan. City Lord. This city lord is a peak 4th rank wizard and also a peak 4th rank martial artist. Only half a step away from crossing the threshold of immortal tile and becoming a 3rd rank expert with a long lifespan. The witch god cult has 3 spirit wisps, 1 3rd rank wizard, 1 1st rank great witch. The 3 spirit wisps are the national masters of the Jing, Kong, and Yen kingdoms, who are usually not at the main altar. The great witch is indulging in herding sheep, living a carefree life. The city lord of Jingshan City. Originally, he was a 2nd rank rain master, but in the Battle of Shanhaiguan, that 2nd rank rain master was lured into a trap by Wei Yuan and killed by the combined forces of the Buddhist arhats. Nailan Yen is the son of that 2nd rank rain master. Heh. Those are Defeng's warships. That must be Wei Yuan standing at the bow of the ship, right? Truly worthy of the name God of War. I heard that when the Defeng army encountered fierce resistance in Yen country, I thought Wei Yuan was nothing special, who would have thought he'd break through directly from the sea now. So what? Even the god of war, today. Only one will die. This main altar of the witch god cult, Jingshan City, is adjacent to the vast ocean, and is guarded by Yen, Jing, and Kong countries on the outside. For thousands of years, whether it was the Central Plains, the North, or even the current #1 power in the 9 provinces, the Buddhist sect, have they never known how to build ships to cross the sea. But has anyone ever launched an attack on the witch god cult's main altar? Not once. Why? It's all because of 2 words. Rain Master. Great Shaman. Salanegu. In ancient times, when the climate was unpredictable, during times of drought, the tribes of the northeast would offer sacrifices to the witch god cult, begging for their help. Only 2nd-rank shamans are qualified to preside over rain rituals. Because they can communicate with heaven and earth themselves to borrow some of its power. Therefore, 2nd-rank shamans are also called rain masters. Look! The great shaman is about to make a move. Who? Qi'an long lu. Ah. He, the Defeng army. Your fate is to be swallowed by the raging waves. Ha ha ha, are they here to fight a war? No, they're here to die. Is Wei Yuan nothing special either? They all say how powerful he is, but seeing him today, is that all? Don't say that. It's quite impressive that he dared to cross the sea and attack the main altar. Ha ha ha. What is that sound? It's flood dragons. Northern demonic beasts, descendants of gods and demons. They are born rulers of the water, capable of manipulating water spirits to stir up storms, or to calm them. No wonder Wei Yuan dared to cross the sea so aggressively. It turns out he was relying on the assistance of these flood dragons. Humph, no surprise. If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't have come. Order the army to retreat. As soon as the Feng army lands, immediately block them. Quick, retreat. I originally thought the great shaman spells would annihilate the entire Feng army's fleet, but the participation of the flood dragon tribe has caused the witch god cult to lose that advantage. The best course of action right now would be to retreat and then use the mountain paths and forests leading to Jingshan City to defend. And this task can only be filled with the lives of the defenders. The battlefield is usually the shaman's home ground, but unfortunately, this is not a battlefield, it's the shaman's base. The most terrifying corpse soldier tactic is gone. However, the simplest and most effective solution to break the deadlock now is catch the ringleader first to catch the thief. With the great shaman personally taking action, directly kill that linchpin of the Feng army, Wei Yuan, on the spot. In the end, he, who is revered as the god of war, is just a mortal whose cultivation has been crippled. What do we do? Our curse techniques, corpse manipulation techniques, and other methods cannot be used remotely on the Feng army, and shamans, who are not skilled in defense, cannot even withstand artillery fire. We shamans have tricky methods and are originally invincible on the battlefield, but under the current circumstances, we have instantly lost most of our specialties. Elder Yearbu. That's great. Elder Yearbu is here, we can finally relax. Wei Yuan. Divination. The divination shows, auspicious. Everyone, rest assured. Retreat, disperse, and guard the main road and forests. Assign one shaman to every 100 men. Form the seal. Wei Yuan. Die. Not bad, you. Ah. Courageous. To have pushed me this far, Wei Yuan, you truly did not disappoint. However, this next strike will no longer be a physical attack. Your martial artist's iron skin and bones won't be able to defend against it. Curse killing. There are two forms of curse killing. The first involves obtaining the target's fresh blood, hair, or even personal belongings, clothing, or items, to use as a medium for launching the curse kill. At the third rank, one can perform a remote curse kill without any medium, but the effect is greatly reduced. And I am using the second form, sacrificing my own flesh and blood to launch a curse kill upon the target. Ha! Damn it, curse killing was actually countered by his martial artist skills. The powerful aura directly destroyed it. But it's enough. The curse killing has bought me a chance to breathe. I will seize this opportunity to escape and heal these injuries, which are fatal to low-ranked cultivators like myself. Escape. Elder Erbu also lost. What should we do? All troops, heed my order. March into Jingshan City and massacre them all. Massacre. Massacre. Kill. Third rank spiritual wisdom, Erbu. War shakes. Destiny. Guosher of Kong Kingdom Wu De Ta. Grand Shaman. Salanegu. Slaughtering is weakening destiny. Wei Yuan, 20 years ago, I predicted that in 20 years, De Feng would produce an indomitable and heroic martial artist. Grand Shaman, they are about to completely annihilate us. I thought you would be short-lived, but I never expected you to be biding your time. Let me see, are you second rank, or first rank? Erbu, Wu De Ta, you too try him. Heroic Spirit, third rank Vitra. Remote curse killing technique. Every realm of a martial artist is achieved step by step. You are merely borrowing power and defense, you are only superficially strong. In front of higher-ranked martial artists, you are vulnerable. Puff. It seems you have touched the threshold of Tao integration, but your Qi and blood are a bit weak. Qi and blood of a third-ranked peak, the realm of Tao integration. If I'm not mistaken, you must have converted your original Qi and blood into a blood pill and preserved it. In the past 20 years, your cultivation has improved, but your physical body, and Qi still remain at the third rank. Give yourself another 2 or 3 years of adaptation, and you will naturally step into the second rank. However, I'm more curious, how did you deceive Yuan Jing? For the first 10 years, I behaved myself. The latter 10 years were a bit boring, so I decided to recultivate martial arts. I found the supervisor to shield me from heavenly secrets. However, Yuan Jing eventually detected it. Breaking and then establishing, not bad. The supervisor must be furious. If you hadn't crippled your cultivation back then, you wouldn't be dying here today. I must go. The witch god has been sealed. With this step, I am 100 feet away. I only need to take a second step to reach the altar in that valley. How did I return? It's as if time has been reset. I have assimilated with this world. You could walk forever and never reach the altar. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth for one's own use, controlling the forces of nature. I am the master of this world. Unrivaled. This is the first rank. Forgot to tell you, I realized this when I was rank 4. The intent is called array breaking. After merging with the Tao, there is no longer anything in this world that can trap me. Even if you break my formations, Wei Yuan, what of it? Over 1,000 years ago, a prince of the Great Zhou, a rank 2 martial artist, rampaged for hundreds of miles just like you, and even reached the capital of Yan country. At that time, the witch god was already sealed by the Confucian sage and unable to act. The one who truly destroyed him was me. Can you, Wei Yuan, really be stronger than that prince of the Great Zhou back then? Wei Yuan. This is as far as you go. It's not over yet. A dying struggle from Baihan Tree. Curse incantation. In these nearly 2,000 years, you are one of the most talented individuals I have ever seen. The high ancestor back then, and later the martial ancestor, were not as good as you. It's truly a pity to kill you. You fell into my trap. Confucian sage's engraving knife. Ah, with the great witch's impeccable defenses, you must have divined for yourself before the battle, seeking a most auspicious outcome, correct? If not for the supervisor helping me shield the engraving knife and conceal heavenly secrets, it would have been almost impossible to plot against the Great Witch. Great Witch, hold on. Sorcerers evolved from witches, and only sorcerers can counter the divination arts of witches. Without the supervisor's help, it would be too difficult to fight you. Great Witch, your fate. I accept it. Ha! Flesh and blood rebirth. I didn't expect he still had a backup plan. Yang Shen. Former Emperor Jean d'Arc. I know that you, Wei Yuan, are skilled in strategy, so you must have had support to dare attack Jing Shan City. You've played with me for so long, and I've played with you for so long. Was it to see what cards the other side had up their sleeve? Confucian sage's engraving knife, I didn't expect you could use it too. Tich tich, you, Wei Yuan, are actually someone who cares about the common people. It tastes quite good. Your blood and energy must be even better. I need some time to seal it, and you need some time to recover. In consideration of our more than 20 years of relationship as ruler and minister, ask me anything you wish to know. The human trafficking organization controlled by Marquis Pingyuan was working for you, wasn't it? You claimed to be for the country and the people. But if you hadn't relentlessly pressured Marquis Pingyuan, I wouldn't have tried to get rid of him, and the Chuzhou massacre might not have happened. And then tolerate you continuing to devour the lives of innocent people? When did you become like this? In the 26th year of Zhenda, the Taoist master of the earthly sect corrupted me. My health has always been poor. Those miraculous elixirs that can bring the dead back to life and heal bones have little effect on me. A ruler of a nation, blessed with national destiny, their lifespan is actually predetermined. I never thought longevity was a good thing before. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws of the world. But as I got older, with age, I began to fear death and long for immortality. But even the Confucian sage couldn't defy the rules of heaven and earth, let alone me. Until the 26th year of Zhenda, when the Taoist master of the earthly sect told me that mortal kings cannot achieve longevity, and even transcending the mundane wouldn't change this outcome. But he could let me live longer, much longer than a normal king. My body was failing more and more at that time. I couldn't resist his temptation and agreed. So, in the 26th year of Zhenda, you ate Prince Y. No, I assimilated him, refined his soul, and absorbed his memories. He is me, and I am him. This is one of the mysteries of one Qi transforming into three pure ones. If it were just possession, the physical body and soul wouldn't be compatible, leading to endless trouble, essentially cutting off the path of cultivation. Why would I do something that undermines the Great Feng? It's a pity that I am not a traditional Taoist. Even with the Taoist master of the earthly sect's help to forcibly refine Prince Y's soul, my main soul still had deficiencies. What about Yuan Jing? Did you swallow Yuan Jing at that time too? They, the two brothers, should have been assimilated by me at that time. But as I said, after refining Prince Y's soul, my main soul couldn't repair the part that was stripped away, leaving it incomplete. Under such circumstances, how could I have possibly swallowed Yuan Jing? I had no choice but to change my plan. The Taoist master of the earthly sect used a Taoist illusion technique to erase this memory from Yuan Jing's mind. Then, he planted. After making all the preparations, I faked my death, abdicated, and hid within the underground dragon vein I had opened. That was the only place to escape the Grand Supervisor's scrutiny. I lay dormant, waiting for an opportunity, waiting to refine. For the opportunity. To my surprise, Yuan Jing learned from my example and no longer delegated power to the Prime Minister. He governed diligently while balancing the various factions. The Great Feng's national power was booming, blessed with destiny. I never had a chance to swallow him, until your appearance. Did you forget? In the 6th year of Yuan Jing's reign, General Dugu of the North passed away. You personally led the troops to repel the barbarian army, gaining fame overnight. Why don't you think about your imperial consort again? When did the expedition begin? The Empress of Great Feng, who should have been the mother of the nation, was actually involved with a eunuch in the palace, and that eunuch was her childhood sweetheart before she entered the palace. What man could withstand such a blow, let alone an emperor like Yuan Jing, who had just regained his memories? Ha 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 ha. From that moment on, the demonic thought in Yuan Jing's mind finally resurfaced, slowly corroding and polluting him. The reason Yuan Jing didn't kill you and the Empress at that time was that he was influenced by the demonic thought, becoming cold and cunning. After learning about your past with the Empress, he changed his mind and planned to control you through her. Then came the Battle of Shanhaiguan, a war that shook the Great Feng's national destiny. Shanhaiguan, to seize the opportunity to refine Yuan Jing and take his place. The real Yuan Jing died 20 years ago. After I replaced Yuan Jing, I focused on cultivating, refining pills, and continued to let Marquis Pingyuan plunder people. Finally cultivating the young god and entering the second-rank tribulation period. Wei Yuan, do you think I should thank you? By the way, I can tell you an extra secret. The one who secretly informed Yuan Jing back then, leaking your relationship with the Empress, was the Crown Prince's birth mother, Consort Chen. Consort Chen. What was the Taoist master of the earthly sect's purpose in helping you so painstakingly? At that time, the Taoist master of the earthly sect was showing signs of demonic possession, but his good intentions were stronger than his evil ones, and he suppressed it. The evil intent, to avoid being refined and destroyed, came up with a plan. During our discussion of the Tao that day, the evil intent corrupted me, amplifying my desire for longevity. Then, it took the opportunity to gain temporary control of my body. It tempted me and conspired with me in all of this. After that, the Taoist master of the earthly sect returned to his sect and went into seclusion. Good and evil intentions were intertwined for a full 40 years. 40 years later, the Taoist master of the earthly sect became possessed, and his soul split. The good intention barely escaped, and you can ponder that. Seduced the king into seeking immortality, devoured his own son, and for 40 years the people suffered and the nation declined. And will eventually be entangled by the evil consequences. So, 40 years later, the Taoist master of the earthly sect was completely possessed. But there is still one thing I don't understand. Even if you can transform into 3 pure ones, possess your current cultivation, and live longer and longer, you are still a mortal emperor. How to achieve immortality? Someone taught me how to achieve eternal life as an emperor. His words truly enlightened me. For the past 20 years, all my schemes have stemmed from that person, including luring you here today with the witch god as bait, which is the most crucial part of my plan. Although it could only pollute it for half an hour, it was enough. Now, facing a great witch, 2 spirit masters, and a tribulation period expert. How do you plan to get past us and seal the witch god? Wei Yuan, you're just a single person, barely a second-rank martial artist. How can you defeat us? So strong. Each sword energy could easily kill a 4th rank. Furthermore, the sword energy also contains attacks targeting the primordial spirit. However, I never imagined he could achieve this level. Wei Yuan actually forced Empress Chen back. There's nothing surprising about it. Apart from Buddhist martial monks, no high-rank practitioners from any other system dare to let a martial artist get close, hurry and help. Damn it! I can't believe we, illustrious 3rd-rank experts, are now reduced to mere support. There's no choice. Besides attrition, there's almost no other way for other major systems to quickly kill a martial artist of 3rd rank or above. Curse technique. Martial artists who can break formations are truly a headache. Jinda, I lend you the power of this realm. Do you have the confidence to slay Wei Yuan? Then thank you, great shaman, for helping me kill this rebellious minister. The earth grants me spirit. Power of earth. Power of metal. The plants grant me spirit. The ocean grants me spirit. The beacon fire grants me spirit. Go. Who? The great shaman, a dignified first rank, is also near exhaustion after doing all this. For the next 100 years, the area around Jingshan, drained of its 5 elemental power, will likely become a wasteland. The power of the 5 elements, the foundation of all things. This sword strike has subtly surpassed its rank, even I can barely control it now. This sword strike condenses the power of 2 third-rank experts, 1 first-rank, and 1 second-rank expert. In this era where no super-rank exists, this sword strike will be invincible. Duke Wei. Kill him, kill Wei Yuan, my father's revenge can be repaid today. Kill Wei Yuan. Kill Wei Yuan. Kill Wei Yuan, kill Wei Yuan. Kill Wei Yuan. At this point, I don't know why. I would suddenly recall the scene of that kid seeing me off before I set out. Beacon smoke rises, gazing north at the empire, dragons coil, horses neigh, swords. Ninth Sister Frost. My heart is like the Yellow River. 20 years. Who can resist me during these 20 years of roaming? Who can resist me during these 20 years of roaming? Can resist, 0. Then this time, I'm going to be invincible in this world. The second treasure of Yunlu Academy. Saint Confucian Crown. Come. The Confucian saint's carving knife has already dispersed the filth and is revived. And this beam of pure light comes from Dean Zhaoshou. A blessing from a third-rank great Confucian who nearly perished. Next. The spell on that paper is Summoning Core Ability. Sand Village. Summon heroic souls. Confucian. The sky. The sky has cracked open. Inside there is Confucian Sage. The founder of the Confucian system, a great man who surpassed ranks. It has been over 1200 years since the Confucian sage's death, and this is the first time someone has summoned the heroic spirit of the Confucian sage. In the tens of thousands of years after the end of the age of gods and demons, if one were to speak of bestowing good fortune, neither the ancient human emperor nor the countless emperors of later generations could compare to even a fraction of the Confucian sage. Humph. The Confucian sage, huh? My sword is not without its sharpness either. Someone has turned to stone. Someone over here is on fire. Someone over there has turned into yellow sand and dissipated. Who dares to be so presumptuous before the Confucian sage? Is this the power of the Confucian sage? Ah! The might of a single stomp flattened mountains and turned the land into a marsh. Ah! Ugh, the sword strike from the 4 of us combined, which had reached a power beyond its rank, was turned to dust by a single stomp from the Confucian sage. The dispersing 5-element sword energy directly altered the elemental laws of this realm. Towering trees grew from the sea. A babbling stream flowed from the rocks. Flames burned on the surface of the sea. I practice the human sect, no good. I will also be burned by the karma fire, my body will be scorched. In the past few decades, I have relied on my status and position as a monarch to suppress the karma fire firmly. Now that I've been struck by the pure chi, my aura has weakened, and the karma fire will immediately backlash against me. Ugh, despite the engraving knife, the Confucian crown, and Zhao Shou's blessings, the Confucian sage's power is still a burden too heavy for me to bear. Well, summoning an existence beyond ranks always comes at a price. Now, those four are no longer a threat. It's time to head to the altar. Over there is one more enemy. The last one. Wei Yuan, your talent is extraordinary. Even if the witch god is unsealed, you can protect yourself. Why bother? Back then, the Confucian sage sealed the witch god, and there are great secrets involved. Across the 9 provinces, only a handful of people know the secrets. How can one protect themselves when their country is destroyed and their people are wiped out? Barrier. Now that the Confucian sage has personally arrived, this barrier can still stop me. Only an existence beyond rank can stop one beyond rank. This means the witch god can already influence reality and exert power. Wei Yuan, you should understand by now, right? The witch god can already penetrate the seal and influence reality. It is not a sculpture to be slaughtered at will. It's a shame your reaction was too fast. If you could have held on for 2 or 3 more years, the witch god would have been able to mobilize more luck. Are you implying that after I expend all my effort to destroy the barrier, I will deplete this rare bit of power from the Confucian sage, leaving me no room to reseal the witch god? Do you have any other choice? Who says I don't? Jingshan City. Teleportation array pattern. In the 600 years since the founding of Great Feng, the witch god cult has slaughtered our Great Feng citizens and abducted our Great Feng women. Their crimes are too numerous to count. The people of Northeast Lanzhou have suffered from the witch god cult for a long time. Soldiers of Great Feng, today, follow me to slaughter the city. Slaughter the city. Slaughter the city. Ah, damn it. Wei Yuan, you actually. Only an existence beyond rank can seal another beyond rank. You, a mere mortal, mingling among them, are you not afraid of death? Heh, the old soldiers from back then called me the god of war of Great Feng. I can't let them down. Today, if I say I'm going to attack your witch god cult, I will attack your witch god cult. I will destroy you. What does it have to do with you? Wei Yuan raised his carving knife and gently sliced at the barrier, which was already as thin as an eggshell. The witch god's barrier was broken. The barrier shattered in the valley. Wei Yuan looked up at the towering altar, its stone steps stacking one after another, 99 in total. And behind that throne stood the god worshipped by the witch god sect, the founder of the wizard system. Witch god statue. Is that the god worshipped by the witch god sect, the founder of the wizard system, one of the few supreme beings after the age of gods and demons? 20. This is, the killing intent emanating from this world. This space is rejecting me, targeting me. No need. Solunagu conceded to me using the power of the Confucian sage to break the barrier, all to gradually weaken the Confucian sage's power. How much strength will the Confucian sage have left by the time we reach the altar? I summoned the Confucian sage not to kill enemies, but to seal the witch god. Wei Yuan, oh Wei Yuan. Sigh. Even the Confucian sage is just a tool for you. 40 years ago, when Emperor Jiande was still on the throne, a tragic war broke out in the 3 northeastern provinces. The witch god descended with an oracle to destroy Defeng and seize its destiny. At that time, the 3 northeastern states mobilized 200,000 troops, conquered Xiang, Jing, and Yu prefectures, and massacred them every 3 days, leaving no old or young, women or children. The people of Defeng were treated like lowly weeds. 100 miles without a soul, withered bones buried in the mountains and fields. More brutal and savage than the demon barbarians. To this day, that battle remains a shadow in the hearts of the elderly who experienced the war. It was also that battle that led to the court stationing 100,000 troops in the 3 prefectures for the next 10 years. The common people would rather become refugees than return to their homeland. Afterwards, when the court recreated the census, it was discovered that in the vast lands of Xiang, Jing, and Yu prefectures, 9 out of 10 households were empty. Millions of people died in that war. Ugh, the Wei family originally hailed from Yu prefecture. Only one young boy survived. 2nd rank, 3rd rank, 4th rank. After the 20th step, with each step Wei Yuan took, a crack appeared on his body. The immortal physique of a high-ranking martial artist repaired the terrible wounds, barely maintaining his balance. After the 50th level, Wei Yuan was like a patched-together porcelain doll, covered in cracks all over, including his elegant and handsome face. Without transcending the ranks, one is still a mortal, no different from an ant. Gods, so magnificent. Looking back 40 years, the nation's hatred and family's vengeance remain to this day. Now, I want to know, the god, can they trap an ant like me? In the past 4,800 years, only 2 people from the Central Plains have ever reached the main altar of the witch god sect. The Confucian sage, 1,200 years ago. Wei Yuan, 1,200 years later. Only these 2. Wei Yuan, the witch god is reviving, the general trend is undeniable. Talent in the Central Plains is now scarce, the Confucian school is weak and unable to achieve greatness, destiny is draining away, and the supervisor is no longer at his peak. Why do you insist on trying to stop it with your own hands? Offer sacrifices to the witch god. Can't the soldiers of your Central Plains Defeng fight without fear of death? Do you think our witch god sect fears death? Our witch god sect has ruled the Northeast for over 4,000 years, when have we ever been so brutally attacked? Even if we die today and our paths vanish, we will ensure that you, Wei Yuan, and Defeng, fail. Wu. I never imagined. Father and son. To die by the hands of the same person. Which after which fell, turning into dried husks. They died silently, without complaint or regret. Their wills have merged into the witch god statue. This is the witch god sect's final resistance, their curse to Wei Yuan and the Confucian sage. What is that? It's the sorcerer god. The sorcerer god has descended. Confucian sage. Confucian sage. You will regret this. Qi'an. At that time, you were just like this, screaming Jew. I won't kneel. In today's JoJo, very few people know why the Confucian sage sealed the sorcerer god. Very few people know why Emperor Gaozu went back on his word back then. Very few people know that during the ancient era, the sorcerer god once encroached upon the Central Plains, severing the human race's destiny. In my life, I have never bowed to gods, honored Buddhas, or believed in kings. My only concern is for the common people. You sorcerer god, trying to encroach upon the destiny of my great Feng and sever the fate of the human race in the Central Plains, did you ask me, Wei Yuan, first? Wei Yuan. Die. Go. 200 years have passed since the Confucian sage last drew his blade. This blade cut across 1,000 years of time. The world will never again see such a stunning blade light. Nor will it ever see such unrestrained spirit. He is my sworn enemy, Ko. Wei Yuan. The Confucian sage. Adoptive father. You must live. Ha. What's happening? Why is my chest suddenly hurting? Can a peak 5th rank cultivator suffer a heart attack? What's going on? This sense of panic inside me just won't go away. Why? Why, after 1,000 years, after the Confucian sage, would I be defeated again by a mere mortal? Seal. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan. How did you fall asleep? Let's go, didn't you say you'd accompany me to the temple fair? Wei Yuan rose to prominence in Yuanjing 6, repelled barbarian cavalry, and leaped to become a new noble of Great Feng. Later, at the Shanhai Pass campaign, he strategized and won that great battle that changed the landscape of Kyushu. Afterward, he crippled his own cultivation and entered the court, contending with various factions, and as an eunuch, he suppressed all the dignitaries. Glory, achievements, and power, held in his hands, resplendent beyond compare. Throughout his life, there were many aspects that his political rivals studied for half their lives and still couldn't comprehend. No descendants, no family, all alone. Eunuchs viewed him as a spiritual pillar, yet he regarded wealth and riches as dirt. After decades of ups and downs in the officialdom, truly without desire or ambition. Why? To establish the heart of the world, to bring peace 008. To establish the heart of the world, to define destiny for the people. To carry on the unlearned for the past sages, to bring peace to all generations. In the autumn of Yuanjing 37, Wei Yuan led an army of 100,000 to capture the main altar of the witch god sect and seal the witch god. This was the first time in history that the cavalry of the Central Plains humans had trampled the main altar of the witch god sect, leaving a name in the annals of history. Wei Yuan closed his eyes and never opened them again. From then on, Great Feng had no more god of war. Such a scene, I only saw it when the Confucian sage sealed the witch god back then. That time, the surrounding 1,000 miles turned into wasteland, and for the next 300 years, no living creatures existed. Now, Jing Mountain City, which had finally been rebuilt, has fallen victim to the same fate once more, history repeating itself. But this time, the one who acted was not the Confucian sage's true body, and the witch god was not in its full state. Not many survived, but not few either. Standing tall even in death, I must say, in the past 1,000 years of the Central Plains, among all the brilliant figures, you, Wei Yuan, are one of them. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could he summon the Confucian sage? How could he, a mere martial artist, summon the Confucian sage? The witch god had accumulated strength for over 1,000 years, and finally managed to break free from the seal, all of which was destroyed by this scoundrel. I will lead my troops to bloodbath Great Feng, slaughtering for 30,000 miles, all the way to the capital. The way you are now, you are exactly like a vulgar martial artist. Every Taoist priest who has fallen into demonic possession is proficient in provocation. Ha! The witch god is sealed, and Wei Yuan is dead. Although the situation is dire, we haven't lost this battle yet. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Then congratulations in advance to your majesty for your longevity and for overlooking the Central Plains. Yuta Pagoda spreads the news of Wei Yuan's death. Throughout the northeast, letting Yan Kong. The two countries shall dispatch personnel to rebuild Jing Mountain City and order the Jing country to withdraw its troops. Gather the remaining witches to heal the surviving civilians and soldiers. Alas, this battle will surely spread throughout Kyushu. What will happen to Great Fong, I can't be bothered to care, but in the three countries within its borders, there will be a storm of public opinion. This will be the most shameful day in the history of the witch god sect. The wilderness far from Jing Mountain. Witch god, witch god, witch god. Ah. Way. This is. In the remaining days of my life, one day, I will return here. Godfather, the game of chess you didn't finish, I will finish it for you. Let the iron hooves tread upon every inch of the witch god sect's territory. Let the wheels of the cannons crush the spine of the witch god sect, and let these 60,000 miles of mountains and rivers turn into scorched earth. Yunlu Academy, Back Mountain Bamboo Building. Dean of Yunlu Academy, Zhao Shou. Zhao Shou sat in the hall, motionless, like a sculpture. He had maintained this posture for over a month, and a thin layer of dust had accumulated on the table before him. Duke Wei. Imperial Palace. Wei Yuan, he. Ha ha ha. My era has arrived. Star Observation Tower, Bagua Platform. Director of the Celestial Bureau. Alas, the mortal world is not worth it. Northern border, Great Fong Barbarian Allied Army Camp. C.I. Jiu, I have some exciting news for you. The army hasn't deployed, it's not a victory, what happened? The girls in the brothel transformed me into a man, yet they couldn't grant me maturity. War is what allowed me to grow rapidly. Now, I don't show my emotions easily and no longer. The Jing country has retreated. What did you say? Today, I investigated underground with the national teacher. The former emperor did not return. Logically, such a terrifying figure shouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he has already replaced Emperor Yuanjing and is the emperor in the palace. Oh, I forgot, he is Emperor Yuanjing. The former emperor is Yuanjing, and Yuanjing is the former emperor. And I have a deep enmity with Yuanjing. By extension, I have a deep enmity with the former emperor. However, Prince Huai was killed by Shinshu. What does that have to do with Su Qi'an? But the former emperor was corrupted by the Taoist master of the Earth sect. A peak expert filled with malice and inherently evil, he would surely seek revenge. Let's consider it from a different perspective. Everyone, which cultivation system do you think Yuanjing? Ah no, the former emperor followed. The former emperor broke his purity early, which was equivalent to severing his martial path. He followed Luo Yushuan to cultivate for 21 years, undoubtedly following the path of the human sect. The human sect, perhaps. This aligns with what I thought. So, what are the drawbacks of the human sect's cultivation method? The karma fire burns his body. The former emperor is of a very high rank. Like the national teacher, he needs to borrow luck to suppress the karma fire. Then he definitely wouldn't leave the capital. No, you are mistaken. The former emperor is different from Luo Yushuan. Luo Yushuan needs the position of national teacher to borrow luck. The former emperor himself was the emperor and carried the nation's luck. There is a supervisor in the capital. Since he is not under the dragon vein, he definitely won't linger in the capital for long. He must have left the capital. As for where he went and what he is doing, that cannot be guessed. The most typical method is to determine his location based on the former emperor's objectives. In other words, to know where he is, we must first understand what he wants to do. Based on current information, the former emperor, in pursuit of immortality, devoured his two sons, Yuanjing and Prince Huai. The former emperor lived an extra 40 years as he wished, thus his ultimate goal remained immortality. But the problem is, no matter how powerful the former emperor was, could he be as powerful as the first emperor or martial ancestor? Could he be as powerful as the Confucian sage? These figures have all passed away, let alone the former emperor. According to the heavenly rule that those who gain luck cannot achieve immortality, the former emperor's true age is over 80. The Confucian sage only lived to 82. This means the former emperor is truly nearing his end. Of course, people's constitutions cannot be generalized. The former emperor might also live 1 year longer than the Confucian sage under extreme anger. If I were the former emperor, I would seek the method of immortality at all costs. But, how exactly should I do it? Damn it, the information I've gathered is too little. I can't even find a direction to form hypotheses. Oh, speaking of which. Duke Wei has been on campaign for nearly half a month. I wonder how the battle is going. Delang, someone is looking for you. They claim to be from the cabinet. The cabinet? Prime Minister Wang is sending someone to find me at this time. Take me to see him. This lord. Silver Knight Su. Why are you looking for me? Prime Minister asked me to bring you a message. Please, speak. Duke Wei sacrificed himself on the northern border. That's not a funny joke. Duke Wei died in battle at Jing Mountain City, the main altar of the witch god sect. Out of an army of 100,000, only over 16,000 retreated. The urgent dispatch arrived tonight. His Majesty and the officials will definitely discuss this matter in the imperial court today. Further reports will arrive at the capital later. The message has been delivered, so I shall take my leave. Duke Wei. Ning Yan, we just heard a commotion. What happened? Second uncle, pack up immediately and go to Yunlu Academy. Let's lie low there for a while. Oh, all right. What exactly is going on? I want to go to the northeastern border. Are you going to fight too? Duke Wei, he died on the battlefield. I don't believe it. I don't believe he died in battle, so please take me to the border. If he really died. He has no children, no one to see him off. I must go, I have to go. Ah. Emperor Yuanjing. If you have something to report, please do. Prime Minister Wang. Your Majesty, an urgent report has arrived from the northeast. Wei Yuan led the army deep into enemy territory, capturing the witch god sect's main altar and sacrificing himself for the country. Out of an army of 100,000, only over 16,000 retreated. What? Duke Wei, he. The near annihilation of the 100,000-strong army was undoubtedly a devastating blow, even shaking the foundation of Great Feng. Duke Wei was the pillar of our Great Feng. Without him, we. Silence. Esteemed officials, what should we do about this matter? I believe we should mobilize troops from various prefectures, with the entire nation's might, and march towards the northeast. Unite with the barbarians and completely eradicate the witch god sect. Great Feng has lost nearly 100,000 soldiers. They were all my subjects, my children. Minister Wang, how can you bear to ask me to start another war? I obey. According to the reports, Wei Yuan has already captured Jing Mountain City. The witch god sect suffered severe losses, with nearly 70% of their main altar's experts perishing. The Yan country's heartland was pierced by the army, and they are now at its gates. Those difficult-to-take cities have already been conquered by Wei Yuan. The Jing country has been fighting in the north for several months, suffering heavy losses. With the barbarians in the north also tying them down, only the Kong country currently has its forces relatively intact. If we fight another war now, for the next 100 years, the descendants of Great Foam will have no more troubles from the witch god sect. I second the motion. I second the motion. Minister Wang, you're exhausting our resources with this constant warfare. Esteemed officials, how should we handle the aftermath of this matter? Minister of War. I believe we should dispatch 20,000 troops from each prefecture adjacent to Xiang, Jing, and Yu prefectures and station them at the borders. The remnants of the retreating army should also remain on the borders of these 3 prefectures to guard against any counterattacks from the witch god sect. Furthermore, since Duke Wei has sacrificed himself, His Majesty must appoint another commander for the army. Minister Chen, what you say is most reasonable. Your Majesty. If we are to pursue peace, then we should discuss the relevant matters as soon as possible and confirm the envoy to be sent to the northeast for peace talks. Vice Minister of War, Qin Yuandao. Well said. I deliberately did not mention peace talks because in my heart, I still harbor the thought of fighting the witch god sect and avenging Wei Yuan. But this scoundrel is truly hateful. That's right, Qin Yuandao and Yuan Xiong, who was demoted to right censor of the censorate, are both staunch supporters of the emperor. How should the soldiers' posthumous benefits be decided? What are your intentions, esteemed officials? According to the laws and regulations of Great Foam, in case of victory, fallen soldiers of all branches will receive full posthumous benefits. However, in case of defeat, the benefits are halved. But was this battle a victory or a defeat? This is also what has plunged the court officials into silence. Wei Yuan captured the main altar of the witch god sect, a first in the history of Great Foam. This battle was a great victory for Great Foam. Is that really so? Prime Minister Wang is right, this battle was naturally a victory for us. Stop arguing, everyone. Duke Wei has died for his country. Where will our Great Foam go from here? I am feeling a bit tired. This matter is of great importance. We will discuss it again tomorrow. Court dismissed. Jingxiu Palace. Duke Wei's expedition also promises substantial and enviable military achievements. Second Princess, Linen. Consort Chen. This Wei Yuan, he was the biggest threat to your elder brother the Crown Prince's position, but he was also the Crown Prince's most stable cornerstone. If only Wei Yuan could have died in battle. Mother Consort, Wei Yuan, died in battle on the northern border. Truly. The urgent dispatch arrived last night. The Emperor convened an emergency court meeting this morning to discuss this matter. The news of Wei Yuan's death in battle will soon spread throughout the capital. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only over 16,000 returned. Our Great Foam suffered heavy losses in this battle. As long as one can ascend the throne, what are necessary sacrifices? Wei Yuan's death is somewhat regrettable. He had exceptional strategic vision. I had even hoped that after I ascended the throne, he would accept reality and serve me. Crown Prince, your biggest flaw is your tendency to indulge in fantasies and hope for the impossible. Have lunch at Jingxiu Palace with me and share a few drinks. With Wei Yuan dead, my mother consort's heart ailment is finally gone, and she feels so much lighter. Alright, today your son will drink heartily with mother consort. Why do I suddenly feel a sense of sadness? There's an indescribable feeling in my heart. What they say, what they do, what makes them happy, what makes them angry. I find it difficult to empathize and connect as I used to. When did it start? It feels like we've grown distant. Fengqi Palace. Mother Empress. Why have you come to pay your respects? Duke Wei died in battle at the witch god sect's main altar. Duke Wei died in battle at the witch god sect's main altar. You're lying. The letter Duke Wei asked me to deliver to you before he left for the expedition. How could this be, sob, why, sob sob sob. Ah. Mother Empress, what kind of story do you have with Duke Wei? Yunlu Academy. Mother, are you sending me to study here again? No, I've already given up on you. Mother is the kindest to me. How could I have given birth to such a useless daughter? Auntie, you all settle down here. I'm leaving. Alright, travel safely. Dean. Before Wei Yuan set out, he entrusted me with 2 items, asking me to give them to you at the right time. This is the letter he left for you. Xiang Province border Qi'an Pass. Damn Yen country bastards, showing off again. Their flying beast scouts give our high-ranking martial artists no chance at all. The moment something goes wrong, they immediately let them fly away. Damn it. Damn it, look at yourselves now, like useless women whose husbands have been violated by other men. Show some spirit. Duke Wei led the brothers to capture Jing Mountain City, the main altar of the witch god sect. Let alone Great Feng, even in Great Zhou, this is the first time something like this will be written into history. Do you know what this means? You crude things. Immortalized in history. But Duke Wei died in battle. Look. A dark figure has killed a Yen country bastard. It's actually flying towards us. I am a disciple of the heavenly sect. Li Miaozhen. So it's the saintess of the heavenly sect, it's Lady Qi'an. Who is Lady Qi'an? She can fly with her sword, she seems very powerful. You don't even know the heroic Lady Qi'an. Lady Qi'an is invincible. Wherever she is, no one dares to do evil. Is that true? That's what everyone says. As expected of the legendary Lady Qi'an. She's such a beautiful young lady. Then, who is the young man behind her? Su. Silver Knight Su. Silver Knight Su. He's here. That's great, we finally have a backbone and a leader again. He killed court officials in the street out of righteous anger for the people, and the imperial court dared not make a sound. Even the emperor was forced to issue a decree of self-blame. That's right, it's him, it's him. Silver Knight Su. 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 Some time later. Duke Wei took 5 golden badges on the expedition. Why are only you here to see me? Where are the others? Golden badge, Zhang Kaitai. They all died at the witch god sect's main altar. Some died fighting the shamans, others were caught in that world-destroying battle and died on the spot. Among the 4th rank officials, only Qi'an and I managed to retreat. Where is Duke Wei? We couldn't bring him back. Tell me what happened, starting from when you set out. Actually, I've only just realized many things, for example, why Duke Wei was in such a hurry to attack. Because from the very beginning, we wouldn't have had any provisions. No provisions. 10,000 soldiers marched to war, and no provisions were given. Are they fighting or being sent to their deaths? Is Yuanjing insane? Are the officials insane? Do they really wish Duke Wei dead this much? After the brothers retreated, Qi'an, in his rage, led his men to execute all the officials of the Ministry of Revenue in the 3 prefectures, killing hundreds of people, and then returned to the capital with 100 men. He wants to confront His Majesty, to confront the officials. Afterwards, Zhang Kaitai recounted the entire ordeal in detail. After the expedition, Wei Yuan secretly divided his forces. Some took the land route, conquering cities and capturing territory, aiming to take Yen country in the shortest possible time, but were hindered by the heavily fortified walls of Yendu. Although Yendu was not captured, Wei Yuan's objective was achieved, he tied down the forces of Yen country and Kong country. He continued until Wei Yuan summoned the projection of the Confucian sage and fought to the death with the shamans, eventually falling in battle. After hearing Zhang Kaitai's account, Su Qian'an's face contorted. He was utterly convinced that the mysterious expert who colluded with the witch god sect to kill Wei Yuan was the late Emperor Zhenda. It was him, it was Zhenda. The core of this battle was the witch god, and the strategy and war unfolded centered around him. Aiding the barbarians was merely a pretext. Wei Gong's true intention was to deal with the witch god, while the late emperor and the witch god sect sought to protect the witch god. The witch god sect's plan based on this was, the late emperor would obstruct from behind, and once the army entered enemy territory, they would cut off supplies. Depriving the army of supplies would deplete Duke Wei's forces and push the soldiers of Great Feng into an abyss of eternal damnation. 2 third-rank spiritual masters, 1 first-rank grand shaman, and 1 second-rank tribulation transcender would make the final arrangements. As long as Duke Wei's forces were weakened to a certain extent, they would inevitably make their move. Wei Gong's response was to live off the land and fight to sustain the war. Without provisions and military supplies, he pushed deep into Yan country's heartland, bringing the army to the gates of the capital. Then, he feigned a direct assault while secretly taking a roundabout route by water, appearing behind the enemy. Duke Wei had long anticipated the court's obstruction, so he prepared for a swift battle from the start, leaving no room for retreat, foregoing supplies, and directly advancing to the witch god sect's stronghold. In the final decisive battle, Duke Wei faced 4 super experts. If he were merely a second-rank martial artist, it would have been impossible to defeat all 4, let alone fight the witch god to the death. Duke Wei had also considered this. He had a reliance, and that reliance was the Confucian sage. Everyone believed this battle was to support the barbarians and maintain balance. Who would have thought there was a deeper purpose behind it? The witch god sect played into their hands. They invited the wolf into the fold. Duke Wei also played along. The summoning of the Confucian sage to flatten the witch god sect's main altar, the intricate schemes and calculations involved truly made one's hair stand on end. But since Duke Wei was a martial artist of the Tao integration realm, a terrifying expert of a non-human level, why did he conceal his strength for so many years, announcing to the world that he had no cultivation and was an ordinary person? Why would the late emperor collude with the witch god sect to kill Wei Yuan? Even a second-rank minister is something to be wary of. It sends shivers down one's spine. But can one get away with dealing with a tiger? Given Duke Wei's relationship with the Empress, as long as the late emperor held this as leverage, he would have a bargaining chip. Furthermore, there is a supervisor above who is watching. Maintaining the overall stability of the situation is not difficult. On the contrary, actively sending the soldiers and generals of one's own country into the enemy's jaws, the subsequent trouble is even greater. Why would your Majesty rebel? Also, why did Duke Wei, with the resolve to die in battle, attack and capture the witch god sect's main altar? Damn it, I still can't figure out all these doubts. And in the end, I don't even have the ability to collect his corpse. Duke Wei had been in hiding all along. After the Battle of Shanhaiguan, Duke Wei had a secret conversation with His Majesty, and then he crippled his own cultivation. We couldn't understand it then, and we still can't understand it now. I never expected Duke Wei had secretly cultivated martial arts. Even though he died in battle, I am still greatly comforted. A clay pot is always by the well, and a general is bound to die on the battlefield. To die on the battlefield as an unparalleled powerhouse, I have no regrets for Duke Wei. Besides Yang Yan and Jiang Luzhong, you are the only golden badge left alive. What are your plans? Once a Nightwatcher, always a Nightwatcher. And you? Commander. Scouts report that Yan and Kong countries have gathered 80,000 troops. They are marching towards Yuyang Pass. They will be at our gates within half an hour at most. Who is leading the army? The Lord of Yen, Nergal. Summon the commanders of 1,000-man brigades and above for a meeting. Have all soldiers go to the city walls, and have the militia immediately go to the warehouses to transport defensive equipment and provisions. Yes. Silver Knight Su. Golden Badge Zhang. The counterattack from Yen and Kong countries has arrived. It seems the witch god sect intends to fight our great foe to the bitter end. Our troop strength is insufficient, and provisions are also insufficient. After Qi'an killed those dog officials in the Ministry of Revenue, we discovered that the provisions were never delivered. Those dog officials deliberately concealed it from us. Colluding with the enemy and betraying the country should result in the execution of their entire families. Our brothers are fighting desperately on the front lines, and these dog officials are stabbing us in the back. Damned bastards! What we need to do now is hold Yuyang Pass and then send a report to the court, urging them to quickly send reinforcements. But food is a problem. The food in the warehouse will not last until the reinforcements arrive. Yuzhou has always been a grain-producing region. The local people will not lack food, so we can requisition grain from them. We no longer trust those dog officials, so we will send our own people to requisition grain. This is not in accordance with the rules, and the people may not be willing. At that time, we might be accused of extortion and give the civil officials grounds for impeachment. They will be willing. The debt from 40 years ago, the court has forgotten, but the people of our 3 prefectures have not forgotten. The witch god sect is not like the barbarians. The barbarians rely on sheer numbers to attack cities. But the witch god sect possesses siege weapons. They secretly colluded with great Feng officials, embezzled military supplies, and then dismantled them to study and imitate. Over the years, they have also learned to manufacture many siege weapons, including gunpowder. With the speed at which the court dispatches troops, can our more than 16,000 men hold out? Even if we can't hold out, we must. The witch god sect is a paper tiger. If we repel them this time, we win. If we can't defeat them, we must hurt them badly, wound them severely. Just like the Battle of Shanhaiguan, let them be crippled for 20 years. That scoundrel Qi'an, he left the camp without authorization. Now we have very few 4th rank experts, and it's difficult to stop them. I remember Nergal is 4th rank, with dual cultivation in both martial arts and shamanism. Dual cultivation of martial arts and shamanism. Who is this Nergal? I've seen a lot in my years, but I've rarely encountered individuals with dual cultivation systems. It's already difficult to cultivate one system, let alone have the extra energy to cultivate another. The succession of kings in the subsidiary states of the witch god sect is different from our central plains. Mistake. Ruler. State preceptor. Ministers. In the systems of Yan, Jing, and Kong countries, administrative affairs are handled by ministers, while the ruler holds military power. Therefore, rulers throughout the ages have been peerless warriors and veteran generals who have fought on the battlefield. Above both of them, there are 3rd-rank masters of the witch god sect who serve as state preceptors. The state preceptors do not involve themselves in military and political affairs, but they are the most powerful individuals in the country. Except for the inability to depose or establish a ruler, the state preceptor has the right to decide and veto all matters. The ruler is, in essence, more like a commander who controls the country's military strength. Do Yan, Jing, and Kong countries all practice a class system where divine authority is supreme? No wonder the ruler of Jing, Xiahou Yushu, is praised as the 2nd most capable commander after Duke Wei. I was wondering, are these emperors in their spare time? It really is a side job. Nergal is the current ruler of Yen. His overall strategic ability may not be as good as Xiahou Yushu's. However, in terms of personal combat power, even 2 Xiahou Yushus would not be opponents for Nergal. He is not only a peak 4th rank but also a peak 4th rank with dual cultivation. Before the expedition, we had even prepared to exchange 2 or 3 fourth-rank experts for him. Who would have thought we couldn't even capture Yendu? The superposition of techniques from different systems can produce a qualitative change. A peak 4th rank with dual cultivation is a bit tricky. My heaven and earth single saber slash, combined with the Taiping saber, can threaten 4th rank experts. But that's only for weaker 4th ranks like Li Miaozhen. Furthermore, the Buddhist lion's roar vibration effect is ineffective against shamans who are skilled in the domain of primordial spirits. I won't be able to unleash that strike, and I'll be finished. Master Shinshu hasn't woken up either. You can never wake someone who's offline, even if you samesu. The Confucian magical book is a very powerful auxiliary, but I don't have the protection of righteous qi. If I use it too ruthlessly, I'll die first. If you don't use it ruthlessly, you can't kill a peak 4th rank with dual cultivation at all. Without cheats, a 5th rank fighting a peak 4th rank with dual cultivation is too much of a stretch, almost impossible to achieve. Even if I teamed up with Li Miaozhen and Zhang Kaitai, combining our 3 strengths, we could definitely pose a threat to Nurgle. However, the armies of Yan and Kong countries are not short of experts, and they have 80,000 troops. Report. The armies of Yan and Kong countries are here, they're here. Brother Red Bear, Yuyang Pass only has less than 20,000 defenders. How long do you estimate it will take to capture? King of Yan, Nurgle. The younger brother of the King of Kong, Sugudu Red Bear. Red Bear, living up to his name, has extraordinary talent and immense strength. When he was in the refined essence realm, he once broke the bones of a Qi refining realm martial artist with a single punch. His cultivation ranks among the top 20 in Kong country, from the court down to the martial arts world. Half a month at most. I say 5 days. Of course, if the situation unfolds as I expect, perhaps 3 days will be enough. Duke Wei is dead, and the morale of Great Feng's soldiers is low. Seeing our 80,000 troops approaching the city walls will be another blow. Furthermore, most of Great Feng's high-ranking martial artists were likely lost at Jing Mountain City. In a small place like Yuyang Pass, how many experts can there be? Even if there are they enough for us to kill? Moreover, our soldiers' morale is high. Duke Wei died at the main altar. The god of war of Great Feng died at our witch god sect's main altar. From another perspective, isn't that very inspiring? Our attack on Yuyang Pass this time is under the orders of the witch god sect's main altar. State Preceptor Erbu conveyed the order concisely: destroy. Kill as many people as you can. Kill as many as you can. Let's repeat the massacre of 1,000 miles from 40 years ago. Duke Wei massacred our Yen citizens and shook the destiny of our witch god sect. Now, it is our turn to shake the destiny of Great Feng. The witch god sect is different from the barbarians. The barbarians have nothing but cavalry. When fighting them on the battlefield, we lose more than we win, but the barbarians are also sensible and rarely attack cities. But the witch god sect has cannons, ballistae, siege weapons, and infantry skilled in scaling walls like ants. Didn't you say Duke Wei broke through Yan's heartland? Yan has already suffered heavy losses. Now they are gathering troops again. How many troops can they possibly deploy? Perhaps their homeland is extremely empty right now. Can we go around and sneak attack Yan's capital? It's not that simple. Nurgle isn't an idiot. He's definitely left a minimal number of troops to defend the city. Then, they'll scorch the earth. Our cannons are limited, and we can't afford a siege war. What if our cannons are gone, and the city isn't taken? That would be losing both the wife and the soldiers. Yan's capital, even Duke Wei couldn't take it in a short time, let alone us. If we attack other cities, the front lines will be too long, and the enemy can easily cut off our supplies, leading to the pointless sacrifice of our brothers. Sons of Yan, half a month ago, the Great Feng army invaded our territory, massacring 7 cities. Our parents and brothers were slaughtered, and our homes were burned to ashes. Have you forgotten this deep hatred? We haven't forgotten. This is our hatred, but not our shame. Half a month ago, Duke Wei was easily slain by our witch god sect at Jing Mountain City. The so-called god of war of Great Feng was nothing more than that. Great Feng's proud god of war became a stepping stone for us to gain fame throughout the 9 states. Now, it's time for the weak Great Feng to taste our wrath. They will pay their blood debt. Blood debt must be repaid. Blood debt must be repaid. Attack the city. Attack the city. Attack the city. Attack the city. Light the fires. Stop the enemy from ascending the city walls. Ah! Quick! 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 Be the first to ascend and earn merit. This is bad. The siege engines are massive, with a skeleton of mixed steel and wood. Even if they take a few hits, they won't sustain significant damage. Once these people reach the city walls, they can quickly tear open a hole in the barrage of firepower, reducing the pressure on the soldiers climbing like ants below. Fire! Fire! What do we do? The cannons can't destroy their siege engines. Taiping. Silver Knight Su. Silver Knight Su. Who is that person? Those people from Great Feng are all shouting, Silver Knight Su, it must be that Su Qianan. Heh, so it's him. It's said that this Su Qianan was Wei Yuan's top confidant. His achievements today were all thanks to Wei Yuan's personal promotion. However, during the Chuzhou massacre case, this person was stripped of his official title. I didn't expect this. After Wei Yuan's death, he actually came to Yuyang Pass himself. Humph, truly deeply devoted to Wei Yuan. His cultivation is not bad. It's said that the Vajra divine art leaves 4th-rank martial artists in the dust. It's just that I didn't expect this brat to have such prestige. The morale of Great Feng's defenders has instantly soared, and their fighting spirit is ignited. Attack the city. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Attack the city. Red Bear, come with me to the city walls to meet this Silver Knight Su of Great Feng. That's exactly what I intend. This is bad. Nurgle has brought people. Ordinary soldiers attacking a city is one thing, but high-ranking martial artists attacking is the most troublesome, especially when there's a vast disparity in the number of high-ranking experts. High-ranking martial artists charging onto the city walls and slaughtering indiscriminately, even with our experts intercepting and repelling them, after a fierce battle, the surrounding defenders will suffer heavy casualties. Prepare the divine machines. The divine machines are specifically designed against high-ranking martial artists. Their attack power is not inferior to bed crossbows, and their coverage range is something bed crossbows cannot match. Area of effect strikes are aimed at high-ranking martial artists' early warning systems. The cost of these divine machines is also 10 times that of bed crossbows and cannons. Is this all the firepower Great Feng has? Why not make it more intense? Great Feng's firepower is nothing to fear. Everyone charge. Kill. 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 Damn it. The soldiers are showing fear. Our Great Feng's morale has been suppressed by Nurgle. If this continues, the situation on the battlefield will be very disadvantageous for us. Yen country's top expert. Is this all the strength you have? Silver Knight Su. Excellent. As long as Silver Knight Su is here, our great Feng soldiers won't lack morale. 5th rank. I can't fly and fight in the air. I'll lose. Miaojin. Understood. This is a blind spot for the cannons and bed crossbows. Charge with me. My saber. You want to attack me? Even the armor I'm wearing is tightening, trying to strangle me. You're behind this. Die. Power of the primordial spirit. Damn whore, is this all you've got? Valiant flying swallow, I'm here to help you. You damn barbarian bastard. Sword intent. Great Feng scoundrels. Die. Die. The other side. You're still a bit short. Really? Ah. Ah. Up. Ah. HAA, is this the strength of a peak 4th rank expert? Oh. Good blade. The power of the heart sword erupts, shaking the primordial spirit. Yet, King Yen Nurgle is completely unaffected. So painful. His headbutt attack is infused with the powerful primordial spirit of a 4th rank sorcerer. Truly a rock in a latrine, both stinking and hard. But everything ends here. Die. Taoist Golden Core. I knew you were a high-ranking sorcerer, so I naturally guarded against your curse technique. Brat, you actually. Up. Ha. Ugh. He only awakened the dead soldiers to make me hesitate for a moment so he could close in for another attack. Damn it, I'm ultimately just a 5th rank Hua Jin. High-ranking martial artist, this is bad. Once they seize the initiative, they can kill the opponent in one combo. Silver Knight Su. Competing in chi, competing in strength. I'm indeed a whole step behind a peak 4th rank, let alone facing someone with dual cultivation systems. ZZZ. What do we do? A peak 4th rank with dual systems is the strongest tier below 3rd rank. Neither body nor primordial spirit has a weakness. Can manipulate, can fly, has strong defense, and possesses the sorcerer's blood spirit art to heal injuries. How should I fight? How can I fight him to kill him? Silver Knight Su, I did my best. This son of a bitch is too strong. Don't speak, rest. Leave the rest to me. As Nurgle leads the high-ranking experts to break through the city, the enemy's pressure is greatly reduced, and enemy soldiers are successively climbing the city walls. Sugudu Red Bear, relying on his peak 4th rank physique, is heartily withstanding the attacks of Li Miaojin and Zhang Kaitai on the city walls, slaughtering and destroying indiscriminately. Even though Sugudu Red Bear is constantly being injured himself. But for him, the priority is to break through and kill, or escape if he can't. Destroying Great Feng's defensive artifacts is the ultimate goal. We can't let them continue like this. The losses are too tragic. It's a huge blow to the morale of the soldiers. In warfare, the most feared thing is passivity. We must repel them. I have Luo Yuxing's talisman sword, which can definitely deal with Nurgle, but it's in a fragment of the Earth book. To retrieve it, the movement would be too obvious. Nergal is a peak 4th rank martial artist, he'll definitely be on guard. We need to find a way to divert Nergal's attention first. Duke Wei advanced all the way to your Yan country's capital and killed so many people. How many people does Yan country still have? Soldiers. For this siege, you've basically summoned all the remaining fighting forces, haven't you? Nergal, are you gambling Yan country's fate? He wasn't wrong. In fact, most of these 80,000 troops are from Kong country. Yan country soldiers make up less than 30%. Because there aren't enough soldiers. Wei Yuan almost crippled us. Instead, Kong country, being coastal, wasn't trampled by Wei Yuan's cavalry and its existence is relatively intact. After this battle, Yan country will take at least 50 years to recover its national strength. If this siege is lost, it will almost collapse. For this siege, I didn't deploy the Flying Beast army. As the ruler, I cannot gamble. I must leave an ace unit for Yan country, a seed, even if this unit is small in number. What are you holding in your hand? Didn't you see it? No, I'm talking about the other hand. What was hidden there just now? See. He still discovered it. Prohibition of killing. Back during the Battle of Shanhai Pass, I killed more than one monk. Summoning the heroic souls of monks is much faster and more convenient for me than for you. No, you've miscalculated that. I have no intention of using the killer bronze on you at all. Miaojin, take me there. My real target is Sugudu Red Bear. Not good, we fell for the trap. Red Bear. Be careful. Danger, retreat. Too late, you can't escape. Ah. Enemy chieftain, surrender your head. The enemy chieftain is dead, all generals and soldiers, kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Lord Red Bear, is dead. It's over, we're done for. Run. Run quickly. Damn it, during the first wave of the Kong country army's assault, their highest leader died on the city wall. While that is a huge loss, the truly terrible thing is the morale that has collapsed. The morale of the Allied forces was largely shattered by Su Qi'an's single sword strike. In battlefield combat, the entire army relies on morale, the army collapses like a landslide, refers to losing this spirit. Su Qi'an. Let's see how many trump cards you have left. Go ahead and try. I have plenty of trump cards, old man. The morale of the Kong country soldiers has already fallen into chaos. Continuing the siege is just sending them to their deaths. I must return first to stabilize the morale and regroup. Fortunately, my prestige and martial power far surpass Sugudu Red Bear's. With me here, the army can definitely be stabilized. Look. Nergal is fleeing. Excellent. We won. We won. The enemy forces have retreated, leaving behind nearly 5,000 vanguard troops. This was only the enemy's first wave of attack, quickly. While there's a moment, clear away the corpses of the enemies and our comrades. Yes. Also, have the militiamen carry equipment up to the city wall to resupply crossbow bolts and cannons, and repair the damaged ramparts. Alas, I didn't expect the very first wave of the siege to be this brutal. What are you afraid of? We have Silver Knight Su. 1,300 men, damn sons of bitches, so many of my brothers died in just the first wave of the siege. But the greatest losses are the cannons and bed crossbows. These things require sorcerers to repair, and it won't be fixed overnight. How many brothers did we lose? Luo Yuxing's talisman sword is used up. My few trump cards are depleted, what should I do next? There will likely be even more deaths tomorrow, it's a good thing I have you, otherwise, many more would have died in this battle. How are your injuries? My injuries are fine, I'll be alright after one night's rest, it's just. On the battlefield, hiding intelligence is the greatest taboo. I have no trump cards left. Humph, you go then. I almost forgot you are also 5th rank. All the brothers thought you were a supreme master, the kind of expert stronger than all of us. I won't tell anyone else this secret. I'll say you went to ask for reinforcements. Since you have no trump cards left, it's not suitable for you to stay here. Nurgle will definitely target you tomorrow, whether for revenge or to boost his morale. Look, the enemy's morale has stabilized now. With Nurgle there, the Kong country army won't fall into disarray. Perhaps tomorrow they will attack even more desperately, driven by hatred. If I leave, the morale that was so hard to build up will scatter again. You absolutely must go ask for reinforcements, go notify the court. Daoist Li can fly with his sword, so he's very fast. I will try my best to hold the line until the reinforcements arrive. I won't leave. Duke Wei stayed here, and my brothers stayed here, so I should stay here too. If we leave, what about the civilians behind us? 40 years ago, the witch god cult massacred the people of Xiang, Jing, and Yu prefectures. We cannot repeat that catastrophe. A clay pot is destined to break near the well, and a general is bound to die on the field, they both met a good end. Reinforcements. There are no reinforcements. There won't be any reinforcements. At least, you won't see them. Outside Jade Sun Pass, the capital is the people of Xiang Prefecture. We have nowhere left to retreat. This is the final desperate struggle of the witch god cult. As long as we survive this siege, we will secure victory. We also have reinforcements from the court, we must hold out until they arrive. As long as Silver Knight Su is here, the witch god cult won't even dream of taking the city. Silver Knight Su. If Nurgle comes again tomorrow, we will ensure he never returns. As expected of Silver Knight Su, that sword strike was truly magnificent. That's right. Today, Su Qi'an fought Nurgle head-on, killed Sugudu Red Bear, and repelled the enemy army. This is something everyone witnessed. With Silver Knight Su here, the witch god cult is no threat. Silver Knight Su. In their eyes, you are always so reassuring. You always manage to handle things beautifully. You have never disappointed the people of Great Feng, but... Are you leaving? If you don't leave, you might die. Do I look like the kind of person who would leave? You hesitated. You didn't refuse Zhang Kaitai just now, did you? It's gone, only one page left. I don't want to leave, but I have no trump cards left. One must admit their shortcomings. My biggest flaw is... My flaw is that I'm not strong enough. The spellbook scholar Zhao bestowed upon me are almost depleted, with only one page of Confucian, words follow the law, remaining, even the most useful things will eventually run out. When you executed 2 dukes at the marketplace, why didn't you think you weren't strong enough? Phew. After Wei Yuan died, your backbone seemed to break. Even though you're pretending to be unfazed, I can feel it, you're flustered. Without this backing, you have no confidence in anything you do. You're right. Before, I could be so high-spirited because I had too many dependencies. Duke Wei could always resolve the pressure from the court for me, block both overt and covert schemes in officialdom, and give me the best resources. Whenever I had questions, difficulties, or baffling confusions, the first person I thought of was him. Including when the Purple Lotus Daoist targeted me. Duke Wei took care of everything for me. With him, I had no worries about what I did. After I executed the Duke, the Emperor tolerated it again and again. Now that I think about it, it wasn't just because of the supervisor, Duke Wei was also there, shielding me from the storm. Duke Wei wasn't a helpless scholar. Everyone in the capital knew I was his trusted confidant, and even the emperor had to be wary of him. But then he suddenly left just like that. I'm so heartbroken, so lost. Counting it all up, at first glance, I seemed to have many cheat codes and many backers, but in reality, the only one I could truly rely on was Duke Wei. The supervisor's motives are unclear, I can't trust him. Shunshu used my body to nurture his severed arm and then just fell asleep. Only Duke Wei would help me without expecting anything in return, shielding me from wind and rain. My glory, my prestige, my high spirits, all of it was built on the premise that someone was shielding me from pressure. There won't be any reinforcements at all. The former emperor will definitely obstruct it, dragging it out, and even if reinforcements eventually arrive, these people won't live to see them. But I don't dare to say it. If I do, the morale of the army will completely collapse. But I truly can't defeat Nurgle. Those ordinary soldiers, they don't understand anything, naively believing that I am invincible. You should go. I want to be alone. So, Duke Wei was truly that important to you, so important that losing him caused you to instantly collapse. You are the faith and reliance of the defending soldiers. But where is your reliance? Your support has collapsed. You've become flustered, panicked, and lacking in confidence. You're no longer the spirited person you once were, Duke Wei. Duke Wei is dead. My last shred of hope has extinguished. It's time to read Duke Wei's last words. Su Qi'an, if there are no surprises, these are my last words. Do you still remember when I once told you that this world is far more cruel than you imagine? Leading the army on this campaign is to seal the witch god. The Confucian saint's sealing of the witch god back then involved a secret of the transcendent rank. I cannot tell you too much in this letter. After the Confucian saint's passing, for over 1,000 years, the witch god has accumulated power and begun to break through the seal. This is a disaster for the Central Plains, for humanity, and even for the 9 provinces. Confucianism has been in decline for so long, it can no longer seal the witch god. Since the Battle of Shanhai Pass, the supervisor has not interfered with worldly affairs. I still cannot understand what he intends to do. Great Fang's national strength has been weak until now. To seal the witch god, who else but me? We scholars should establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the common people, pass on lost teachings for past sages, and create peace for all generations. You said this. Zhao Shou took me to the Yasheng Hall. Well said. As expected of the successor I chose. After this battle, the witch god cult may launch an all-out counterattack. I can almost foresee Xiang, Jing, and Yu prefectures becoming rivers of blood. They are doing this to shake Great Fang's destiny, to cooperate with the former emperor from within and without, and to dissipate Great Fang's last remaining destiny. With your abilities, you must have already known this secret, right? You are someone I value, and I have always held the highest expectations for you. Turmoil in the Central Plains is unavoidable. You are Great Fang's last hope. Half of Great Fang's destiny rests on you. If you've made a certain decision in your heart, go find Zhao Shou. I have something with him. Duke Wei. Haven't you always wanted to know about my past? Life is often disappointing, with 8 or 9 out of 10 things not going as planned, but let me tell you about these 2 or 3. My ancestral home is Yuzhou. My father was the prefect of Yuzhou. 40 years ago, the witch god cult captured Xiang, Jing, and Yu prefectures, massacring cities day and night. My entire family died in that slaughter. My mother pushed me into a dry well, allowing me to escape death. I ate moss and insects in the well, hiding for 7 days before daring to come out. The witch god cult retreated, leaving behind a scarred land and corpses. I personally buried my family. At that time, I was dazed, not knowing how to live my life, even having thoughts of suicide. But the flames of hatred sustained me, allowing me to grit my teeth and carry on. I walked thousands of miles to the capital to seek refuge with the Shangguan family. Shangguan Pei was my father's closest friend and classmate. As youths, the two of them traveled together and once encountered mountain bandits. My father risked his life to save his. On my first day at the Shangguan family's residence, I met the love of my life. It was a beautiful spring, flowers blooming in the garden, and the air filled with a comforting fragrance. Under the tree's shadow, a maiden plucked a flower and smiled. At that moment, I was struck by lightning. This is the girl I will protect and cherish for the rest of my life. Her name wasn't Shangguan Shishue, who later became the empress. At the time, I didn't know that she was the woman I would forever yearn for. Perhaps my fate was already sealed the moment I saw her. The years I spent in the Shangguan family were the happiest time of my life. Shangguan Pei treated me like his own son, no, better than his own son. I studied with him, day and night, without ceasing, yearning to achieve fame and marry her. In the 30th year of Xingyang, Emperor Xingyang passed away, Yuan Jing succeeded to the throne, and the emperor chose his concubines. Shangguan Pei had waited a long time for this day. At that time, he was just a minor censor. He yearned to climb higher. The devastatingly beautiful Shishue was his important bargaining chip, and he planned to send Shishue into the palace. With no other choice, she and I tried to elope, leave the capital, and go to a place. I was willing to abandon my future, and she was willing to abandon wealth and glory. But at that time, I was just a scholar. Not long after I tried to escape, I was caught and brought back. One day, I will never forget that day. This Shangguan Pei, whom my father had once risked his life to save, this father of mine. My father's closest friend. This man, who claimed I was the sole heir of the Wei family, had me castrated. Don't you love her? Then I'll let you be with her forever. The imperial harem is dangerous, full of killers at every step. If you truly love her, then protect her. This was the last thing Shangguan Pei said to me, utter humiliation, nothing more. I wasn't content to accept my fate. After much painful reflection, I began to diligently study martial arts, hoping to become a complete man, hoping to be strong enough to take her away from the palace. In the 6th year of Yuan Jing, my past with her was revealed to Yuan Jing by someone, slandering me and her for having an affair. Yuan Jing was furious and wanted to depose the empress and kill me. It just so happened that at that time, General Dugu in the north passed away, and the barbarians invaded, causing great chaos in the northern borders. I immediately made a military pledge: if I don't return victorious, I won't return as a man. That was the beginning of my rise to prominence. From then on, my cultivation grew higher and higher, and Yuan Jing kept her firmly in his grasp. After the victorious return from the Battle of Shanhai Pass, I was already unrivaled in the entire country. Yuan Jing secretly hid her and summoned me, threatening her life to force me to cripple my own cultivation. I agreed. The supervisor scolded me for being blinded by love and short-sighted, but I did not refute him. In the darkest time of my life, she illuminated my world. She was my light. And then, over the next 20 years, I personally killed Shangguan Pei, and by using the concubine Fu case, I killed the empress's maternal uncle, cutting off the Shangguan family's bloodline. The past grievances were thus settled. As my power grew, I gradually started thinking about doing things for Great Feng, and for the common people. I held a position in the imperial court as a eunuch for 20 years. I tried to save this declining country, and gradually stopped looking at her. It's fortunate that a husband can serve his country. Ultimately, I let her down. I originally thought I would live out my life alone, until the year of the capital examination, when your appearance made me overjoyed. I am not alone after all, how delightful. My only regret is that in the end, I never heard you sing that song, a very interesting song. But my life has too many regrets, so I won't dwell on these. I wish that after Wei Yuan, Great Feng will still have a Su Qi'an. Duke Wei. Roar. Quick. 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 The enemy is attacking the city again. Keep up. Everyone behind, hurry and catch up. Quick, quick, quick. Move fast. Go quickly and inform Lord Zhang. Do not let anyone in. Keep up. Everyone behind, hurry and catch up. Wei. No. It's not Duke Wei. Su Qi'an, you. We cannot let Nurgle and his men ascend the city wall again. If that happens, our losses will be too great, and we won't be able to hold on for long. Of course I know that, but if we don't defend, are we supposed to fight to the death below the city? A full 70,000 elite soldiers, one would get soft in the hands just trying to kill them all, not to mention experts like Nurgle. Going down the city wall means certain death. I'll go. I'll charge into their formation. That will alleviate the pressure on the soldiers. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Not only will this alleviate the pressure on the soldiers, but it will also boost morale. If possible, I will kill Nurgle. Kill Nurgle? Su Qi'an, you really are crazy. Behind me. It's Duke Wei's hometown. The enemy forces are vast. Su Qi'an. Miaozhen, lend me your golden core. You. With the heavenly sex cultivation technique, I clearly sensed that Su Qi'an was undergoing a subtle transformation. I've entered the 4th rank. Good. How long does it take for a boy to become a man? Perhaps a lifetime, or perhaps overnight. Overnight, one can enter the 4th rank. How strong is a 4th rank Su Qi'an? No one knows. Although losing a golden core, for a Taoist cultivator, is equivalent to temporarily losing their foundation and cultivation. But no matter how many golden cores, they can't rival his radiant smile. Folk legends of Great Feng say that Silver Knight Su Qi'an single-handedly held back tens of thousands of rebel troops in Yunzhou, quelling the rebellion by himself. How can I disappoint the people? Great Feng Marshal Saint Su Qi'an is here to charge into the formation. Did you hear that? Su Yinluo is going to penetrate the enemy lines. No way. Over 70,000 enemy soldiers are coming fiercely, we can't kill them all even if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights. That's right, even if I stood still and let you kill me, your hands would get soft, and you'd be exhausted. Not to mention an elite enemy force. Don't stick your heads out. Do you want to die? Defend the city. This is your mission. Open fire, all of you, damn it, open fire. Don't just stand there. Su Yinluo is piercing the lines to ease our pressure. Even if you die, you must hold your ground. In ancient times, the Son of Heaven defended the national gate, now, Su Qi'an pierces enemy lines alone. Both are feats worthy of being recorded in history. Damn it, to be able to protect the borders with Su Yinluo, I'd die without regrets. Ah. Ah ah ah. Don't be scared, keep charging. He's only one person, we can bury him with our numbers. Kill. 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 Trapped in the enemy formation, surrounded by foes, every bit of Qi energy I can save is crucial. A 4th rank is still human and has limits. I can't use my Qi energy so freely anymore. I must change my fighting style. With the strength of one person, piercing the lines, I want to cut through tens of thousands of enemy troops. The first thing I need to consider is not the enemy's strength, but my stamina. Duke Wei once told me that during the Battle of Shanhai Pass, most high-rank martial artists died from exhaustion. Damn it! There are too many enemies. Although a warrior's premonition of danger allows me to capture the movements of every enemy soldier, I cannot avoid them. Is this what a real battlefield is like, where masters are cut down by a flurry of blades? I don't have time to think about anything else. Now I just need to focus on one thing. Kill. He has already killed hundreds of us. We can't let him continue killing like this. Get out of the way. Great Fang's warriors, go, die. 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 I don't believe it. Aren't you afraid of death? Yes, but I won't retreat. Is that all? Come on, keep going. He actually wasn't killed by the cannonball. Can we really kill him? Are the cowards of Kong and Yen not real men? Su In Luo. Su In Luo. Below the city, there's a reckless man with unparalleled physique piercing the lines, while above the city, cannons and crossbows provide support. In less than a quarter of an hour, our casualties have already exceeded my expectations. Besieging a city is inherently a grueling task, trading 10 lives for one. If we let this kid keep killing, heavy losses are one thing, but the soldiers losing their nerve would be a major loss. Warriors of Yen and Kong, who will take this fiend's head? The 2nd Battalion of the Assault Division is willing to go and kill the enemy. What's your name? Ali Bai. Good, I permit you to take 2 battalions to go forth and bring me this fiend's head. Are you cowards? The Grand General died on the city wall. If we don't take this city, we will die when we return anyway. If we break the city and kill this arrogant Great Feng brute, we will be promoted and ennobled upon our return. The Grand General died at the hands of this fiend. This great humiliation, this blood feud, must be avenged. Charge. A great humiliation, which must be avenged. An enemy infantry battalion is heading straight for Su In Luo. I must help him. I can't let him pierce the lines alone. You can't go. If you go, what will happen if Nareja leads his experts to attack the city? Without my golden core, I can't restrain him. You'll have to come back to rescue me eventually. Also, the enemy still has 3 infantry battalions of 10,000 each that haven't moved, and their cavalry hasn't moved yet. If you go, even if Nareja suffers heavy losses, killing you would still be a profit for him. But if this continues, Su Qi'an, Why did Su Qi'an pierce the lines alone? Was it for you to descend from the city? He's there to tie down the enemy troops below, to ease your pressure and reduce casualties. Nareja, wary of his trump card, will try to let his army exhaust his qi, forcing him to use it. Su Qi'an piercing the lines alone is an act of suicide. It's only by piercing the lines that he can make his opponents wary, understand? He's sacrificing his own safety to reduce your casualties. Don't act on impulse. The Yenkong allied army would love for Great Fang's experts to descend from the city. That way, they'd even save themselves the trouble of attacking the city. Right now, the defenders believe he is invincible, and their morale is high. If you go, it will be a rescue. In the eyes of the defenders, Su Qi'an's invincible image would crumble. You just need to hold the city. When he's exhausted, he'll naturally return. At that time, we will need to rely on you to deal with Nareja and other experts. Su In Luo. Su In Luo. The soldiers are all high-spirited right now because of Su Qi'an. Yes, she's right. If this invincible spirit is broken, it will be as hard as climbing to the heavens to re-establish it. Su Qi'an. You must come back alive. Ah. Kong Nation Centurion. What are you afraid of? Don't let Great Fang's warriors look down on us. Kong Nation Centurion. That's right, he was born of a father and mother too, and he'll die just the same. Too many, there are simply too many enemies. A martial artist's warning of danger seems to have failed. Beyond an inch, all are enemies. Our few squad leaders are hidden among the ordinary soldiers precisely for this moment. Others, quickly act. These ropes are woven from extremely tough materials, mainly used for pulling siege carts, dragging cannons up city walls, and other heavy-duty tasks. For martial artists below the 5th rank Hua Jin realm, it's almost impossible to break them with brute force. And even a 5th rank Hua Jin wouldn't be able to snap a dozen such ropes. Besides, your neck and both hands are completely ensnared right now. Great Foam Warrior, die. Taiping. Stop it. We absolutely cannot let this blade help him break free. Keep going. Don't stop. Use your bodies to suppress this blade. Twist his head off. 39. Ah. Abandon the blade. Pull together with all your might, and dismember him. Ah. He's too terrifying. This man's physical strength is too terrifying. He is fighting against over 100 of our strong soldiers on 3 fronts, yet he's not losing ground at all. You dog, you've killed so many of my brothers. You, Su, are Wei Yuan's confidant, learning from him to be a hero. I'm tricking you with this blade right now to break your golden body and make you a spineless eunuch dog just like him. Less than 41, he is grappling with over 100 of our strong soldiers on 3 lines, yet he's not losing any ground at all. You. Ah 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 ah. Ah. Ugh. And you're fit to insult him? The captain of the assault battalion, Ali Bai, is dead. Monster, this guy is simply a monster. Run, hurry, and run. Ah ah ah. Su In Luo is invincible. Su In Luo is invincible. Seeing Su Qi'an entangled in ropes earlier, the soldiers' hearts instantly tightened. As tense as they were then, they are now just as exhilarated. Su Qi'an, between us and these defenders, seems to have formed a tacit understanding: as long as the people on the front line don't fall, the rear will be as stable as a mountain. Su In Luo faces the army alone. What reason do we have to fear death? Even if we die, we must hold our ground firmly. Su In Luo. However, if it were me, after such a long period of piercing through enemy lines and fighting, my chi energy would surely be greatly depleted. Su Qi'an and I are both 4th ranks. Even if he is extraordinarily talented and cannot be viewed as an ordinary 4th rank, no matter how much of a genius he is, his chi energy wouldn't be much stronger than mine, an experienced 4th rank. He should come back, he should come back. Su Qi'an's chi energy must have been depleted by more than half by now. He should come back, otherwise, if Nurega and his army and experts tie him down, he'll be ground to death. A 4th rank, if I'm not mistaken, that kid is a 4th rank, a 5th rank couldn't possibly break free from ropes, and their chi energy couldn't be so abundant. But I have fought against Su Qi'an, and I have some grasp of the strength of this legendary Great Feng figure. Yesterday, he was clearly still only a 5th rank. That is to say, he entered the 4th rank overnight. What kind of talent is that? His soaring reputation, his indestructible Vajra body, and his terrifyingly extraordinary talent. If this man is not killed, in 10 or 20 years, he will certainly become a serious threat to the witch god cult. Perhaps, he might even give Great Feng another Wei Yuan. Ha ha ha, it seems you're almost exhausted too. Piercing the lines alone, Su Qian, how much qi energy do you have to keep boiling? All below the third rank are mortals, and mortals have limits. Once the soldiers grind down your spirit, that will be your death. From my rich experience on the battlefield, attacking the city isn't the key right now, the key is to surround and kill Su Qian. The Great Feng defenders' morale is soaring, fearless of death. The biggest factor is that this Su fellow always stands firm. Killing Su Qian means crushing the faith and fighting spirit of the Great Feng defenders. Just as Ali Bai's death caused the remaining infantry of the assault battalion to flee in a panic, losing all will to fight. Just as Sugudu Hongxiong died yesterday, the Kong Kingdom army nearly fell into chaos. Whoever can take Su Qian's head will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 households worth of fiefdom. Those who take his limbs will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and 100 households worth of fiefdom. 1,000 households worth of fiefdom, that means being enfeoffed as a marquis of 1,000 households. Prosperity and glory for generations to come. 1,000 taels of gold, I couldn't spend it all in 8 lifetimes. The Breach Division requests permission. That's right, even if you can't get his head, an arm is enough. The Cavalry Battalion requests. The Mo Dao Army requests permission. Granted. Cavalry Battalion, charge with me. What are you all staring blankly for? Mo Dao Army, charge with me. Don't lose to them, Breach Division, kill with me. Bah! That Su brute from Great Feng is destined to die without a whole corpse. Why wasn't I smart enough to request to go out and fight just now? They just got lucky, those sons of bitches. Great Feng brute, we have a full 20,000 troops charging this time. Let's see if you can survive. Kill. 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 Can Su Yinluo hold them off? Should we go down and save him? Su Yinluo will retreat. If we open the city gates now, the enemy below the city will swarm in, and we won't be able to save anyone at all. But we can't just ignore Su Yinluo in danger. He needs reinforcements, Look quickly, facing the charge of 20,000 troops, Su Yinluo actually stands firm, seemingly waiting for the enemy to arrive. As expected of Su Yinluo. As expected of the hero of Great Feng. He truly is invincible. Not good. Su Qian, he's getting carried away. This is not an isolated case. The martial artist system is different from other systems, as one's cultivation increases. Their minds will become more and more lawless. Those who are overly cautious cannot become high-rank martial artists. For this reason, when fighting on the battlefield, it's easy to get carried away, disregarding everything. Many martial artists will kill and kill until they are trapped deep in the enemy camp, unable to turn back. You all stay here and guard. I'll go save Su Qian. Commander, we will go with you. You must stay here. If all of us go down, the watchful Nurega will surely make his move. I'll go save Su Qian. I will go, he's a junior from my night watchman Yamen. I must protect him for Duke Wei. My golden core tells me that Su Qian still has strength left, enough to hold on until Zhang Kaitai saves him. Su Qian, you must hold on. Kill. Kill. Great Feng brute, prepare to die. The magical artifact that Supervisor Zheng gave me to shield my chi luck has been crushed by my own hands. Now, there is nothing that can block my mighty fortune, and nothing that can influence my absorption of the blessings of all beings. Using the method of nurturing sword intent taught by Chu Yuanjin, I mobilize the power of all beings. This is the profound truth I comprehended during the Buddhist Dharma debate, the core being to borrow the will of all beings to nurture my blade intent. The invincible spirit condensed by the more than 10,000 great Feng soldiers behind me, at this moment, all returns to my body. Do you truly think I, Su Qian, am a fish to be slaughtered at will? One slash of heaven and earth. What happened? It was just a bright flash of light. Nothing. Ah. Ah ah ah. Our 2,000 elites, under that one slash, were reduced by 1/3. That Su fellow, with one slash, 7,000 battle souls were added to heaven and earth. He's not human. Not human. He's not human at all. Run. Hurry and run. What's 1,000 taels of gold, or being a marquis of 1,000 or 100 households, compared to one's life? We can't win, we can't possibly defeat him. Third rank, third rank. He really did have a trump card. That one slash wiped out elites that it would take the Yen and Kong countries years, even decades, to cultivate. With one burst of effort, then a decline, then exhaustion. Fighting until now, the morale of our allied armies has inevitably collapsed. To be scattered alive by a single great Feng martial artist. Is this really something a human can do? Su Qian. This kid actually. Wait. I remember now. This is Su Qian's ultimate move, one slash of heaven and earth. One slash, and the enemy dies, and I am incapacitated. Quick, save them. Go save them. The divination showed, extremely auspicious. I understand. Yes, it must be. This is Su Qian's final trump card. My martial artist's crisis pre-warning had no feedback, and the divination showed extreme auspiciousness. This means that at this moment, he has absolutely no backup left. Su Qian, today I, your lord, will pulverize you to dust, to mourn the fallen soldiers. With my almost unrivaled cultivation below the third rank, killing this young silver gongsman of great Feng is a sure thing. Do you truly think my piercing through the lines is merely to stall for time? My condition. Danger. Restored to peak condition. Danger. Danger. A mental force has locked onto me. My divination clearly indicated extreme auspiciousness, so why would my spiritual refining stage's crisis premonition give such a response? The two have contradicted each other, a situation that has never happened before. Buddhist precept, lay down your butcher's knife. Brother killing intent. Die. Unharmed. My two spells were like mud oxen entering the sea. Wait. I know why the divination showed extreme auspiciousness, because Su Qian has a Taoist golden core in his body. One golden core can break through myriad spells. Divination cannot predict targets with a golden core. Curse-killing techniques and Buddhist precepts are also ineffective against the golden core. I must quickly put distance between us. Higher, fly higher. Crude martial artists cannot stay airborne for long. Flying into the sky will be safe. Duke Wei, the path you were meant to walk, has been completed. And my path has just begun. I will soar like an eagle, striking down all enemies. I have no retreat. At this moment, the Taiping blade, one slash of heaven and earth, heart sword, lion's roar, and nurturing intent all fused into one furnace. This is the power of this single sword. Ah ah ah. Both spirit and body were cut down, dead. He's dead, the Flame Lord actually just died. How is this possible? What should we do? I say, the cowards of Yen and Kong are not men. Am I wrong? Ha 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 ha. With the Flame Lord slain on the battlefield, the armies of Yen and Kong lost their command, instantly scattered, and fled in disarray, collapsing like a mountain. We won. Ha 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 ha, we won. Woo woo woo, Su In Luo is invincible. Su In Luo. Su In Luo. A desperate person, with no retreat. This intent, born in the heart, is only meant to emerge from the blade, to be shattered like jade rather than preserved like tile, harming both oneself and others. Duke Wei, I have entered the 4th rank. I name this / Jade Shatter. Too bad you'll never see it. Are you, alright? How are you here? Where's Li Miaozhen? Why isn't that smelly woman Li Miaozhen here to catch me? She. So noisy. My little brother. It's the soldiers cheering. They're cheering for you, crying and yelling. I've never seen them like this before. I didn't disgrace Duke Wei, did I? No. No. Duke Wei. This is your legacy. Yuyang Pass, Barbican. As a Taoist disciple, I have some knowledge of medicine. After all, to refine elixirs, one must be proficient in pharmacology, and I also carry some medicinal pills for external injuries. However, these pills have no effect whatsoever on Su Qian's injuries. Swallowing them had no effect, and grinding them into powder and applying them to the wound also yielded no results. What in the world is happening? If he keeps bleeding like this, he won't make it through the night. This won't do. We must take him back to the capital. Only the Imperial Astronomy Bureau can save him. Su Qian's almost fatal waist injury, I don't know how it happened, but the phenomenon of his body cracking like porcelain is estimated to be related to the Confucian words become law, ability, originating from a backlash of the spell. Just like the day he forcibly defeated me and Chu Yuanjin, and as a result, his soul scattered, however, this time, his body cracking and bleeding shouldn't just be from an increase in Qi energy. Then, I'll trouble Taoist Li. My golden core is inside him. To some extent, the golden core has stabilized his injuries, otherwise he might already be. How can I fly with my sword without retrieving the golden core? But if I retrieve the golden core, Su Qian might not even make it to the capital alive. Then Su In Luo. You saved Yuyang Pass, you saved these 14,000 soldiers. But what can I use to save you? Wait. Perhaps. You all help look after him. I'll be back soon. Taoist Li. We heard everything you were saying inside. You can save Su In Luo, you can save Su In Luo. Right. Taoist Li, you. Everyone, Su Qian and I are at Yuyang Pass on the border of Xiang Province. He is severely wounded and on the verge of death. Li Miaozhen, in 3 concise parts, described Su Qian's situation. What should we do now? Has Sir Su's situation already become this dire? Amitba, this humble monk now wishes to go to the northeast to transcend these barbarians. So, now it's only your golden core inside him that's temporarily sustaining his breath. It seems whenever Su Qian is involved, Huiqing changes. Yes, without the golden core, I cannot fly with my sword. If I retrieve the golden core, Su Qian won't last until we reach the capital. I cannot risk his life. So, no matter what method you use, you must act quickly. What do you mean by not risking his life? According to your personality as the Swallow Knight, shouldn't it be 3 parts destined by heaven, 7 parts earned through hard work? I'm taking you now. If you return to the capital, whether you live or die depends on your luck, little brother. How long can he last? There won't be a life-threatening risk before noon tomorrow, but if the golden core is removed, he might only live for an hour at most, or even less. Then that makes it easy. If you can't go back, then have someone from the Imperial Astronomy Bureau come here. Yang Qianhuan's teleportation array is faster than sword flight. He has enough time to rush from the capital and should be able to return before noon tomorrow. This idea is so simple, I can't believe I didn't think of it. It seems he cares. All hell has broken loose. There's a curfew now, so Lina and Heng Yuan can't walk inside the city. Number 1, this matter can only be entrusted to you. Number 1 holds a high position in the imperial court, so the curfew probably won't hinder him. Feel free to mention any difficulties. It's great to solve problems and overcome difficulties together. Number 5, you don't seem to have done anything, so what's with this tone as if you're an important participant? Number 4, how are things on the northern front? The Jing Kingdom's cavalry retreated. I originally thought the fighting would continue for several months, but I didn't expect Duke Wei to reach the main altar of the witch god cult in just 10 days. Li Miaozhen, can you now tell us the specific situation? Now, can you tell us the specifics? Was he injured by Nurega? I remember the Flame Lord of Yen was a dual-system 4th rank peak, almost the strongest tier below the 3rd rank. 80,000 troops from Yen and Kong besieged the city. Su Qian was injured while piercing through their lines alone. Nonsense. How can you be so reckless? Sir Su is truly too impulsive. How is this any different from seeking death? It truly is a suicide mission. Given Su Qian's current state, if he didn't have Li Miaozhen's golden core protecting him, he would probably have already gone to the underworld. If only I had gone with him to Yuyang Pass that day. No matter how many troops you had, I would have smashed them all. Seriously, finish what you're saying. He alone pierced through their lines, almost blocking all the enemy's elite forces. Twice, he caused the enemy's morale to collapse, sending them fleeing in panic. The garrison cleared the bodies after the battle and roughly estimated that he killed at least 9,000 people in today's battle. During the defense of the city yesterday, he killed the Red Bear of Sugu. Today, after piercing through the lines, he single-handedly slew the Flame Lord Nurega, terrifying the remaining 50,000 enemy troops into retreat. One person, killing 9,000 enemies, slaying 2 peak 4th rank experts, one of whom was known as the strongest tier below the 3rd rank. This must be false, this must be false. A scholar has a calm heart, and I am a knight-errant who has traveled through Kyushu for several years, possessing sufficient knowledge and experience. But now, I just want to grab Li Miaozhen by the collar and tell her not to joke around. I remember Su Qian was a 5th rank refined energy cultivator. With a 5th rank cultivation, let alone killing 9,000 enemies, he should have been exhausted after killing 2,000. But Li Miaozhen wouldn't lie, especially since lying about this would be pointless. What trump card did he have? He entered 4th rank overnight. Entered 4th rank overnight? He actually entered 4th rank overnight. I remember before the expedition, Su Qian was always stuck on the intent hurdle and couldn't break through. I didn't expect that after Wei Yuan's death, he would actually advance to 4th rank overnight. The death of that man must have been a great blow to him. Piercing through the lines alone, Su Qian, wasn't he disregarding his own life? It was a soul-wrenching pain. The Earth Book group suddenly fell silent. It seems they are all immersed in their own emotions and no longer wish to send messages. Before dawn, Yang Qianhuan of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau will come. Excellent, excellent. Su Yinluo is finally saved. If Su Yinluo dies here, it will be a lingering shadow throughout our lives. We will live the rest of our days in self-reproach and guilt. Alright, go out and tell the brothers to hurry and disperse. Those who need rest should rest, those who need bandaging should get bandaged. Don't just stand there. You fought for a day, you're all tired. Listen, that, sir, they all refuse to leave. Sir, we're not leaving. We won't leave until Su Inluo wakes up. These honest and stubborn brutes, well, let them be. The air was filled with a bloody aura, a fierce battle had just taken place here. Huh? What's going on? There are hardly any patrolling soldiers on the city wall. So they're all here, but what are these crude soldiers doing, not resting or guarding the city in the middle of the night? There are quite a few people, good thing I was prepared. Who's there? Yang Qianhuan. I didn't expect that even with this understated attire, I still can't conceal my innate brilliance. Taoist Li, it seems Yang has left an indelible impression on your heart. No, I asked someone to invite you. Why are you dressed like that? There are too many people here. No matter where I stand, someone will see my face. This does not align with my demeanor as a transcendent master, nor with the solitude of turning my back on the world. The supervisor's third disciple has an unimaginable obsession with showing people his back. Quickly, check on Su Qi'an. How is he? All right. He's beyond saving. Oh no, he can still be saved. Then why were you shaking your head and sighing just now? No special reason, it just highlights my importance, doesn't it? At critical moments, it still has to be me who steps in. Damn it, I really want to chop him to death. Calm down, calm down. I must hold back. Saving him is the priority right now. How did he get so injured? You don't know. Why should I know? Do you also think I'm imitating him, like junior sister Kaiwei? Sure enough, Yang Qianhuan is a master at imitating Su's way of appearing miraculously, and he always manages to do it before Su does. If he knew what Sun Yan had done, he'd surely be beating his chest in envy. Forget it, it's better not to tell him for now, at least not until Su Qian's injuries are stabilized. My apologies, senior brother Yang. That's more like it. What are you doing? He's severely injured. Give him strong medicine. Is that what strong medicine means? Are you sure you're not retaliating? I can only stabilize his injuries. To save him, my master must personally intervene. Even you can't do it. Yang Qianhuan is the pillar of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau. Besides the supervisor, I've never seen any other warlock in the Imperial Astronomy Bureau with a higher rank than Yang Qianhuan. This kid brought it upon himself, it has nothing to do with my abilities. He must have used the Confucian words become law ability. Without the protection of noble righteousness, he dared to use Confucian spells. Looking at his horrific injuries, what did he gain by using Confucian spells? Perhaps it's related to combat power and his state. Tich, forcibly enhancing combat power. He's truly not afraid of death. Even fourth-rank Confucians wouldn't dare to play like this. Really? Of course. The few fourth-rank scholars from Yinlu Academy usually only dare to use techniques like pants falling down or retreat 100 li when fighting, which have effects but don't cause too much damage. This is because there's a limit to how much backlash noble righteousness can counteract. Otherwise, wouldn't Confucianism be invincible? When Confucianism was at its peak, wasn't it invincible? Is this how we're going to chat? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Cough, once he's absorbed the medicine and the pain subsides, we'll take him back. Don't underestimate the pain, it might just pain him to death. Alright, I'm going out for a stroll. Since I, the great master, have come, how can I remain hidden? I must make a grand appearance. I am Yang Qianhuan of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau, the third disciple of the supervisor. Good. 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 Excellent. I'm actually so welcomed. This isn't quite right, no, it's perfectly reasonable. What's going on? What's wrong with everyone? That person is a warlock from the Imperial Astronomy Bureau, the third disciple of the supervisor. What? This is great, truly great. Yes, yes. Su Inluo is saved, Su Inluo is finally saved. Less than 55 woohoo, Su Inluo is saved, Su Inluo is finally saved. Woo-woo, Su Inluo is saved, Su Inluo is finally saved. Are you kidding me? The reason they're cheering is because Su Qian is saved, not me. Damn it. Why was Su born if Yang also lives? I know Su Qian has a high reputation in Dafeng, but even if these soldiers, who only recognize military achievements, respect Su Inluo, this scene is still too exaggerated. I have a bad feeling. Su Qian, what has he done now? Su Inluo is truly righteous. To alleviate our pressure, he single-handedly went into the fray and pierced through their lines. This is the same trick as when he executed the Duke at the marketplace. He still knows how to win people's hearts. Su Inluo, all by himself, routed the enemy army twice and killed nearly 10,000 people. What? Single-handedly killed 20,000 people. Silver gongs acknowledge silver gongs. Su Inluo, relying on his own strength, single-handedly killed the Flame Lord Nurega amidst tens of thousands of troops. Su Inluo is invincible. In this life, I only wish to follow Su Inluo. I was wrong. I still underestimated Su Qian. I originally thought executing the Duke at the marketplace was the peak of his life, but I didn't expect him to do even more this time. He's clearly afraid I'll steal his thunder, deliberately running off to the border just to avoid me. What a despicable and shameless person. Are you alright? He routed the enemy army twice, killed nearly 10,000, and took the head of an enemy general amidst tens of thousands of troops. Why shouldn't Su Qian ride the wind and soar 90,000 miles high? So that's why you're so devastated. I can't laugh, absolutely cannot laugh. I am a saintess of the Heaven sect. Please tell me, where is the capital of Yen? You're going to Yen. But Su Qian repelled the enemy in front of over 10,000 defending soldiers. What good would it do for you to go to Yen alone? What about the main altar of the witch god cult? Do I still have a chance? That place has already been captured by Wei Yuan. No. Su Qian seems much better. Let's return to the capital and find the supervisor to save him. There's no saving you. Just wait to die. Daoist Li, I hear the cheers of the soldiers. Has Yang Qianhuan arrived? Where is he? What's wrong with him? He just learned of Su Qian's deeds. Then that's truly pitiful. Oh, I will arrange for my deputy general to return to the capital with you to report the events here to the imperial court. Although the Yen and Kong allied forces suffered heavy losses and have retreated, we cannot let down our guard. They might return at any time, so I hope the imperial court makes arrangements soon. Furthermore, the fallen soldiers must be reported to the imperial court, and Su Qian's merit in single-handedly holding off 80,000 enemy troops must also be reported to the court. Good. Early in the hour of the cabinet. What does His Majesty mean by this? Why, after 2 days of discussion, has he not expressed an opinion? Grand Secretary, Wang Zhenwen. For 2 consecutive days of court sessions, discussions revolved around post-war arrangements, but regarding the nature of this battle and the prevention of possible retaliation from the witch god cult, His Majesty displayed an extremely passive attitude. He talked endlessly about trivial matters, but never mentioned the important ones. No matter how the officials remonstrated, His Majesty ignored them. The supervising censors have been in a frenzy these past 2 days. Yesterday they submitted memorials, and today they directly admonished His Majesty in court, only to be dragged out and flogged with court canes. Scholar of Dongga Hall, Zhao Tingfang. His Majesty seems unwilling to grant Duke Wei a posthumous honor. As for the deployment of troops in the 3 northeastern prefectures. Scholar of Wuying Hall, Qian Qingshu. If it were anyone else, such actions could be branded as treason. But His Majesty is the ruler of a country, naturally, that's impossible. One can only say he's been confused lately. After lunch, I'll go to the stargazing tower to see the supervisor. You people, your political acumen is still not sharp enough. Ever since Wei Yuan died in battle, I have been reviewing this based on the intelligence that has returned. This matter not only involves 2 countries, but also involves the hidden aspects of peak ranks. The latter is a field that we civil officials cannot dabble in, but the supervisor definitely knows. Why not ask the supervisor to pressure His Majesty? The current situation is tense. Even if these words spread and become a reason for political enemies to attack, the position of Grand Scholar may not be secure. But I still have to speak, I only wish His Majesty could quickly make a decision. Scholar of Jianji Hall, Chen Qi. Several sirs, a man claiming to be Deputy General Zhang Kaitai is asking to see you. He wishes to see the Grand Secretary. Zhang Kaitai's Deputy General, why isn't he at the Ministry of War but instead at the Cabinet? Perhaps he went to the Ministry of War. Does he have urgent matters to see the Grand Secretary about? Let him in. This humble General Li Yi, Deputy Commander Zhang, greets you sirs. Dressed like this, how did he enter the imperial city? Why aren't you with the border army? Why are you back? When did you return? This humble general was at Yuyang Pass in Xiangzhou yesterday, and just returned to the capital this morning. Yang Qianhuan of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau brought me back. Is the urgent intelligence true? Wei Yuan, he truly died for the country. There is no hope left. Why do you seek an audience with this official? The day before yesterday, 80,000 allied troops from Yan and Kong attacked Yuyang Pass. What? Didn't Wei Yuan just capture the witch god cult's main altar? Didn't he pierce through Yan's heartland? The witch god cult suffered heavy losses, so they should be enduring humiliation and building up strength. How could they assemble an army of 80,000 to attack Yuyang Pass in less than a month? What is the battle situation? How many cities in Xiangzhou have been captured? 80,000 allied troops from Yan and Kong, fueled by the flames of revenge, would surely fight to the death. With the border defenders demoralized by Wei Yuan's death in battle, Yuyang Pass must have fallen. No, Grand Secretary, we held it. Fortunately, Su Yinluo was there at the time. He almost single-handedly helped us repel the enemy. Phew, thankfully. Given Su Qian's past ability to handle matters, he always manages to solve things, whether through violence or other extreme means. Having him there isn't surprising. With Su Qian's cultivation level, where does this phrase, single-handedly, even come from? Su Yinluo single-handedly pierced through their lines, cutting through the enemy army, killing over 10,000 enemy soldiers in total, slaying Sugudu Hongxiong, the commander of Kong, and beheading the Flame Lord Nurega with a single saber amidst thousands of troops. Is it true? This humble officer dare not fabricate military intelligence. I have already sent the dispatch to the Ministry of War. It's here at the behest of Commander Zhang, hoping that the Grand Secretary and the Sirs can make a decision as soon as possible to dispatch reinforcements to the 3 border prefectures. You may wait outside. We will discuss for a moment. Yes. That little bronze gong during the year of the capital inspection, at that time, he was still just a nobody, reliant on Wei Yuan's favor, jumping up and down. Now that Wei Yuan has died in battle, he has become a legendary figure capable of standing alone. Things have changed, people have changed. Killing nearly 10,000 enemies below the city walls and beheading the Flame Lord Nurega with a single saber, with this merit alone, being granted a marquisate would be assured. I didn't expect him to have grown to this extent. In as little as 5 years, or as long as 10, replacing the Prince of Jinbei and becoming the Great Feng's foremost martial artist will be no problem. His Majesty completely broke ties with Su Qian for the sake of Prince Huai and the imperial family's reputation. And given Su Qian's character, even if His Majesty lets bygones be bygones, he won't return to the imperial court. What a pity, what a great pity. After Wei Yuan's death, perhaps he will leave the capital. Didn't expect the witch god cult's retaliation to come so swiftly, this is not logical. Nurega might have been blinded by hatred, but Kang wouldn't be, and above them are the high-ranking shamans of the witch god cult. Jinghua is fighting in the north, and Yen suffered heavy losses and urgently needs to recuperate. Only Kang's military strength remains well preserved. Such a furious charge might bring temporary gratification, but once Dafeng reacts and deploys troops, it would pose a risk of national annihilation for Yen. Then what reason caused them to invade south regardless of everything? Perhaps the supervisor can tell me. Quick, invite that general in. Yes. This official asks you, do you have anything else to report? Has Qian arrived in the capital? Not yet. What else is there? It seems he won't be that fast. Apart from the provisions brought when we set out, the logistics unit never sent any more supplies. While the army was fighting the enemy, the Ministry of Revenue in the 3 prefectures cut off our supplies. After we retreated, we questioned the officials from the Ministry of Revenue in the 3 prefectures, only to learn that the military provisions were gone. What did you say? What do you mean the military provisions are gone? Before the army set out, what about the provisions transported to the border? Did the Ministry of Revenue in the 3 prefectures not check them? Did you not check them? Where are the escort officers? Where are the provision supervisors? What is the most important thing in war? Provisions come first. 10,000 people, eating and feeding horses, without provisions, there will be mutiny. We naturally sent people to check, but when we returned, we discovered the provisions were gone, secretly transported away. The escort officers and provision supervisors, and other responsible officials, were also nowhere to be found. Qian questioned the officials from the Ministry of Revenue. Those corrupt officials only said they were acting under orders and said nothing else. So Qian, in a fit of rage, cut them all down. Acting under orders, whose orders? Whose orders? That Qian, who told him to cut everyone down. He cut them down, who do we ask now? Barbarian. Damn barbarian. I'm going to see the supervisor. The Ministry of War. The content of the dispatch reported only 2 things. Firstly, the allied forces of Yen and Kang, attacking Yuyang Pass, were defeated by Su Qian alone, killing tens of thousands of enemies and slaying the Flame Lord, causing the allied forces to rout. Secondly, the provisions mysteriously disappeared. Minister of War. Besides the dispatch, there was also a handwritten letter from Zhang Kaitai, earnestly asking me and censors like Zhang Xingying to help save Qian. Killing officials of the Ministry of Revenue is already akin to mutiny. Since ancient times, in a mutiny, soldiers can be angry, but the leader must die. And I am someone Wei Gong personally promoted, a backbone of Wei's faction. Come here. Leak the content of the dispatch, only the first part, not the second. Yes. The matter of the provisions has not yet been decided and is of great importance. It is not suitable to reveal it now. But Su Qian's deeds can be spread, with the aim of publicizing the victory of this battle. Isn't His Majesty indecisive? Isn't he unwilling to grant Duke Wei a posthumous honor? Then I will give him a push. Soon, the story of Su Qian single-handedly fending off Yan and Kong spread among court officials and in the marketplace, pushed by interested parties. Just now, I learned news from a friend in the Ministry of War. The day before yesterday, 80,000 allied elite troops from Yan and Kong gathered and attacked Yuyang Pass. What? You mean, Xiangzhou has fallen? No, no. Su Yinluo just happened to be there, one man, one saber, killed over 20,000 enemy soldiers, killed the commander of Kong, and even that flame lord was slain by him. Nonsense, eat more vegetables and drink less wine, you're just speaking drunkenly. This matter is absolutely true. Such a big matter, you will know it sooner or later anyway, why would I lie to you? Is my reputation worthless? What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, something big has happened. Are guests fighting? 80,000 allied troops from Yan and Kong attacked the border, and were completely wiped out by Su Yinluo alone. Even the Flame Lord is dead. What? Su Yinluo single-handedly killed 100,000 enemy soldiers. A certain pleasure house. Have you heard? Su Yinluo single-handedly held off 100,000 Yan and Kong allied troops at the Xiangzhou border, leaving none alive. Isn't Su Yinluo in the capital? Who told you he was in the capital? This is classified imperial intelligence. I only know about it because a relative of mine is an official in the court. A full 100,000 troops, good heavens, the pile of their corpses would be taller than the city walls. Too amazing. As expected of Su Yinluo. Truly, heaven blesses our great Feng. Everyone, listen to me, I'm about to tell you something big and exciting. What is it? You can choose not to believe me, but I can guarantee that every word is true. Yesterday, at Yuyang Pass, Su Yinluo single-handedly held off the witch god cult's 150,000 troops. 10,000 with each saber strike. After 15 strikes, the enemy army was annihilated. Is that true? I heard about it too, but they say it wasn't 150,000, but 200,000. Huh, wasn't it 250,000? Don't you dare slander Su Yinluo's achievements. Don't spread rumors, I clearly heard that Su Yinluo killed 300,000 enemy troops with one sword. Just like that, the news spread from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, quickly circulating among the common folk in the capital. The people of the capital were delighted, all with an expression of, as expected of him. Some also looked worried, believing that if Su Yinluo continued like this, the human world would no longer be able to contain him, and he would ascend to the heavens. Dafeng couldn't afford this loss. Imperial Palace, Crown Prince's Eastern Palace. Is this true? Absolutely true. This matter has already spread throughout the capital, though it's getting a bit exaggerated. But this subordinate would never dare to deceive your highness. I must quickly find Linen. As early as the concubine Fu case, I already noticed that Linen and Su Qian had feelings for each other. Especially my sister, who doesn't understand the sinister nature of human hearts, it's not an exaggeration to say her affection runs deep. Su Qian has offended the emperor, which is a death sentence. But he is so useful. If I could recruit that Su fellow to my side, it would greatly benefit my succession to the throne. Setting aside everything else, if a martial artist of such high cultivation and peak power were to wholeheartedly pledge loyalty to me, at the very least, my safety would be assured. Shaoyin Garden. Where is Linen? Her Highness is currently in the courtyard. Imperial brother, why do you have time to visit me? I've come to share a big piece of news with my sister. Just like that, the crown prince recounted Su Qian's heroic feat at Yuyang Pass to Linen. Su Qian is indeed a rare and outstanding talent. What do you think of him? Although my words might be suspected of using my sister to win people's hearts, as the crown prince, it's a basic maneuver. He went to the northeast border. What made him travel such a long distance to the border, to lead the charge and fight? Wei Yuan's death must have hit him hard. Yes, indeed, single-handedly piercing through lines, slaying 10,000 men, and routing 50,000 enemy troops. A feat rarely seen in the annals of Dafeng history. Wait, Is this what it feels like to love someone? The first thing you consider is always their joys and sorrows, not the glory and splendor they bring. Imperial Blade Guard, Barracks. Congratulations, Lord Su. The Su family is truly a loyal and heroic household. Your second son went to war with the army, and your eldest son single-handedly guarded the border, achieving great merits. I say, Lord Su had excellent foresight. He recognized early on that Su Yin Luo was a martial arts prodigy with natural talent. Yes, I used to secretly curse Lord Su for being an unworthy father. He. You don't have to say that, you crude martial artist. Stargazing Tower. In my memory, the number of times I've ascended to the top of this stargazing tower is no more than 5. The number of times I've seen the supervisor is also no more than 5. This guardian deity of Dafeng, this immortal figure who has observed the human world for 500 years, is clearly in the mortal world, yet seems detached from it. Since I began my career as an official, the only time I truly saw the supervisor intervene in court affairs was when he forced Emperor Yuanjing to issue an edict of self-reproach. What exactly are you thinking? I'm not jealous, damn Su Ningyan, damn Su Ningyan, damn Su Ningyan. Is your disciple unwell? Pay no mind. Immediately after, Grand Secretary Wang Zhenwen recounted the 2 dispatches to the supervisor. The first dispatch was about Wei Yuan's death in battle, and the second was about the provisions. Please instruct me, Supervisor. Grand Secretary, what do you think? In this Dafeng, who could cut off the provisions of 100,000 troops? Could it be? He also had a hand in Prince Huai's city slaughtering case, didn't he? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Why have you never stopped him? This empire is his, isn't it? But this empire also belongs to the common people. Your Majesty, why rebel? Stargazing Tower, 7th floor. The injury is so serious. If he's so badly injured, even if he recovers, there will be lingering problems. How about we give young Master Su a new body? I think it would be very interesting. And then, this body is left for Senior Brother Song to use for biological alchemy experiments. Young Master Su has been obsessed with alchemy his whole life. I'm sure he'd be happy to dedicate himself to alchemy. Nonsense. How can young Master Su's body be used for experiments? We should at least ask for his opinion. That's basic courtesy. Go. None of the supervisor's disciples are normal. Among the senior brothers and sisters personally taught by Master, I am the most intelligent and normal. Excuse me, young lady, where does your confidence come from? Imperial Palace. Everyone in the marketplace is praising Su. As for that scoundrel Su Qian's deeds, some say he killed 100,000 enemies, some say 150,000, some say 200,000, and some even say 500,000 elite soldiers. No wonder they say gossip is terrifying. Whether it's good or bad, if it spreads too much, it changes. But this Su Qian, though hateful and deserving of death, isn't entirely useless. Bring Yuan Xiong and Qin Yuan Dao to me. Yes. The witch god cult was so incompetent. 80,000 elites were killed and defeated by a mere young man, and even their two main generals died one after another. If I can't slaughter the 3 prefectures of Xiang, Jing, and Yu, I can't diminish Dafeng's destiny and ruin my plans. Wei Yuan, oh Wei Yuan, it seems it's fated for you to be reviled for all eternity after your death. Half an hour later. Your Majesty, Qin Yuandao and Yuan Xiong are waiting outside. Yes. Let Qin Yuandao enter first. Vice Minister of War, Qin Yuandao. Your Majesty. You did very well. A grand academician of the cabinet is a pillar of the nation. I have observed for a long time and believe that Minister Qin can handle it. Your Majesty praises too much. This minister is unworthy. Minister Qin, do not decline. Once the matter of Wei Yuan is settled, the situation in the imperial court should also change. To receive the monarch's salary is to bear the monarch's worries. To share your Majesty's burdens is a minister's duty. You may withdraw. Yes. Let Yuan Xiong come in to see me. They say the most important thing in officialdom is not to serve the country, the monarch, or the people, but the 4 words, blend in with the light and dust, censor Yuan, you truly understand this principle. This humble minister confesses his crime. Oh. What crime do you have? Tell me. Not being able to share your Majesty's worries is my greatest crime. Now that Wei Yuan has died in battle at the witch god cult's main altar, Jingshan City, the Nightwatch men cannot be without a leader. We need someone to command the Nightwatch men, as well as the censors. I had originally intended to appoint Minister Yuan. This humble minister will serve your Majesty with all his life. What is your opinion on the war in the northeast, Minister Yuan? Please enlighten me, your Majesty. The next day, Court Assembly. Your Majesty, the matter of compensation should not be delayed further. Please make a decision soon, to give an explanation to the people of the world and to the families of the fallen soldiers. What do you, my esteemed ministers, think? Your Majesty, Duke Wei captured the witch god cult's main altar, annihilated Jingshan City, setting a precedent unseen in the Central Plains dynasties. Your humble servant requests your Majesty to posthumously grant Duke Wei the title of first-rank Duke of Wei, with the posthumous name Zhongwu, loyal and martial. Your humble servant concurs. Your humble servant concurs. Nonsense. Zhang Xingying and the others are spouting nonsense. Your Majesty, you must not be misled by these treacherous officials. Right Censor-in-Chief Yuan Xiong. Ha! What kind of mischief is this guy planning now? Minister Yuan, why do you say that? Wei Yuan was the military god of our great Feng, rendering meritorious service to the state, and sacrificed himself for the country. During his lifetime, he was also my confidant. Granting him a posthumous title is appropriate. Your Majesty. Wei Yuan, this man, his death is not to be regretted. He was a reckless man who brought disaster to the nation and its people, not a meritorious official. You scoundrel. Presumptuous. No shouting. Exactly. Wei Yuan did indeed capture the witch god cult's main altar, setting a historical precedent. But precisely because of this, Wei Yuan's crimes are too numerous to be fully recorded. Capturing the witch god cult's main altar is a crime. Your Majesty, Yuan Xiong colluded with the witch god cult, betrayed the country, and colluded with the enemy. Please behead this villain. The purpose of the army's expedition was to assist the Yao Man and prevent the witch god cult's ambition of annexing the northern border. But, everyone, look at what Wei Yuan did. He led his army to the witch god cult's main altar, Jingshan City, causing over 80,000 of our Great Fang's soldiers to be buried in a foreign land. Wei Yuan clearly acted out of selfish ambition, rashly seeking glory, which led to such heavy losses. Your Majesty, over 80,000 soldiers. They have elderly parents to support above them, and children to raise below them. Precisely because Wei Yuan sought glory, he caused the soldiers to die in a foreign land. How can such a calamity-inducing individual be granted a title? How can he be given the posthumous name Zhongwu? Yuan Xiong, stop spouting such absurd and misleading words here. To aid the Yaoman and force the witch god cult to retreat, is there any better way than capturing their main altar? After Wei Yuan captured the main altar, the Jing kingdom immediately retreated. This is the best proof. Furthermore, casualties are inevitable in battle. However, capturing the witch god cult's main altar is an unprecedented feat. How dare you slander it? Slander? There are plenty of ways to force the Jing kingdom to retreat. Is capturing the Yan kingdom more difficult than capturing Jingshan city? Is capturing the Jing kingdom's capital more difficult than capturing Jingshan city? Wei Yuan is a master of military strategy, he couldn't possibly be unaware of these principles. But he deliberately chose Jingshan city, ultimately leading to the near annihilation of 100,000 troops, with only a little over 10,000 escaping. Why? Wasn't he, Wei Yuan, just trying to create a historical precedent and leave his name in the annals of history? What Yuan Xiong said also seems to have some merit. That's right, the purpose of this expedition was to contain the Jing kingdom and force their retreat. If Wei Yuan had just severely crippled the Yan kingdom, besieged their city, and then crippled the Kong kingdom that came to reinforce, could the Jing kingdom still not retreat? Wei Yuan had already done it, marching the army to the capital of the Yan kingdom. The next step would have been to encircle and strike at reinforcements, or perhaps a direct surprise attack on the Jing kingdom's capital would have been even better. But he insisted on attacking Jingshan city, ultimately perishing along with the witch god cult's main altar. While this indeed set a historical precedent, it also decimated the army. I don't believe that Wei Yuan had no ambition for glory and rash advancement. Your Majesty, I believe Censor Yuan's words are extremely true. Wei Yuan's rash ambition not only led to the loss of 80,000 troops but also invited retaliation from the witch god cult. If Su Qian hadn't happened to be at Yuyang Pass in Xiangzhou at that time, Xiangzhou would probably have turned into ruins, and its people would have been brutally massacred in retaliation, replaying the tragedy of 40 years ago. Damn it! Qin Yuandao actually used this matter to attack Duke Wei, and it is indeed true, making it impossible to refute. Once Yuyang Pass falls and the people of the province suffer retaliatory massacres, then Duke Wei's actions will have no merit whatsoever. This joint attack by the Yan and Kong allied forces on Yuyang Pass simply paved the way for Your Majesty to suppress Wei Yuan's merits. Grand Secretary Wang Junwen. Just for a posthumous reputation? It's not that simple, there must be other hidden circumstances behind it. Or, suppressing Wei Yuan's achievements is only one of the objectives. To be honest, I have already met Su Qian, and he told your humble servant that the reason he went to Yuyang Pass was at Wei Yuan's request. Wei Yuan knew the witch god cult would retaliate, so he made preparations. Brilliant. Qin Yuandao used Su Qian's achievements to attack Duke Wei. Grand Secretary Wang's move is akin to pulling the rug out from under him. This is something that cannot be verified, because regardless of whether it's true or false, Su Qian will definitely side with Duke Wei. The older ginger is spicier. Since he had already anticipated the witch god cult's retaliation, why didn't he inform the court and instead entrusted it to a commoner out of office? Is Grand Secretary Wang treating His Majesty as a 3-year-old child, to be casually fooled? Yes. Censor Yuan's words are extremely true. Your Majesty, Wei Yuan's rash ambition led to catastrophic losses for our great Feng. Even the Yao Man did not suffer as terribly as our great Feng. Is this aiding the Yao Man? This is weakening our own national strength. Jingshan city may have fallen, but what kind of victory is this for our great Feng? Yes, the Yao men are probably overjoyed right now, reaping the benefits of others' struggles. If they invade the Chu state border again next year, what then? Enough. Wei Yuan was my confidant, accompanying me for over 20 years. He sacrificed himself for the country, and I am deeply heartbroken. Let us discuss this matter again tomorrow. I never would have thought that Wang Zhenwen, this old grand secretary who had battled Wei Yuan for half his life, would, with an incredible attitude, steadfastly stand on the side of former Wei party members. However, there were ultimately different voices in the imperial court. Since the Kong kingdom is so incompetent, then I will act myself. Sir, we have arrived. North of the city, a small courtyard. Don't be rude. Do you know who stands before you? Mother, we have guests. Who are you? You are Lord Lu Zhennan's wife. Do you want to clear Lu Zhennan's name? Right, Censor-in-Chief Yuan Xiong. Selling people, raping good women, and still want to clear his name. The high official who exiled your son is named Wei Yuan. He was the head of the Nightwatchman's office, and he has already died on the battlefield. There are people who want to clear the names of those innocent individuals framed by Wei Yuan, to restore their reputations, and to bring clarity back to official governance. If you go to the Meridian Gate and beat the Dengguan drum to accuse Wei Yuan of insatiable greed and slandering innocent people, I can guarantee that your son, who was exiled to the border, will be back to reunite with you before the spring sacrifice this year. Imperial appeals are met with beatings. Don't worry, we will ensure your safety. If you die, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? The accusation letter has already been written for you. If you handle this well, not only will your son return, but afterwards, there will be a reward of 50 taels of gold, enough for your family to live a life of luxury. Thank you, sir, for seeking justice for this humble woman. I will now teach you the process and methods for lodging an imperial appeal. That day, the drums boomed outside the Meridian Gate. An old woman, with her daughter-in-law and young grandson, struck the Dengguan drum outside the Meridian Gate, accusing Wei Yuan of insatiable greed and slandering innocent people. Emperor Yuanjing, who had been idle for 21 years, was furious upon hearing this. He ordered the censorate to strictly investigate the matter. This news quickly spread among the capital's officials, and undercurrents surged within the imperial bureaucracy. Censorate interrogation room. Are you Lady Lu Li? I am, this humble woman is. Look up. Is that you? I am Yuan Xiong. What injustice have you suffered? Tell me truthfully. This humble woman, what I have to say, is all written in the accusation letter. Not enough, it needs to be more detailed. I will ask, and you will answer, without concealing anything, understand? Did your husband, Lu Zhennan, ever abduct people, or kidnap decent women, children, or adult men? There's absolutely no such thing. My husband Lu Zhennan was a small businessman in the fabric trade, a diligent and law-abiding citizen. How could he have abducted people? Then why did Master Dao, the leader of the human trafficking organization, insist that Lu Zhennan was a prominent figure in their group? This humble woman doesn't know. This humble woman has never even heard of this person. Besides, my husband was already dead from illness at the time. They are just slandering him with their words, bullying someone who can't speak from the grave. Oh, false accusations. After the Lu family was raided, what else did you encounter? Those Nightwatch men came to our house every few days, causing trouble and demanding money. They also harassed my daughter-in-law. Oh, extortion, preying on the common people. What else? Oh, defiled your daughter-in-law, raped decent women. Imperial study. Soon, Yuan Xiong brought the interrogation results and reported them to Emperor Yuanjing in the palace. Emperor Yuanjing immediately summoned the grand secretaries and held a small court assembly in the imperial study. The Nightwatchmen were insatiably greedy, exploiting good people, and even after tearing families apart, they were still unwilling to let go, squeezing every last drop, defiling innocent women. The scourge of corrupt officials and clerks has festered for too long. I never imagined that the Nightwatchmen, who were supposed to oversee all officials, would have rotted to this extent. I am deeply heartbroken. I am very disappointed in Wei Yuan. I treated him as a national hero, yet he turned out to be a national traitor. Left Censor-in-Chief Lu Hong. Your Majesty, regarding Duke Wei, such a major case should be tried by the 3 judicial offices. One cannot simply believe Yuan Xiong's words alone. A joint trial by the 3 judicial offices, can you even get results? During the Consort Fu case, you tried the Crown Prince, what did you get out of it? All just passing the buck. Grand Secretary Wang Junwen. Your Majesty, this case is too significant. This is not in accordance with regulations, please conduct a joint trial by the 3 judicial offices. During the imperial inspection, the Nightwatchman's office, from the gold gongs down to the bronze gongs, were once imprisoned for corruption and bribery. The corrupt atmosphere has existed for a long time. Now that Wei Yuan is dead, these corrupt scoundrels have lost their protection. This minister believes it is an excellent opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Nightwatchmen and clear out the accumulated filth. Minister Yuan, I am now entrusting the Nightwatchman's office to you. Investigate thoroughly and make sure to sweep away all the filth, restoring a clean Nightwatchman's office to me. Yes. That's enough. You may all withdraw. It's clear that His Majesty intends to use this to smear Wei Yuan. When all the darkness of the Nightwatchman's office comes to light, how clean can Wei Yuan, as their leader, possibly be? At that time, forget about any posthumous title of Zhongwu or Duke. Grand Secretary. Grand Secretary, what should we do now? Have you noticed that more and more officials remain silent in court assemblies? Look after your own people. In officialdom, once a person is gone, their influence fades. This is an undeniable truth that has held for centuries. Yuan Xiong left the imperial palace in his carriage. He neither returned to the censorate, nor did he, as a new official, immediately rush to the Nightwatchman's office with zealous reforms. Instead, he headed towards a certain mansion within the inner city. Those most familiar with the Nightwatchmen are, of course, the Nightwatchmen themselves. To accomplish things fastest, the help of that person is indispensable. Half an hour later. In the year of the imperial inspection, the Nightwatchman Silver Gong Zhu Qingqiu, for attempting to defile an innocent girl, was severely wounded by a blade from bronze gong Su Qi'an. Later, due to his severe injuries, his cultivation was half crippled. Su Qi'an, on the other hand, was imprisoned in the Nightwatchman's dungeon by Wei Yuan, sentenced to be cut in half at the waist 7 days later. Coincidentally, the Sanpa case erupted. Under Wei Yuan's subtle hint, Huiqing recommended Su Qi'an to Emperor Yuanjing as the presiding official. Emperor Yuanjing permitted him to atone for his sins through meritorious service. The matter has been settled. I've come back to inform you. After the Sanpa case concluded, Su Qi'an was acquitted without trouble. Zhu Qingqiu's father, Gold Gong Zhu Yang, feeling indignant, defected to the Qi party and betrayed the Nightwatchmen. Since Huiqing pleaded for him, I will allow him to atone for his sins and assist in the investigation. If the true culprit who destroyed the imperial ancestral temple isn't caught within half a month. So Ning Yan is fine now. This act of retaliation ended when Su Qi'an accidentally stumbled upon the secret plot between the Qi party and the witch god cult sorcerers. After the incident, Zhu Yang was dismissed from office and expelled from the Nightwatchman's yamen. Originally, according to Wei Yuan's intentions, Zhu Yang shouldn't have lived until now. But Emperor Yuanjing forcefully protected him, giving him an idle position as a military clerk, which he holds to this day. Your Majesty's strategy is truly far-reaching. Censor Yuan-in-Chief honors us with his visit. My humble abode is truly honored by your presence. I apologize for disturbing you, Master Zhu. How is your son's physical condition? My unworthy son was severely wounded by that boy named Su that day, his heart and lungs injured. After his injuries healed, a chronic ailment remained, and his path in martial arts was severed. Humph, that fellow surnamed Su won't be arrogant for much longer. Master Zhu must have heard about Wei Yuan's death at the witch god cult's main altar, right? Good riddance. That's what they call karmic retribution, no one escapes it. Qingqiu is my son, the most talented of them all. I was hoping he would inherit my mantle and become the next Gold Gong, but Su Qi'an ruined everything. Even though I was personally promoted by Wei Yuan, and served him diligently for so many years, am I truly less than that mere bronze gong surnamed Su? So what if my son defiled the family member of an official in exile? It's a trivial matter, yet Wei Yuan sided with an outsider and disregarded our long-standing relationship. Wei Yuan's retribution has arrived, and the Nightwatchman's retribution is coming too. Master Zhu, you also should have. Censor-in-Chief Yuan, what do you mean by that? His Majesty has asked me to take over Wei Yuan's position and manage the Nightwatchman's office, and by the way, to purge the internal corruption. As everyone knows, the Nightwatchman's office was Wei Yuan's personal domain. He held it firmly in his hands for 20 years, and no outsider could even get a fly in. Although I need to clear out the corruption, a general without troops can't do anything. I need to keep some and arrest some. For this, I'll need Master Zhu's help. Wei Yuan dismissed me and expelled me from the Nightwatchman's office. However, that was an old grudge between me and Wei Yuan, it has nothing to do with the brothers in the Yamen. Minister Yuan, you're putting me in a very difficult position. Humph. Then why did you betray your brothers so readily back then? You're even better at pretending than I am. I plan to petition His Majesty to reinstate you to your official position, and I also hope that Master Zhu can help me manage the Nightwatchman's office well. Back then, you and your son were persecuted by Wei Yuan and forced to leave the Nightwatchman's office. Now that Wei Yuan is dead, the grievances that should be cleared can be cleared, and the cases that should be overturned, naturally, must be overturned. I wonder, Minister Yuan, who do you intend to keep, and who do you intend to arrest? Humph. Naturally, those who are corrupt. This official believes that those people must be Wei Yuan's trusted subordinates. What Censor-in-Chief Yuan said is absolutely true, absolutely true. Meanwhile, on the other side, bronze gongs on the street were returning to the Yamen in 2s and 3s. What did Gold Gong Zhao summon us back for? It's probably an urgent matter. It must be an urgent matter. What a tumultuous time. Night Watchman Song Tingfeng. Night Watchman Zhu Guangxiao. What's happening? There are more Night Watchmen gathered here than expected, even those on leave have been summoned. I have a bad feeling about this. Hey. What's going on here? Night Watchman Li Yuchen. Imperial Guards. By His Majesty's decree, from today onwards, Censor-in-Chief Yuan will take over Duke Wei's duties and manage the Night Watchman's office. Hurry and greet Censor Yuan. Bullshit. How can he be in charge of the Night Watchmen? Even if someone were to take over Duke Wei's position, it should be left Censor-in-Chief Lu Hong, Minister Lu, right? He's just a sycophantic opportunist, how is he fit to lead the Night Watchmen? All of you, shut up. Are you trying to rebel? A new official's first 3 fires are meant to burn off the stubborn ones. Moreover, Yuan Xiong is here to investigate this time. What a bunch of reckless fools who don't know how to read the room. At noon today, Lady Lu Li, a common woman, beat the drum outside the Meridian Gate to make an accusation. Accusing Wei Yuan of insatiable greed, slandering innocent people, Night Watchmen extorting money, and defiling her daughter-in-law. His Majesty was furious and specifically ordered me to take over the Nightwatchman's office. To purge corruption and punish those who abuse their power for personal gain. Nonsense. Duke Wei insatiably greedy? In the entire Yamen, who doesn't know Duke Wei is the most honest and upright? How dare a common woman accuse Duke Wei of greed and persecuting her family? Does she even think she's worthy? Exactly. Even if Duke Wei truly sought wealth, would he extort common people like ordinary clerks? Too noisy. These idiots, why can't they recognize reality? Since the imperial decree cannot be defied, what else can one do but go with the flow? I must quickly stop these guys, otherwise Yuan Shion will definitely take this opportunity to make trouble for these fools. All of you. Silence. Ugh, damn it, is this the oppressive aura from a fourth-rank master's chi? This official has received secret reports. We will not tolerate corrupt officials. Next, those whose names are called, step forward. Zhang Dongliang. Zhang Dongliang. Oh. Are the Nightwatchmen silently resisting? Interesting. Give me. Step out. Let go of me. Presumptuous. I am acting on imperial orders. To disobey is to defy an imperial decree. A capital offense. Sir, this reckless man did not intend to offend. Please show mercy. I refuse to accept this. Gold Gong Zhao, there's no need to beg him. If Duke Wei were still here, would Yuan Shiong dare step even half a pace into the Yamen? The other gold gongs are still here, how dare Zhu Yang return? I only regret not following my superior into battle that day. It's fortunate that he could die in Jingshan City with Duke Wei, far better than me dying at the hands of my own people. Master Zhu, the Nightwatchmen hold official positions. Their lives and deaths are decided by His Majesty. Understood. Damn it, let's fight them. Surround these ruffians. Any who resist, kill. Stop it, all of you. Are you trying to rebel? Don't you want your heads anymore? Chief, can't you see? He's cleansing us. Whether we're guilty or not, none of us will have a good outcome. Gold Gong Zhao, Duke Wei is gone. Only you in the Yamen can stand up for our brothers. You can't be this Yuan Xiong's dog. Chief, can you bear to watch our brothers be framed? Of course I know all this. But, at least you'll live. Put the knife away properly. Your families are all in the capital, aren't they? The recruitment criteria for Nightwatchmen are that their ancestors for 3 generations or more must be from the capital, and their family background must be clean. It's precisely to prevent these martial artists from abusing their power. Duke Wei died in battle. The other gold gongs either died in battle or haven't returned. Even if we wanted to resist, there's no one to back us up, humph. If Su Ningyan were still here, would Zhu Yang and Yuan Xiong still dare to be so arrogant? Su Qi'an, always Su Qi'an. It was he who ruined my future. Damn it. Now Su Qi'an has become a great figure beyond my reach. Even if he offends His Majesty, I still can't intervene or retaliate. Li Yuchen. Chu Honghe. Min Shan. Tang Yud. You're truly ruthless, grabbing half of our silver gongs in the blink of an eye. Bah! If any one of us shows fear or begs for mercy, we would be unworthy of the Nightwatchman title. These Nightwatchmen are more principled than I imagined, but the seeds of suspicion and ambition have already been sown among these people. Anyone with ambition, with a desire to advance, doesn't want to get promoted? I don't believe you are truly a solid block. The Nightwatchman's office has undergone a major change, with many vacancies. This official is taking over the Yamen during this difficult time, and I happen to be short-handed, so I will promote loyal and capable individuals. Before dawn tomorrow, as long as someone among you writes a letter exposing corrupt colleagues who extort money and take bribes, I will promote him. 2 gold gongs, follow this official to Haoqi Tower for a look around. I can't wait to take Wei Yuan's place. Everyone, disperse. Ha! Stop. You too, step out. Silver Gong Zhu, congratulations on your reinstatement. What can I do for you, Silver Gong Zhu? Minister Yuan, I want to report that these 2 are corrupt officials. I saw it with my own eyes. Then let nephew Zhu handle it. Those 2 are Su Qian's closest friends. Wei Yuan is dead. Without that backing, how long can Su Qian still jump around? Minister Yuan is absolutely right. Silver Gong Zhu, what happened before, this humble one was in the wrong. Please, you're a great man, don't hold a grudge against a small person like me. What's wrong with you? The biggest mistake I, Song Tingfeng, ever made in my life was befriending that Su Qian. Now I regret it deeply. Zhu Qingchu and I have no enmity. I just need to pretend to be a fence-sitter. The softer and easier to bully I appear, the easier it will be to extinguish his anger. If you don't want to go to jail, that's fine. Just crawl under me. Crawl through, and I won't bother you about your past friendship with Su Qian. Silver Gong Zhu, this, you must be joking. A joke. Do you think I'm joking with you? I've given you a chance, whether you can seize it is up to you. I'm only giving you 3 breaths. Damn it, this is truly too much, utterly humiliating. But temporary forbearance might save a lot of trouble. Ha ha ha, you're quite sensible. Ha ha ha. It's your turn. Will you go to jail, or crawl under me? I would rather die than suffer such humiliation. I'll do it for him. I like crawling through Silver Gong Zhu's arms. Did my ancestral gravy emit green smoke today, that I can receive such treatment? As expected, a fence-sitter. Is this how you pleased Su Qian back then? Ha ha ha. Not bad, you're an interesting kid. This is the first time I've seen someone who likes to crawl through legs. This is the consequence of choosing friends poorly. I have other things to do, so I won't play with you anymore, you pathetic wretch. Ha ha ha. A lackey exploiting his master's power. You kid, you've been with Su Ningyan too long. You haven't learned his skills, but your bad temper has grown. You're getting married at the end of the year. Getting thrown into prison at this critical moment, even if you don't die, you'll be skinned alive. In the end, he'll still be dismissed. What will he use to marry her then? In this life, it's not easy to meet a girl you want to marry, and a girl willing to marry you. That scoundrel Su Ningyan, who spends all his days in the courtesan district, hasn't he also not met such a girl? Why be so sentimental? I'm used to being slick. Forget crawling under, calling someone dad is no big deal. Look, don't everyone else also have that I can do this expression? If it were you, you probably wouldn't even have the face to be a human. You go, I'll sit for a bit by myself. Go, give me some private space, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha. Woo woo. What a grave insult. A grave insult. Zhu Qingchu, Song Tingfeng, will remember this humiliation today. The next day, at the residence of Lu Hong, left censor-in-chief. This morning at court, that fellow Yuan Xiong actually impeached Duke Wei with 10 major charges. These included condoning subordinates' corruption and extortion of common people, being overly ambitious and reckless, leading to 80,000 soldiers being buried in a foreign land. His Majesty, at the court assembly, in front of all the officials and hundreds of officials outside the hall, furiously denounced Duke Wei for misleading the country. Censor, Zhang Xingying. Left Censor-in-Chief, Lu Hong. Shameless scoundrel. I and Yuan Xiong are irreconcilable, absolutely irreconcilable. It has come to this, with just us, it will be difficult to salvage the situation. Duke Wei served as an official for 10 years, diligently and conscientiously. To say he abused his power for personal gain and was insatiably greedy. But does anyone know, he lived in Haoqi Tower for 20 years. This capital is bustling and splendid, yet there is no place he calls home. These years, he often discussed new policies with us, attempting to reform and save the increasingly weakened imperial court. He has no children, no relatives, dedicating all his energy and efforts to the imperial court. Without Duke Wei, could His Majesty have cultivated Taoism so peacefully for the past 20 years? Why is His Majesty unwilling to even grant him a good reputation after his death? What we need to consider now is to protect ourselves. Once Duke Wei's matter is settled, it will be time to cleanse us, Wei faction members. Qin Yuandao is starting to eye my position again. As for Duke Wei's case, as long as we don't fall, as long as someone among us endures, in the future, there will naturally be a chance to overturn the verdict. This is the only way. It's just that, when the Crown Prince ascends the throne, he might not necessarily overturn Duke Wei's case. By the way, where is Su Qian? I sent someone to check a few days ago. Su Fu's main gate was tightly shut, the place empty. Ningyan, he, has probably already left the capital. Alas, he probably was utterly disappointed with the imperial court. It's good that he left. If he hadn't, we couldn't have protected him either. On this day, the news finally spread among the common people. Wei Yuan's reckless ambition and overreach led to 80,000 troops being buried in enemy territory. The common people reacted extremely strongly to this. I told them not to support the barbarian tribes. The barbarians feast on our Dafeng people and harass our borders. Why support them? Now they've angered our ancestors and brought down punishment. Now look, a full 80,000 soldiers died. In the last 20 years, our Dafeng has never suffered such a defeat. If you ask me, it's all Wei Yuan's fault. If he hadn't been so hungry for glory and so reckless, how could we have lost the battle? This damnable scoundrel, an eunuch leading troops, isn't this a farce? His Majesty has trusted the wrong person. Exactly. Exactly. You rascals. Is Duke Wei someone you can insult at will? 20 years ago, if it weren't for that eunuch, would you have these peaceful days now? Old man, haven't you heard? This Wei Yuan is a corrupt official. The court said it. Humph, who said that? The court also said Prince Huai was a hero, and that Chuzhou was slaughtered by barbarians, but what happened in the end? I stopped believing the imperial court long ago. I'd rather believe Silver Gong Su. Well, Silver Gong Su didn't say anything either. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the Grand Secretary requests an audience. Don't see him. The Grand Secretary is kneeling outside. He says if you don't see him, he won't leave. Grand Secretary, it's already been an hour. Why do you insist? It won't look good for either you or His Majesty. Go back. This old servant has attended to His Majesty for most of his life. I know His Majesty's temper. Even if you kneel here until you die, you cannot shake His Majesty's resolve. I understand, thank you for the reminder, eunuch. Oh, be careful, Your Excellency. Grand Secretary, your body is precious. If something happens to you, who will share His Majesty's worries? No matter, Your Majesty, take care. Grand Secretary, what is this? It has come to this. From now on, this old man will also be free from official duties, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Not enough, not enough. Not enough, not enough. When the failure of the witch god cult campaign is announced tomorrow, then it will be enough. Ha 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 ha. Stargazing Tower. Su Qi'an, I'm here. Huiqing. You're here. Which floor is he on? 7th floor. Want some? What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Stargazing Tower, 7th floor. Su Qi'an. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Is he still in danger? I don't know when he'll wake up. When he was sent back, he was truly on the brink of death. Not a single part of his body was intact. During the defense of the city, he used Confucian spells and suffered a backlash. In addition, the wound on his waist is also very troublesome and has not healed for a long time. Teacher said his intent was too overbearing. What is his intent? Teacher only said, harming others and oneself, to be destroyed together. What kind of state was Su Qi'an in when he advanced to the 4th rank, to be willing to be destroyed together? What kind of state of mind allowed him to take that step? Speaking of which, he's not dead yet, why are you crying? I want to call out to him, to shake him awake, but I'm also worried it might be bad for him, so I can only cry. Even His Imperial Majesty forbade him from holding office, yet he still fought so desperately. Wei Yuan's reputation was ruined overnight. If he wakes up and finds out, how heartbroken will he be? How could His Imperial Majesty be so heartless? Although I don't like Wei Yuan, I know he accomplished great things. Wei, Duke Wei. Oh, you're finally awake. I'll get you some nourishing pills. I'm in the Imperial Astrological Institute. Hum. Although I narrowly escaped death this time, it was still too risky. I must have been hovering between life and death during this period. Don't move, I'll help you. It's good that you're awake. Your awakening proves that the two forces that were eroding your life force have completely dissipated. With your current 4th rank physique, you'll recover in 2 or 3 days. Let me tell you, while you were seriously injured and bedridden, even eating dried fish didn't taste good to me. I was gloomy every day and could only eat 2 bowls of rice per meal. Look, I've even lost weight. I just heard Princess Linen mention Duke Wei. His Majesty is unwilling to grant Duke Wei a good reputation after his death. If there is one, it might be a bad one. Is that so? Unexpected, yet reasonable. Then, Huiqing thoroughly informed Su Qi'an of everything that had happened in the past few days. Duke Wei died in Jing Mountain City. This is good, it's better than dying at the hands of his own people. But if he hadn't died, those clowns wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Looking back, his entire life was quite miserable. His ancestral home was in Yuzhou, and his family was massacred by the witch god cult when he was young. He came to the capital to seek refuge with an old family friend. Because he fell in love with the daughter of that family, their elopement failed, and he was castrated. Watching the girl he loves marry another, and still having to protect her by her side, for a man, this must be the greatest humiliation. He had no children, no relatives his entire life, and at the end, they still treat him like this. It shouldn't be. Huiqing, please help me tell Chu Yuanjin about Zhengguang's case and Duke Wei's matter in detail, and ask him if he's willing to return to the capital before tomorrow. Okay. Your Highness, please grind the ink for me. Oh. Is Miaozhen still in the stargazing tower? Yes, she is. I'll call her for you. Miaozhen? Isn't that form of address a bit too intimate? It always makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Su Qi'an. They're here too. You're awake, that's good, you're awake. What do you need me for? Help me deliver this letter to the Martial Arts Alliance's ancestor. He's behind the Martial Arts Alliance mountain, at the stone gate guarded by the Qi'an dogs. When you go, you must remember to personally hand it to him. Do not entrust it to anyone else, including the current alliance leader, Chao Qinyang. Remember, you must personally deliver it to the old alliance leader. Just mention my name, and Chao Qinyang will take you to see him. Can I read it? Don't look. Oh. Your Highnesses, please wait a moment. I'm going to see the supervisor. Stargazing Tower, 8 trigrams platform. What is your intent? Shattered jade. Shattered jade. It matches the characteristics of the heaven and earth severing blade. It wasn't in vain that I bestowed this ultimate technique upon you. You old sly dog, it was you indeed. Do you know the origin of the heaven and earth severing blade? It came from a first-rank martial artist. That first-rank martial artist tried to use the blade in his hand to break through the cage of heaven and earth, and then he fell. That means he used the wrong weapon. If he had used an axe, he might have succeeded. What was the first-rank martial artist's name? When the Confucian saint divided the realms and categorized the major systems into 9 ranks, he specifically left a blank for the first-rank martial artist, not naming it. But interestingly, for the transcending rank of the martial artist system, the Confucian saint named it martial god. What's even more interesting is that, summarizing from the divine demon era, while first-rank martial artists are rare, over the long course of hundreds of thousands of years of history, 1 or 2 always emerge. Only the martial god never appeared. This is indeed interesting. For a rank that has already appeared, the Confucian saint left it blank, but for a rank that has never appeared, the Confucian saint named it martial god. Also, what was the reason the supervisor gave me the heaven and earth severing blade? He can't possibly expect me to cleave open the heaven and earth cage with one strike. I'm not. Can you tell me about Xinguang's matter? I'm a bit curious. Why mention him? It's a buzzkill. Take this pill, and your injuries will heal quickly. Supervisor, I have only one request for you. Some time later, Yunlu Academy, at the foot of the mountain. Thank you, senior brother Yang. I'll treat you to drinks at the brothel when I'm free. No need. If you can find a gravely ill top courtesan from the brothel division, I might consider it. You specifically flashed back just to tell me this. Also, why is it a top courtesan from the brothel division who is gravely ill? Do you like to give acupuncture to girls? If you don't speak, I'll take that as your silent agreement. Senior brother Yang is always so strange, his way of thinking isn't quite like normal people's. Forget it, it seems none of them are really normal anyway. You're here. Yunlu Academy, Headmaster Zhao Shou. Does the headmaster know about the former Emperor Xinguang? Before the expedition, Wei Yuan mentioned this to me, but he wasn't certain at the time. Duke Wei indeed knew about this, and even without concrete proof, he had corresponding suspicions. And even so, he still stubbornly insisted on attacking the main altar and sealing it. He mentioned in his letter that this matter involved a certain secret beyond the supergrade. Why did Duke Wei seal the witch god? Have you heard about the legends concerning the Gu god, circulated among the Gu tribes of southern border? Lina mentioned it. The prophet of the sky Gu tribe foretold that the Gu god would revive sooner or later, and when that happens, it would bring unimaginable disaster to the Kyushu world. The entire Kyushu would become a world of Gu. The witch god was sealed by the Confucian saint, and the Gu god was also sealed by the Confucian saint. So, according to the legends of the gods, if the witch god breaks its seal, will it also bring similar disasters? Is this why Duke Wei sealed the witch god, even at the cost of his own life? How much do you know about Zhenguang? I've been cultivating in seclusion in Qi'an mountain for many years, so I don't know much about the former emperor. Although Wei Yuan realized that Zhenguang might still be alive, he didn't have time to investigate. But based on his actions, we can somewhat guess his purpose. My understanding of him might be deeper than yours. Suppressing the rivers and mountains forever. Zhenguang's sole purpose was eternal life. No, it should be to be an emperor with eternal life. Duke Wei once told me that war can shake destiny and affect the foundation of the nation. The more battles lost, the more severe the loss of destiny, until the nation falls. So Zhenguang colluded with the witch god cult to kill Wei Yuan and tried to wipe out the 100,000-strong army, all to erode Dafeng's destiny. The armies of Yan and Kang attacking Yuyang Pass so unusually were also to slaughter Xiangzhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou, eroding Dafeng's destiny. Now, he is unwilling to grant Wei Yuan a good reputation after his death. His true purpose is not merely a good reputation. He wants to use this to characterize the war as a crushing defeat. Dafeng lost this battle, and the 100,000-strong army was almost completely annihilated. As long as it's announced to the world and the people believe it, this is also a kind of shake-up to the nation's destiny. I have a question, but before that, I need to ask something. If destiny is weakened to a certain extent, can it counteract the natural law of, endowed with destiny, unable to live forever? I understand what you're trying to say. If it's only a small amount of destiny, it won't be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. But Zhenguang cannot. Unless Dafeng is destroyed, he is still the ruler of a nation, so his lifespan will inevitably have an end and won't be longer than an ordinary person's. Is that so? Then my theory of endlessly weakening destiny to break the rules of heaven and earth won't. Since that's the case, what exactly does he want to achieve? All members of the imperial family have destiny. As emperor, Zhenguang has the most prosperous destiny. Is he trying to destroy the nation and his lineage to break free from the shackles of destiny? But this contradicts Emperor Yuanjing's displayed desire and attachment to power. You speak. I have a guess. Zhenguang and the witch god cult teamed up to destroy the 100,000-strong army and kill Wei Yuan. The former was to erode Dafeng's destiny, and the latter was to protect the witch god. Both sides got what they needed from this cooperation. So, why did the witch god cult later send troops to attack Yuyang Pass with such urgency? If it was merely revenge against Dafeng, given the witch god cult's current dire state, a ceasefire would be the wisest choice. Victory and defeat are common in war. Revenge can wait, there's no need to be so desperate. If it's for allies or promises, there's only interest between nations, no sentiment. Within this, there must be an irresistible temptation for the witch god cult. According to what you said, Zhenguang's goal is to become an immortal emperor. So, what method could allow him to be both an emperor and immortal? Let's put it another way, and perhaps you'll understand. You're familiar with the ruling structure of the three nations allied with the witch god cult, aren't you? Of course I know. Their monarchs control military power, and their ministers control political power. And above both, there is a third-rank spirit master who maintains balance but usually doesn't interfere in military and political affairs. The kings of the three nations are actually vassals. The true center is Jing Mountain City. The true emperor should be the great witch Salanegu. But Salanegu has lived for thousands of years. Salanegu is the great witch, the highest leader of Jing Mountain City. For over 1,000 years since the witch god was sealed, he has been the true power behind the witch god cult, his status equivalent to the emperor of the Central Plains imperial court. And Salanegu is a first-rank expert who has lived from ancient times until now. Does the headmaster mean that Zhenguang wants to emulate Salanegu? No, to become a second Salanegu? Yes, as long as he turns Dafeng into a vassal state of the witch god cult, he can become the second Salin Egu. Salin Egu governs the 3 nations of the northeast, and Xinguang can govern the 13 prefectures of the Central Plains. He would still be an emperor, the only difference being an additional witch god above him. But the witch god has been sealed. No one can restrain him. Even if the witch god breaks its seal, that transcendent which might allow Salin Egu to govern the northeast, and might not allow Xinguang to govern the Central Plains. For the witch god cult, turning Dafeng into their vassal state was something the founding emperor of Dafeng had promised, something the witch god cult had always yearned for. So they urgently attacked Yuyang Pass, colluding with Xinguang to shake Dafeng's destiny. This way, the actions of Xinguang and the witch god cult have a perfect explanation. To turn the Central Plains into a vassal state of the witch god cult, they must first weaken Dafeng's destiny. I can understand that. But how exactly does it work? Destiny is abstruse, but the heroes of the Central Plains are real. If the people disagree, they will surely rise up, no matter if it's the witch god cult or Buddhism. But perhaps this is exactly what the witch god cult hopes to see. Our conjectures are the same. As for how to turn the Central Plains into a vassal state of the witch god cult, this might be another secret of the transcended, which I don't. At least the Confucian saint left no words, so we can only explore it ourselves. How did the witch god achieve eternal life by condensing the destiny of the 3 northeastern nations? No one has ever said, nor is there any written record, that the witch god condensed the destiny of the 3 northeastern nations. Perhaps the supervisor can answer this question. The cultivation of spellcasters is related to destiny. The supervisor has lived for 500 years, and the spellcaster system originated from sorcerers. So, can a transcendent sorcerer manipulate destiny just like a spellcaster? I'm here this time to retrieve what Duke Wei left for me. Have you decided? I used to not understand why the supervisor always stood by idly, clearly having the ability, yet doing nothing. Especially after learning of Xinguang's existence, I couldn't understand it, and even developed resentment towards him. After Duke Wei's death, I felt like someone in a desperate situation, with no retreat. During that time, I thought about many things and reviewed many details. Suddenly, I realized that the answer had already been given to me, but I just hadn't awakened to it. Confucian cultivation is related to destiny. That second-rank Confucian scholar, carrying the people's grievances, shattered the great Zhou imperial vein, and the nation and the man perished together. If the supervisor were to kill Xinguang, it would be like Qian Zhong striking the dragon, both perishing together. Grand scholar Qian Zhong has already given me the answer, only destiny can defeat destiny. This is what Wei Yuan left for you. I must warn you, once you open this box, you are officially in the game. I am prepared. Blood pills. Before Wei Yuan left, he left some blood pills here. He and I worked together on the deductions. Keeping or not keeping this portion of the blood pills would not affect the chances of victory for Jing Mountain City. So, Wei Yuan separated a portion of the blood pills and entrusted them to me for safekeeping. He said he would handle the witch god cult's battlefield, and the capital's battlefield would be left to Su Qian. I asked him, if Su Qian couldn't advance to 4th rank by then, what would happen? He didn't answer me. Now that I see you, I understand how confident he was back then. Duke Wei had already foreseen this step. If I swallow it, can I advance to 3rd rank? The 3rd rank is called the undying body. Ultimately, its essence is a powerful vitality far exceeding that of mortals. Capable of regenerating limbs, as long as he doesn't die on the spot, any injury can be recovered from. The normal method of cultivation is to temper the body day after day. If it can be supplemented with elixirs and other rare treasures, that would be best. Through cultivation, one's body undergoes a transformation, and the flesh and blood become filled with vitality. Of course, he has a shortcut, which is to devour qi and blood, using vast amounts of qi and blood to catalyze the body's transformation, shedding the mortal coil. That day, Prince Shunbei wanted to refine blood pills to push his physique to the peak of 3rd rank, to increase his chances of advancing to 2nd rank. Prince Huai refined blood pills in preparation for supplementing the princess consort. This I knew long ago. The most crucial aspect of advancing to 2nd rank is the princess consorts. Also, your high interest. It just so happens that the blood pills effect isn't enough, so I'll use your vital essence to make up for it. The vital essence of a high-rank expert is no worse than blood pills. More precisely, Prince Shunbei refined blood pills to use a vast amount of vital energy to push him past the threshold of the rank. Prince Huai only wanted to increase his chances of success, which is why he refined blood pills to forcefully elevate himself to the peak of 3rd rank. From this, it can be seen that the core of the 3rd rank realm is indeed vital essence. Theoretically, as long as one advances to 4th rank, with sufficient vital essence, one can quickly advance to 3rd rank. But there are also failures. Blood pills are just a primer. A 4th rank martial artist's goal is not to absorb it. A mortal body absorbing such a vast amount of energy would simply explode and die, just like those worms. The correct approach is to use its life energy to cleanse and stimulate the body, causing your body to transform and transcend the mundane. Wait until your body has transformed and stepped into the transcendent realm, then absorb the power of the blood pill to heal your injuries. The blood pill acts as a stepping stone, using that surge of life energy to blast open the door to the transcendent. At that time, one would inevitably be on the verge of death, but would also possess the ability to absorb the blood pill's essence, using it to restore their state and heal wounds. This isn't hard to understand. I've set up a barrier in the pavilion. You can advance here. Even if you fail, I can save your life. Good. A warm current surged into my abdomen, as if my lower abdomen had exploded. Focus your thoughts, refine the blood pill. No, I tried to use the meditation method to guide the chaotic and violent vital essence within my body, but it was completely useless. Not absorption, but using this power to make my cells transcendent, possessing undying characteristics. But how do I make cells burst with new vitality? This is bad. My life force is slowly being worn away. What exactly should I do? Wait, this is the same way Shinshu bestowed essence blood upon me. The only difference is that Shinshu had already erased the willpower within the essence blood. I bestow upon you a drop of essence blood, you shall refine it. You can resurrect. I am different from ordinary martial artists. I have 2 instances of absorbing the vital essence of high-rank martial artists. If what the headmaster says is true, I should have died in those first 2 instances. Ordinary martial artists must undergo a transformation at the life level before they can absorb the power of the blood pill. But I've already done similar things, so I might as well try directly absorbing it. With the headmaster's power of speaking words into law, Su Qian's mind was clear. He controlled the vital essence with his thoughts, preventing it from becoming too violent, while simultaneously trying to absorb and nourish his cells. Annihilated cells were reborn with vitality, then died again under the destructive force of the blood pill, only to be reborn once more. With each annihilation and rebirth, the cells were tempered like common iron. I indeed possessed the foundation to directly absorb the power of the blood pill. I was already half-step transcendent, and under Shinshu's protection, the 2 previous instances of absorbing essence blood laid a deep foundation for me. Supervisor, is this also one of your gifts? Shinshu once said that nurturing is mutual, benefiting both Shinshu and me. The supervisor must also be well aware of this, right? Did the supervisor pave the way for me long ago? It's done. The last surge of vital essence has also been absorbed by me. Congratulations, Su Yin Luo, on advancing to 3rd rank and entering the transcendent realm. The headmaster is third rank, and I am also third rank. I wonder if I can beat him. Oh, Zhao Shou is at the peak of third rank, only one step away from second rank, so no. Thank you, headmaster, for your assistance. It wasn't me who helped you. It's Wei Yuan, it's. My lord, the academy is truly wondrous. The flowers here never wither, no matter the season. When Erlang told me before, I didn't believe it. Big brother. My lord, I told you that boy has a tough, resilient life. No need to worry so much about him. Second uncle, I bought a house in Jianzhou. Tomorrow, at Mao hour, you'll set off with Aunt and the girls. And you? I have no retreat. Good. I haven't been able to control your affairs for a long time. Second uncle only regrets not seeing you married yet. At the very least, you should leave an heir for big brother's lineage, you unfilial scoundrel. Forgive me, for a life of unrestrained wildness and love for. I will make proper arrangements for Erlang. You can rest assured. Qi'an Mountain. That's pretty much what happened. Yuan Jing was the previous emperor. The previous emperor colluded with the witch god cult and killed Wei Yuan. The previous emperor wanted to define this battle as a failure, to further destabilize the nation's destiny. Imperial Palace. Now, what should we do? Such a matter probably can only be inquired with the supervisor, and only the supervisor can handle problems of this level. Full of grievances, so many grievances. What does Su Qian think? He asked me to ask you if you can return to the capital before dawn tomorrow. There are some things I want to tell you all. Regarding the previous Emperor Zhende's scheme and purpose, I can now answer all of you. He has already found out Zhende's true purpose. He only slept for one night, truly impressive. The previous Emperor's true purpose. I haven't even processed the information from number 8 yet. Immediately, Su Qian recounted his and Headmaster Zhao Shou's conjectures to everyone in the Earth Scroll chat group, one by one. To make Defeng a vassal state of the witch god cult, thereby avoiding the rule that those blessed by destiny cannot achieve immortality, and to become the witch god cult's representative in the Central Plains, becoming an emperor, a ruler in another sense. Handing over our ancestors' land to others, the previous emperor has fallen too deep into madness. That damned Zhende, I want to stab him right now. Amitba. Although I didn't quite understand it, it feels very powerful. The previous emperor, he's gone mad. Everyone has desires, but to disregard everything for desire, to go to such lengths, can only mean that the previous emperor was corrupted by the Earth sect leader, fallen too deep into madness, and his obsession turned into a demonic thought. What I don't understand is, how to make Defeng a vassal state. Disperse the nation's destiny, plunge the world into chaos, and the witch god cult will seize the opportunity to march into the Central Plains. I don't rule out that possibility, but after Wei Yuan's sweep and the Battle of Yuyang Pass, the witch god cult suffered heavy losses. Even if Defeng falls into chaos, it would only benefit the Buddhist sect of the western regions, wouldn't it? Zhende will still act. Shaking the nation's destiny is not the last step. What he does next is the most crucial. But I won't give him the chance. What do you plan to do? I want to kill the king. Back then, dissatisfied with Yuan Jing, I resigned from my official post to cultivate the sword, wandering the Jianghu. Although in my words and attitude, I constantly expressed dissatisfaction and disdain for Yuan Jing, I never once thought of regicide. As the saintess of the heaven sect, although I haven't received Confucian education, I still understand the concept and meaning of the words, monarch. Regicide, when I spoke of stabbing Yuan Jing to death in the past, it was mostly just an outlet for my emotions. Su Nyenyen, you truly are a lawless martial artist. If man has no way, heaven will punish him. If a ruler has no way, I will punish him. Everyone, are you willing to help me? Okay. Good. Daoist Jinlian, what do you say? Tiandihui Communication Room. I will explain the plan to you in detail. Tiandihui, Jinlian is truly a master of naming. Immediately, Qi'an slowly explained his plan. Wait, why are you the main force? Even if you advance to 4th rank, you can't possibly be Zhende's opponent. That's right, especially me, who witnessed Qi'an's advancement to 4th rank. No one understands Qi'an better than I do. No matter how invincible he is at the 4th rank, he is still a mortal. The distance to the 3rd rank, a realm that traps countless martial artists, is too great, and Zhende is a 2nd-rank Taoist. There's a world of difference between the two major realms. I'm 3rd rank. What did I just hear? This kid is 3rd rank? Is he spending too much time with the Confucians and caught their bad habit of bragging? Damn it, this is too much. When we first met in Yunzhou, you were just a low-rank copper gong. Back when Su Ningyan first acquired the Earth Scroll fragment, he was still a timid little boy, scared stiff by Daoist Zillion. That was last October. All told, it's been almost exactly a year. He only took 1 year to step out of the mortal realm and become a truly transcendent being. 3rd-rank martial artists have formidable vitality and long lifespans. Living for several centuries is no problem, they are no longer mortals. But can anyone truly advance from 8th rank to 3rd rank in 1 year? Even the Confucian saint of yesteryear probably didn't possess such ability. Why aren't you talking? Are you all in a daze? Brother Chu, when you return to the capital, remember to bring Erlang back with you. Send him to Yunlu Academy with my 2nd uncle and the others. The deed and land title in Jianzhou were secretly bought by me when I went to Mount Qianrong that day. I didn't tell anyone. I went to Qianrong alone at that time. Less than 28, understood, I will return to the capital tonight. Have the Imperial Astronomy Observatory prepare qi-replenishing elixirs for me. At that time, Chao Qingyang invited me to a banquet in Mount Qianrong, so I went alone. Then, on the way, I bought a mansion, and then I met the Patriarch of the Martial Arts Alliance. No problem with that. Understood. I will return to the capital tonight. Have the Imperial Astronomy Observatory prepare qi-replenishing pills for me. If I exert myself to the utmost, flying with my sword, I can return to the capital within 3 hours. It will be late at night by then, but I can rest for a short while and take pills to recover my qi, so it won't delay important matters. Even without using the indestructible Vajra, it would be difficult to wound my body with just the sharpness of the Taiping blade. It must be supplemented with qi transformed into blade energy. Every cell of a 3rd-rank martial artist is filled with immense vital energy. If I had a microscope, my cells and ordinary human cells would likely be different. Will this make me infertile? It shouldn't be the case. This world has half demons, which means the rules of reproductive isolation don't apply to this world. Just look at Song Qing's terrifying life grafting technique. At that time, I was so scared that I didn't think about it in that way. For a 4th-rank martial artist to advance by devouring blood pills is almost certain death. No, 10 out of 10 will die. No wonder almost no one dares to take this path. No wonder there are so many martial artists in Defeng, yet only Prince Shenbei is 3rd rank. Less than 32, every cell of a 3rd-rank martial artist is filled with immense life force. If I had a microscope, my cells and ordinary human cells should be different. Moreover, the method of refining blood pills using tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of living people is something crude martial artists don't understand. The Taoist sect controls this secret art, and Prince Huai received help from the Earth sect leader back then. As for whether wizards and sorcerers understand it, that remains unknown for now. As for someone like me, having a peak martial artist willingly part with a portion of their essence blood to form a blood pill to help me advance, all I can say is, my dad is truly great. The supervisor also deserves credit. Without his arrangements, I wouldn't have been able to lay the foundation in advance. Duke Wei's gift was out of sentiment and inheritance. I don't know why the supervisor's gift was given, but I now understand part of it. It's just killing an emperor, that's all. The imperial court is the foundation of a sorcerer. If the supervisor kills the emperor, he will suffer karmic backlash from the nation's destiny. I am different, I am just a martial artist, and I already carry the nation's destiny, so I am not afraid of backlash. But killing an emperor will ultimately lead to karmic entanglement, won't it? After third rank, a martial artist can not only regenerate limbs but also reattach severed limbs. The former consumes one's own essence blood. If one continuously regenerates limbs, they will eventually exhaust themselves and be slowly worn to death. The latter consumes very little, as it doesn't require regenerating a new body. Additionally, in the early third rank, one will still die if their head is cut off, because the primordial spirit is not yet strong enough. This is my current situation. At mid-third rank, the primordial spirit catches up to the physical body. At that point, even if one's head is chopped off, a new head can be regrown, and the primordial spirit can return to its place. But under such circumstances, if the primordial spirit is targeted by a wizard or a high-level Taoist master, the risk of falling is still very high. Less than 46, Shinshu was dismembered and sealed in Sangpa for 500 years. For 500 years, his vital essence did not completely dissipate, and he still possessed vitality. Furthermore, if dismembered, and the body parts cannot quickly reattach, even a third-rank expert would rapidly die from excessive loss of vital essence due to instinctive regeneration. In other words, dismemberment is the best way to kill a high-rank martial artist. His from this perspective, how terrifying must Shinshu be? Shinshu was dismembered, and sealed in Sangpa for 500 years. Yet, in those 500 years, his essence blood didn't completely drain away, still retaining vitality. Moreover, Shinshu's primordial spirit also endured for 500 years without being worn away. The higher one's cultivation, the more they understand Shinshu's terror. How strong was Shinshu at his peak? Could he punch the old supervisor? A third-grade martial artist can fly by relying on their qi. Among the various methods of aerial movement across different systems, this is a forced flight, consuming the most energy and being the slowest. However, on land, a martial artist's speed is the fastest. Stargazing Tower, Bagua Platform. Where's senior brother Yang? I was afraid he couldn't handle the blow, so he's locked himself underground. Life is already so hard, can't I just have some fun at senior brother Yang's expense? I have reached the third grade. I've troubled the supervisor. Good. Su Qi'an after disguise. This princess wishes to see the imperial advisor. Is my imperial father here? Your Majesty is not in the tower. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. I'll go inform them right away. Your Highness. Tomorrow, no matter what happens, don't hate me. No way. Are you getting engaged? Never mind, I won't hold Meow Meow's hand after all. The big shark might already be watching. A mature sea king, with a steel fork in hand, knows when to spear the right fish at the right time. This is clearly not the right time. The smell of blood will provoke the ferocity of that big shark that hasn't been unbound yet. Your Highness, the Imperial Advisor requests your presence. Your Highness, stay here. Don't move. I'll be right back. Dao, head of the human sect, Imperial Advisor of Dafeng, Luo Yuhan. I've reached the third grade. How did you manage that? Before Duke Wei went on campaign, he left me a blood pill. Also, I've cleared up the case of the previous Emperor Zhenda. Immediately, Su Qian recounted the entire story to Luo Yuheng in detail. I want to assassinate the emperor, but with my strength alone, I'm probably no match for the previous emperor. I ask for the imperial advisor's help. Regicide. It's not just Yuan Jing being killed, but Zhenda as well. The supervisor will not act against the emperor. This is because sorcerers and the dynasty are inseparable. The price of killing an emperor is something the supervisor cannot bear. Otherwise, emperors throughout history would not have trusted the supervisor so completely. However, experts above the third grade, regardless of their system, are unwilling to act against an earthly emperor. Because killing someone with great destiny will also result in a backlash from destiny. I am at a very critical moment and cannot withstand this backlash. Why are you taking off your pants? Hasn't the imperial advisor always wanted to dual cultivate with me? This chance cannot be missed. You knew it all. Taoist Jin Lian told me. Whether Jin Lian is a person or a wolf, I'll trick him first. Although I have had this intention, but it's not that it has to be you. How can the matter of a Dao partner be treated as a game? The imperial advisor is still a little girl who values ritual, so it's not a game. Of course, I'll also bathe. All the necessary steps will not be omitted. After regicide, I'll belong to the imperial advisor. My action is simply to be honest with Luo Yuheng. You desire my body, and I ask for your help. Of course, I also have some desire for your body. This is more like an exchange of interests. Furthermore, I don't have a bad impression of Luo Yuheng. I don't mind doing lovemaking first, and then cultivating feelings. As the ancients said, feelings grow with time spent together. I will act tomorrow. Now, get out. What did you talk about with the imperial advisor? I wanted to dual cultivate with the imperial advisor, but she refused. She believes the matter of a Dao partner shouldn't be treated lightly and that I need to propose with great ceremony. We haven't even left Lingbao Temple yet. Be careful, the imperial advisor hears you and blames you. You won't be laughing in the future. Next, take me to the prince's manor. Master, all the belongings in the house have been packed. Something big must have happened. I bravely asked a few times but got no response, so I didn't dare ask again. My sister, you're his favorite. Why don't you go ask him? From the recent court situation and my father's efforts to defend Wei Yuan's reputation, I've already formed a judgment. Oh. 2 possibilities. 1, my father intends to resign. 2, someone else intends to make my father resign. It shouldn't be this way. Given the relationship between my father and Wei Yuan, even if they admired each other as heroes, they were ultimately political opponents. There's no need for this level of. This manor was a royal gift and is located in the capital. Unlike hereditary nobles, when civil officials resign and return home, the imperial court reclaims these royal residences. Sigh, what a pity, unlike nobles, whose heirs inherit their titles upon their father's death, royal residences can be passed down indefinitely. Second brother, are you annoying or what? Go away. Alright, I'll go somewhere cool and stay there. Young lady, Princess Linen has arrived. Quickly, go welcome Her Highness. Linen and I interact frequently, so we're practically half friends. Speaking of which, Princess Huiqing is the reason Linen and I became good friends. Princess Linen loves to cause trouble, acting flirtatiously. But aside from acting cute, she knows how to please Emperor Yuan Jing. She herself lacks any real skill. It's thanks to my advice that she's been able to trouble Princess Huiqing. Your Highness. Simu. This princess wishes to see the chief minister Wang. Utterly ordinary, her appearance and demeanor are quite plain, but since this man is with Princess Linen, his identity must be extraordinary. Yo, sister-in-law. Su, Silver Guard Su. Did I mishear, but that sounded like Brother Cijo's voice just now, Su Qi'an's voice. Sister-in-law. Miss Simu and second young master are deeply in love. It's only a matter of time before true lovers become a couple. Oh my, isn't this a match made in heaven? Miss Simu, I wish to see the chief minister. By the way, when I came in, I saw the servants packing things. What's going on? Father might be resigning. Resignation. After Duke Wei's death, Emperor Yuan Jing purged the court and balanced factional power, so he's forcing Chief Minister Wang to step down. But these past few days, Yuan Jing has been trying to tarnish Duke Wei's name, to officially conclude this campaign. He shouldn't have time to deal with Chief Minister Wang. Resigning at this time, isn't it too early? Or perhaps Chief Minister Wang foresaw the end of his political career and decided to resign early, thus ensuring a good ending. What business does Silver Guard Su have with my father? Calling me Silver Guard is too formal. Call me Big Brother. Humph, I really can't deal with these kinds of unserious men. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll lead you to see father. Our sister-in-law has a tall stature with excellent proportions in her hips, waist, and shoulders. Her beauty is also top-notch. Furthermore, being the daughter of the chief minister, she's intelligent and elegant. She and Su's second young master are a perfect match. The only downside is that women who are intelligent, strong-willed, and of high status are generally very possessive. It will be difficult for second young master to take concubines in the future. I'm going to the privy. The young lady asked me to wait here. She said she's gone to her boudoir to play with Princess Linen. You can go in yourself, she's already informed the master. Their relationship is quite good, that's great. With Wang Simu, this sister-in-law, giving advice, there's no fear of Miao Miao being bullied. Come in. Miss Simu mentioned that Chief Minister Wang is preparing to resign. I knew I couldn't hide it from her. At tomorrow's court session, I will request to retire. According to custom, he will symbolically try to dissuade me a few times, then grant my request to resign and return home. You yourself want to resign? Yes. The feedback from the Qi observation technique indicates he's telling the truth, not lying. Chief Minister Wang is wisely retreating at the height of his career. Why is that? If I can't change anything, it's better to resign. It's just because of Duke Wei, but it's probably more than that. There are other hidden reasons you don't need to know about. It wouldn't do you any good. I am already disheartened and unwilling to stay in court any longer. It's a pity that this dynasty, inherited from our ancestors, is about to be ruined by that muddle-headed, humph. Of course, my resignation isn't just because of Wei Yuan's matter. The current emperor is not a proper son, and the current supervisor stands by indifferently. Though I hold a high position, I am merely a scholar. What I can do? In that case, so be it if you don't stay. However, these secrets, Su Qi'an, a mere fourth-grade martial artist, doesn't need to know. Knowing too much will only bring harm. Sigh, let me drink a cup of hot tea to warm my ice-cold heart. You know that the cutting off of supplies was orchestrated by Yuan Jing. This tea didn't warm my heart, it burned my mouth. You know too. I came here to ask Chief Minister for a favor. Farewell to you too. Walking briskly. Dad, what are you burning? Burning some things written in my ignorant youth. These are poems you wrote before, Dad. The emperor even praised your amazing poetic talent. Burn it. Dad. Why must you go to such lengths? Dad. From childhood, I had never seen my father cry. Dad and Wei Yuan fought for most of their lives, with wins and losses. Regarding his character, Dad has nothing to criticize. To be honest, he admired him greatly. What Dad disagreed with was his philosophy for governing the world, which was too overbearing and lacked empathy. Officialdom is not about one person, it's about a group of people. Only by winning over some can you suppress others. So how do you win people over? You have to feed them to make them listen to you. Corrupt officials don't matter as long as they get things done. Incorruptible officials who merely talk without action are the ones who harm the country and its people. There are too few officials who can both accomplish tasks and uphold integrity. Governing a country cannot rely on such rare individuals. Wei Yuan was one of those rare individuals. He could tolerate small acts of corruption but not large ones. He could tolerate minor evils but not great evils. A few years ago, he wanted to rectify the corrupt practices of the yamen runners, but I pushed back on that. Isn't that nonsense? If you want to rectify those below, you first have to clean up those above. But those above cannot be cleaned up, Simu, do you know why? Your Majesty. Now that Wei Yuan has fallen in battle, a man who dedicated most of his life to Defeng, His Majesty is unwilling to even grant him an honorable posthumous reputation. That's a bit cold-hearted. But Dad is burning these today not because he is heartless. The imperial family is the most ruthless, it's fine to be as cold-hearted as one wants in that position. People like Wei Yuan will not be few in history. There were some in the past, and there will be more in the future. What pains Dad is that Dad can do nothing. More than 80,000 soldiers sacrificed themselves for Defeng, leaving behind more than 80,000 households of orphans and widows. Once this battle is declared a defeat, their pensions will be halved. I've held a pen for decades, but I can't even pick up a knife. I have to watch him destroy the 600-year foundation of our ancestors, yet I am powerless. He might seem glorious normally, but without military power, all his authority comes from the emperor and can be taken back at any time. Scholars are useless, utterly useless. Dad has read sagely books his whole life, all about loyalty to the emperor, loyalty to the emperor, loyalty to the emperor. Dad wants to ask Sage Cheng, loyalty to what emperor, damn it? Loyalty to what emperor, damn it? Between 5 to 7 a.m. The time is almost ripe. No need to follow. Yes. This is a supreme treasure of the witch god cult, sealing one of the witch god's eyes, containing a trace of the witch god's power. The Qi luck has dispersed to this point, the dragon vein is unstable. Just a little more, it needs to be shaken again. Once Wei Yuan's matter is settled, we will immediately announce it to the world, announce it to the capital. The curses and resentment of over 3 million people in the capital, the panic of 3 million people over the war's failure, are enough for the pearl to extract the dragon vein spirit. Wei Yuan, what kind of evil posthumous title shall we bestow upon you? Night Watchman Street Gate. Night Watchman Song Tingfeng. Night Watchman Zhu Guangxiao. Humph, the sight of Song Tingfeng enduring the humiliation under the crotch is still vividly etched in my memory. Hao, who is also in the spirit refining realm, quite a talented person. Unfortunately, his backbone is too soft. Even with high cultivation, such a person cannot be a leader. Before, seeing him act flippant, I just thought he wasn't serious enough. Now, looking at him, he was truly unfit for important tasks. No, I must act nonchalant. Otherwise, Zhu Guangxiao will feel sorry for me. Ha 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 ha, pulled an all-nighter on watch, finally can rest, feels great. Originally, I should have also endured that humiliation under the crotch. It was Song Tingfeng deliberately debasing himself, throwing his face on the ground, that allowed me to avoid Zhu Qingzhu's harassment. If Ning Yan were here, he wouldn't stand by and watch you be humiliated. And then die with me? After Duke Wei's death, the capital could no longer accommodate him. It's good he left. If he hadn't left, I would have driven him out. If he doesn't leave, we can't be brothers anymore. Indeed. Pa. Didn't even leave an address. I hope we meet again in this life. Walking quickly. Stop. Reporting at the Yamen, where are you two going? Silver Guard Zhu, we two were on duty last night and are heading back to rest now. You were on night duty last night? How come I, this Silver Guard, don't know? The order for last night's duty was given by you, Zhu Qingzhu. This bastard deliberately set us up to make things difficult for us. The order for last night's duty was given by you, Zhu Qingzhu. This bastard deliberately set us up to make things difficult for us. Yes, yes, yes. Then perhaps we remembered incorrectly. We'll head back right now, right now. I originally wanted to take this chance to teach these two a lesson, but this Song fellow's spine is truly lowly and despicable. I didn't get a chance to make a move. Wait. Tonight's watch duty will be troublesome for you two. Work hard. You two are friends with Defeng's hero, Su Qi'an. Both are highly skilled individuals. The capable should bear more burdens. This is not letting us rest, trying to work us to death. Understood, understood. Hurry, go. Trash. Humph, truly disappointing. I thought Song Tingfeng could man up for once and confront him directly. Fine, if you've got what it takes, go up yourself and fight that Zhu guy to mutual destruction. What are you looking at? Do none of you have anything better to do? Heh heh, trash. Titch, what great authority you wield, Silver Guard Zhu. This voice, is it? This familiar voice. Could it be? This voice is both familiar and strange. It's appeared in my dreams countless times, like a dream, it's him. Now, he's right behind me, but I don't even have the courage to turn around. Damn it, I don't even have hope for revenge. Skip. He's ignoring me. He actually ignored me. Looks like you two aren't having a good time. You damn dog, why haven't you left yet? Are you tired of living? No, he's back. This must be reported to Duo and Duke Yuan immediately. Su Ningyan hasn't left yet. He still dares to return to the night watchman's yamen. Doesn't he know the Zhu father and son are back? Doesn't he know Yuan Xiong has taken Duke Wei's position and become Duke Yuan? Right, he doesn't know all this happened yesterday. Su Ningyan, hurry, and go. Su Ningyan, you shouldn't have come back. Hurry and leave, get out of the city. Ningyan, the night watchman's yamen is now led by Yuan Xiong. He's rehired the Zhu father and son, and Commander Zhao has been almost completely sidelined. The night watchman's yamen is now ruled by Yuan Xiong and the Zhu father and son. Zhu Yang is 4th rank. Leave quickly. What's happened these past few days? Tell me about it. Why don't I tell you? How is it? Father, this brat still dares to return to the yamen. Kill him. Kill him right now. Commander Zhao, join forces with me to capture and kill this scoundrel, and then Duke Yuan and His Majesty will truly value you. Duke Yuan is watching from the observation deck of the star-gazing tower. Why did you come back? I've come back to collect my debt. How did he come back? Duke Wei is dead, who can back him now? He's thoroughly offended His Majesty. What's the point of coming back? How foolish. Why did Su Ningyan come back? Damn it, we were colleagues once. I really can't bear to see him die. We're just small figures. What can we do even if we pity him? Are you going to help him, disregarding the lives of your family? Yeah, didn't you see Commander Zhao compromised? He's planning to team up with Zhu Yang to deal with Su Ningyan. Yuan Xiong is watching from Haoqi Tower. A new emperor means new officials. It's the same for the Night Watchman. Duke Wei's era is over, and it will never return. Regardless of whether the rumors from Yuyang Pass are true, Su Qian's current cultivation is enough to contend with a fourth-rank opponent. I might not be able to defeat him alone. But if Commander Zhao behind me joins in, the two of us working together can capture and kill Su Qian with no trouble. Zhu Yang's copper skin and iron bones couldn't withstand his slap. That casual slap, I wouldn't be able to withstand it either. I'd be slapped to death too. Zhu Yang, a fourth-rank golden guard, was just slapped to death. Is it true that he single-handedly slew tens of thousands of enemies at Yuyang Pass? This Su Ningyan, who often frequented brothels and entertainment houses with us, has unknowingly grown into such a terrifying figure. My father, whom I revered like a god, my entire support, my father who was a fourth-rank martial artist, was killed by him, with a single slap. Retreat, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, Zhu Yang's fate will be yours. A slap that shattered the head of a fourth-rank golden guard, what kind of terrifying cultivation is this? Su Ningyan, what rank is he now? He's in your hands. At Haoqi Tower? Got it, it's my turn to perform. If you want to live, crawl through here. I'm crawling. Look quickly. Su Ningyan, he's going to kill Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong, oh wait, Duke Yuan. I heard Duke Yuan worked tirelessly to compile the 10 Great Crimes of Duke Wei, throwing the corrupt elements of the Night Watchman into prison to purify our ranks. It played a vital role in exposing Duke Wei, that traitorous official who misled the country. Su Qian, I am a high-ranking imperial official, a third-rank officer. You cannot kill me. His Majesty forced me to do it. I had no choice. As a minister, how could I refuse? I truly had no choice. This wasn't my intent. Forgive me, Su Qian, please, just forgive me. Leave the capital immediately. I will buy you some time, it's too late. Those dogs down there will report you. Once the city gates are closed, you won't be able to get out. If I can survive this, I will report to His Majesty and have this rascal killed. Forgiving you is a matter for Duke Wei. My mission. Mine is to send you to meet him. Su Ningyan, he's planning a rebellion. A third-rank high official, killed just like that. He was a truly important figure, one of the top ministers. I've hated their guts for ages. Serves them right. Well killed. The Night Watchman belonged to Duke Wei. Who the hell does Yuan Xiong think he is? The Zhu father and son betrayed the Yamen and were long since dismissed. Bah, serves them right. Su Ningyan is still the same old Su Ningyan, completely lawless. He's back, and all our resentment and grievances will vanish into thin air. The tea room. The furnishings here are just as they always were. Only, there will never again be a figure in blue sitting at the table, waiting for me with a gentle gaze. Tea is dull. Today, I'm drinking wine. What do you think, Duke Wei? Duke Wei, your subordinate sings this song for you. You always wanted to hear it. I'm singing it for you now. I stand amidst the howling gale, longing to sweep away this endless pain. I gaze at the heavens as the winds rise from all directions. With sword in hand, I ask the world, who is the hero? Among the myriad beauties of the world, I only loved that one. When we parted in sorrow, who didn't feel the sting? So many years of affection, gone in a flash. In my heart, joys and sorrows, life and death are shared. With bone-deep tenderness, I trade for a hero's untrammeled soul. In my heart, you matter most. My tears rush to the heavens. Even in the next life, I shall be a hero. As I depart, the sunset glows bright. As I depart, the sunset glows bright. Duke Wei, how was your subordinate singing? Even better. What if you never return? I shall shatter the heavens. What if you go and never return? Then I shall never return. The Golden Throne Hall. Why has Minister Yuan not arrived? Strange. Yuan Xiong didn't request leave. Why is he absent from the morning assembly? According to the laws of Defeng, being late or absent results in 3 months' salary docked and 15 lashes. 15 lashes would leave any weak scholar bedridden for at least 10 days. Oh well, Yuan Xiong can no longer be relied upon. I'll just have to replace him with another pawn to charge into the fray. Your Majesty, the matters concerning the witch god cult and Duke Wei's funeral have dragged on too long. We cannot delay any further. The families of the fallen soldiers are still waiting for their pensions. What is your opinion, Minister Qi'an? Wei Yuan was greedy for glory and reckless, ignoring the bigger picture to force an attack on Jing Mountain City, leading to the sacrifice of over 80,000 soldiers and the loss of Defeng's elite forces. Wei Yuan, his death is not worth grieving over. After the Battle of Jing Mountain, the massive armies of the Yan and Kong kingdoms bore down on Yuyang Pass. Although they eventually retreated, their elites remain, ready to strike back at any moment. The situations in Xiangzhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou are critical and could be seized by the witch god cult's armies at any time. The lives of the people in those 3 provinces hang by a thread. The only solution is to send envoys to the witch god cult for peace talks to rectify the catastrophe caused by Wei Yuan. As for Wei Yuan, I suggest a deathbed appeal to your Majesty, the posthumous title. Li, fierce. What do you ministers think? Wu Li, implying cruelty and brutality. Sai, even Grand Secretary Wang has given up and resigned. What more can we do? Wei Yuan's reputation is already ruined. Demanding a title like loyal and martial for him now is meaningless. If you want to secure a reputation for Wei Yuan, you'd have to clear his name first. The key is that the man on the dragon throne won't allow it. What's the point of shouting into the void? Very well, let it be as Minister Qi'an has said. What is the commotion about? 2/4 hours ago. Yuan Xiong's new administration brought with it a campaign of terror. It had only managed to reach the night watchmen so far, and those of us in the Haoqi Tower hadn't been affected yet. But if Yuan Xiong hadn't been killed, that fire would have burned us sooner or later. I just didn't expect that Yuan Xiong, who had only succeeded Duke Wei's position yesterday and moved into Haoqi Tower, would die at Su Qian's hands today. These past few days of political turmoil and what happened yesterday at the night watchman Yamen, we've seen it all. However, those of us who can hold a pen cannot hold a sword. And those who can hold a sword cannot hold on to that fleeting flicker of courage. Duke Wei presided over the night watchman for 21 years, and countless people benefited from his grace. Now that he's dead, the tree has fallen and the monkeys have scattered, the various factions just stand by and watch coldly. In the end, it was this young man, who had joined the night watchman less than a year ago, who flew into a rage on his behalf. You want to ruin Duke Wei's reputation. I won't allow it. Silver Gong Su, run. Haoqi Tower, guard on duty. Silver Gong Su, go. You must go. I beg you. Silver Gong Su, you've taken his head, you need to leave quickly. It shouldn't be like this. To break into the yamen to kill someone, and then not retreat immediately afterward, but instead walk out while carrying the head toward the imperial city. He's going to cause trouble at the imperial palace. This won't do. Duke Wei is gone, so there's no one left to protect him like last time. He killed Yuan Xiong. This is a capital offense that will see his entire family executed. He can't keep causing trouble, he has to escape. Who can stop him? No one can. It's too reckless. Last time he was able to kill the dukes because he had Duke Wei and the other officials willing to risk their lives to plead for him. It was only because the civil and military officials stood at the front taking the pressure that he was able to walk away unscathed. This time is different. If he dares to cause trouble, he will absolutely bring the wrath of the army and top-tier experts down upon him. We have wives and children, we cannot be impulsive. Let's just go take a look. Just a look. In any case, we can't do nothing. A quarter hour ago. That is. Silver Gong Su. Why yes, that's him, that's Silver Gong Su. What on earth is he doing? He's carrying a head, is Silver Gong Su going to kill another corrupt official? There are so many night watchmen following behind him. Whose head is Silver Gong Su carrying? Who knows? He certainly isn't a good person, otherwise, Silver Gong Su wouldn't have killed him. I remember the last time there was such a massive commotion, it was the execution of the two dukes at the vegetable market. It's a pity I didn't see that with my own eyes. What kind of scene is this? That's Silver Gong Su leading the way, can't you recognize him? You must be blind. Stop the chatter. We don't know either, just follow along and watch the show. Don't forget, the last time Silver Gong Su caused such a scene, it was the Chuzhou massacre case. Follow him. Let's follow and see. Imperial City, South Gate. Warm up the cannons, prepare the crossbows. Wait for my command. It's that demon again. I cannot be too cautious. Especially with the current tensions, the court is looking to convict Wei Yuan. At a moment like this, Su Qi'an is clearly here with ill intent. The imperial city is a restricted area, unauthorized personnel stop here. 21 years ago, Wei Yuan led the army to campaign at Shanhai Pass, fighting a decisive battle against the demons, barbarians, and the witch god cult. Without Wei Yuan, we would not have returned in victory. Today, 21 years later, Wei Yuan led the army to campaign against the witch god cult. The foolish emperor feared his triumphant return and his influence, colluding with treacherous ministers to cut off supplies for the 100,000-strong army. At Jing Mountain City, they conspired with the witch god cult to kill Wei Yuan and wipe out the army. Afterward, they conspired with the traitor Yuan Xiong to sully his name, destroy his honor, and trample upon the victory that 100,000 soldiers had bought with their lives. Ah! Quick, run! These imperial guards don't care about our lives at all. I am deeply pained. I cannot bear to see the foundation laid by our ancestors 600 years ago be ruined at the hands of a foolish emperor and treacherous officials. Therefore, today, a mere commoner flies into a rage, and blood spatters 5 paces, the world will mourn. Hearing this commotion, it seems like something is going very wrong. But, what exactly is happening? Mom, run! He's mad. He's completely lost his mind. In the 600 years since the founding of Defeng, other than Emperor Wuzong who usurped the throne, no one has ever stormed the imperial palace and fought their way to the Golden Throne Hall. Has this kid really lost his mind? Su Qi'an is rebelling. You think? You think. I have cultivated the Tao for 21 years. Am I truly so pathetic in your eyes? It looks like Zhenda and Yuan Jing have merged. The Qi manifesting into the three pure ones, those three aspects. A person is a trinity. Can be separated or combined. Do you think I came to kill you based solely on a commoner's rage? Former Emperor Zhenda. You actually know my true identity. This is a teleportation artifact. To commit regicide is not just to kill Yuan Jing, but also Zhenda is a tribulation stage expert, and I am a third rank myself. This battle cannot take place within the capital. Otherwise, the million souls here will be reduced to dust. The emperor is devoid of virtue, I, Su, shall strike him down today. All you officials, stay inside the hall and wait quietly for the outcome. Woman Square. Bind them. Yes. The golden dragon vein beneath the earth. Is this what His Majesty planned? What is he trying to do? The martial instinct honed by the spirit refinement realm is screaming a warning, this bead is extremely dangerous. There is no need to waste time on things I cannot interfere with. The orders are of two types, one is the command to seal the gates, the other is the command to deploy the Imperial Guards. The handwritten order has already been stamped with the cabinet seal. As long as it is stamped with the Imperial seal, all city gates can be closed, pinning the troops inside the capital. During that day's discussion in the Earth Book Group, the members of the Heaven and Earth Society unanimously agreed that two conditions must be met for the regicide. The battle must not take place inside the city. The 5 battalions of the Imperial Guard directly commanded by Emperor Yuan Jing must not intervene in the battle. The 5 battalions of the Imperial Guard are composed of the Shinji Battalion, which controls advanced cannons and heavy crossbows, the Cavalry Battalion, well-equipped and swift as fire, the Vanguard Battalion, made of heavy cavalry, the 100 Battles Battalion, composed of heavy infantry, and the naval forces. These are Defeng's most elite troops, whether in combat ability, equipment, or the experts within their ranks, they are top tier. Their purpose is to guard the capital and ensure that the seat of the nation is never breached. If this army were to be deployed in its entirety, there are very few armies in the 9 provinces, let alone within Defeng, that could contend with it. Go to the Imperial Guard camp immediately and hand these 5 documents to the commanders of each battalion. Send the remaining documents to the cabinet and deliver them to Grand Secretary Wang. Outskirts of the capital, Southern Park. Southern Park. Humph, this royal hunting ground, with its 260 square miles of vast forest, is indeed very suitable as a battlefield. You've reached the 3rd rank. I understand now. No wonder Wei Yuan's vitality was less than a 2 ND ranks back then, it turns out he had an ace up his sleeve. If I wasn't so intimately familiar with him, I would have to suspect that you were his illegitimate son. I have cultivated in secret for 20 years, ascending from an ordinary person to a 2nd-rank tribulation expert, becoming one of the few at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Compared to my years of enduring humiliation, Su Qi'an has risen high and gained fame and profit at every turn. Even Wei Yuan was willing to pave the way for him, allowing him to go from a mere ant to a 3rd-rank martial artist in just 1 year. If I told you that the 4th Prince Qing is his flesh and blood, would you believe it? You are provoking me. Heaven and Earth slash. Heart sword. Will. Jade shatter. Buddhist guardian dragon. Wrong, this is extremely powerful, I must dodge. They all deserve to die, I can't dodge. Taoist Gates Yangshen, known as the immortal body, is the sublimation of the Golden Core's immunity to all methods. Once one enters the 1st-rank land immortal realm, the spirit and body merge, and they can even fight martial artists head-on. Although I am only 2nd rank, enduring this strike is still not a problem. As expected, the intent of a fourth rank cannot harm a second-rank tribulation expert. A martial artist's intent can only sublimate at the second rank. The third rank grants an immortal body, which is no different from the intent of the fourth rank. All I wanted was to use this strike to close the distance between us and land a combo to heavily injure him. This is a spiritual shock. The seventh rank in the Taoist gate is called Qi Eater, capable of manipulating spiritual artifacts, including flying swords. At my level, controlling multiple magical treasures at once is effortless. Soul Summoning Banner unleashes streaks of gloomy light to attack the primordial spirit. God Illuminating Mirror can capture a person's primordial spirit, prolonging control. Su Qi'an, I have plenty of means to deal with you. I practice the cultivation method of the human sect. Even at the second rank, my offensive power is no less than Luo Yuheng's. Among the three sects of the Taoist gate, the human sect is the most aggressive. Even among martial artists, the human sect's swordsmanship is considered the best in terms of attack power, and it specializes in breaking through the martial artist's tough physique. Let's see how long your martial artist's physique can hold out. A martial artist who has just entered the third rank dares to contend with me. I have been second rank for many years, with the nation's resources fueling my cultivation. How can a mere beginner third rank like you contend with me? I've got you. I have gone from early third rank to peak third rank. This is not just Shinshu's power, but also my own, the power of the two combined. I will take the lead. Good. After waking up that day, I told Supervisor Qi'an that I had only one request, to help me awaken Shinshu. However, Supervisor Qi'an refused at the time, without giving a reason, only telling me to go to Yunlu Academy first. When I received the blood pill Duke Wei left for me from the Dean, I finally understood Supervisor Qi'an's intentions. Shinshu is an insatiable black hole. If he were awake, Duke Wei's blood pill would have been a wasted meal for Shinshu. The attacks come from different angles, dense as rain, impossible to dodge. I feel like enemies are everywhere now, in the sky and on the ground. This is the power of a high-rank martial artist. Yuan Jing is dead, he is history, he no longer exists. Although Yuan Jing's current body has limited cultivation, for me, it is a solid, real life. Manifesting three pure ones from one breath, one person with 3 lives. In a quarter of an hour of combat, I have already lost 1 life. So it was you, it was you. You were the mysterious person who appeared in Chuzhou that day, the sealed entity beneath Sangbo is on you. You, Su Qi'an, are the one who killed the king of Zhenbei. If I had known it was you, I should have torn you to pieces after you returned to the capital. I regret it. How many opportunities have I missed to kill you? You could hide from me because Supervisor Qi'an shielded your heavenly secrets, preventing me from sensing your existence. I watched this insignificant person grow, nurturing a tiger that becomes a threat, tolerating his rise step by step, only now do I realize that the one who killed my other avatar was right beside me. Su Qi'an not only killed my avatar but also brought the corpse back to the capital, acting arrogantly, killing dukes, and openly mocking in front of the people. Too overbearing, too overbearing. I will not give you another chance. Yuan Jing is dead. After today, the throne of Dafeng will change hands. You are correct. After today, Dafeng will indeed change hands, becoming a subsidiary state of the witch god cult. As expected, the former emperor's goal was to make Dafeng a subsidiary state of the witch god cult. He wants to emulate Salin Agar. What do you plan to do? Do you know about the dragon vein? When a dynasty rules the Central Plains, it rules not only people but also territory. The hearts of the people condense luck, and the dragon vein is the essence of condensed luck and territory. If I can just extract the spirit of the dragon vein and offer it to the witch god, the Central Plains will be plagued by natural disasters. However, because the dragon vein is not destroyed, rebellions often fail. And the witch god cult controls the dragon vein of the Central Plains. Destined by heaven, it will be easy to enter the Central Plains. So you are going to help the witch god cult kill Duke Wei? Although I don't know much about the dragon vein, I do know about luck. After the Feng lost half of its luck, its national strength has declined year by year. There are droughts here and floods there. And with luck on my side, I have been fortunate and encountered countless opportunities. I have advanced rapidly in just 1 year. On the surface, it seems I've received favors from powerful figures, but in reality, this is a manifestation of luck favoring me. Wei Yuan must die. If he were alive, I would be facing him today, and the combat power of a second-rank martial artist is far greater than yours. Wei Yuan is a brilliant general rarely seen in centuries. If he were not a threat, Salin Agar would not be able to sleep or eat. Even if the witch god cult held the dragon vein, they might not easily conquer the Central Plains. By the way, during court, I already activated the formation to peel away the dragon vein. Do you want to rush back and stop it? I don't mind fighting in the city, ha 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 ha. I do mind. Duke Wei must have foreseen this as well. The battle at Jingshan City was also the witch god cult's invitation for you to enter their trap. But Duke Wei had no choice. If he sat by and watched the witch god break free from its seal, even if Duke Wei could lead an army, he wouldn't be able to fight against the overwhelming power. Do you really think Supervisor Qi'an will agree to you extracting the dragon vein? As a first-rank sorcerer, no one understands luck better than Supervisor Qi'an. Emperor Da wants to extract the dragon vein under Supervisor Qi'an's nose, he's being wishful. Although Supervisor Qi'an cannot kill Jinda, he can prevent the dragon vein from being extracted. Ha 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 ha. Supervisor Qi'an is the greatest enemy in my plan for eternal life. If I couldn't find a way to tie him down, why would I be extracting the dragon vein? Lingbao Temple. It's almost time. Human Sex Dao Head, De Feng's Grand Tutor, Luo Yuheng. Stargazing Tower. Grand Wizard, Salin Agar. The moment Salin Agar appeared, the Bagua Terrace lit up with formations, attempting to annihilate him. But he seemed to exist outside this world, all attacks against him were ineffective. Grand Disciple, if you had Wei Yuan's formation-breaking power, your Grandmaster would leave right now. Supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. De Feng's national strength has weakened to this extent, how much power do you have left? Sorcerers use their brains, martial artists only know brute force. Let's play the next game. Winning or losing based on chess. No, once this game is over, everything will be finished. Before your master left with De Feng's founding emperor, he often played chess with me. We used heaven and earth as the board and all living beings as pieces. Sometimes, a single game would take over a decade to conclude. Then we should play this game carefully. This chess piece is called Wei Yuan. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Jingshan City. Coincidentally, my chess piece is also called Wei Yuan. Causing trouble for me on De Feng's territory was reckless. But your steady, solid style of playing chess is very much like the teacher's. So you learned from him. I just don't know if that impulsiveness, that stubbornness, was also inherited from you. This move is called Confucian Sage. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the distant Kong Kingdom. In my opinion, even if he's acting impulsively, even if he betrays the witch-god cult, it's better than you, a parricidal wretch. During his reign over Dafeng, he never waged war against the witch-god cult. My move is called, witch-god. The Wu Zong's rebellion was a general trend of the times. 500 years ago, that lineage favored corrupt officials, indulging in pleasure, leading to rampant corruption and suffering among the people. The teacher believed that given time, Dafeng could sweep away its stagnation and restore clean governance. Within Dafeng's borders, as long as Dafeng stands, I am an invincible existence below the supergrade. I, however, believe that you cannot have creation without destruction. Dafeng needs to undergo a rebirth through fire. It was I who won later. The 500 years of peace and prosperity is my best repayment for his teachings. Today's Dafeng is remarkably similar to 500 years ago. You cannot have creation without destruction. 500 years later, I am still the same supervisor, unchanged in the slightest. Jingjiao Nanyuan. Saranag. Only a first rank can deal with a first rank. The witch-god cult plots to seize Dafeng's dragon vein, aiming to incorporate the Central Plains into its territory and turn Dafeng into a vassal state of the witch-god cult. Therefore, how could Saranag get away with missing today's grand event? No wonder Emperor Zhenda is so bold and fearless. Not entirely stupid. Emperor Zhenda seems to have trouble controlling his emotions. No, it's not that he has trouble controlling them, it's that he never even considered controlling them. A demonized Taoist master's personality would surely be flamboyant, being calm and reserved would be strange. Perhaps we can use Emperor Zhenda's demonization. When I killed the king of Zhenbei that day, it was really so exhilarating. Oh, I forgot, that's you. You're just a defeated opponent of mine. In Chuzhou, I could beat you into begging for mercy, and today I can definitely smash your dog head. Damn it, this damned ant. No, he's deliberately trying to provoke me. Petty tricks. Do you think a few words can enrage me? You son of a bitch, I will tear you to shreds sooner or later. It's useless. It seems being demonized doesn't equate to intelligence. If Emperor Zhenda's anger had lasted even a second longer, I would have given him the middle finger and shouted, "Come at me." So when you were forced to issue the decree of self-blame, you were acting in the Great Hall, furious? You guess. I guess you took the opportunity to release your anger over the king of Zhenbei's death, or perhaps your rage at that time had exceeded your limit and you couldn't control yourself. You were waiting for Luo Yuheng. Luo Yuheng is unwilling to cultivate with me, and even disapproves of my cultivation, because my cultivation has weakened Dafeng's national power, and she lacks sufficient luck to overcome her tribulation. If she could seize the opportunity to kill me and install a new emperor, she might still have a slim chance. I found an interesting opponent for her. Far from Nanyuan, on the outskirts of the capital. Centered around where the Black Lotus is located, for miles around, the plants have withered. Animals with blood-red eyes, losing their minds, only knowing to mate, or to kill each other. In the subtle details, even the insects are killing each other. Come on, good niece. Come to Uncle Master here. Uncle Master will take you to dual cultivate and let you taste what it's like to be a woman, he 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 he. How many swords can you block? Good, good. Under your human sect sword techniques, which are not weaker than a martial artist's, Uncle Master did sustain some injuries. But what Uncle Master feels even more is so satisfying, ha 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 ha. Good niece, Uncle Master has been lusting after your body for a long time, ah ha 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 ha. I cannot be tainted by the power it represents, the power of corruption. Even a slight touch would ignite the karmic fire within me. But this sword is fine. This iron sword is a treasured artifact passed down by the human sex past masters, imbued with the sword intent of generations of masters. Just now, I was able to achieve unity of man and sword, merging with the iron sword to break through this disgusting, viscous liquid. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Suddenly, the beautiful and alluring niece is no longer cute. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to take you back for dual cultivation, I'm going to capture you and take you back for dual cultivation. Kill or dual cultivate? So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. That's it. This venerable one has decided. This venerable one will kill you. You annoying junior sister, you should be killed. Jean Lien asked me to help him deal with you, but I refused. Purely because I didn't want to take the risk, it was none of my business. However, this time, someone else asked me to intervene. Since he made the request, I might as well show some real skill. Black Lotus, you can run for your life now. Jingjiao Tnanyuan. This kid, who thinks he's a savior, finally understands how ridiculous and humble he truly is, ha 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 ha. A peak third-rank martial artist is indeed troublesome to kill, but it's okay. Soon you will taste ultimate fear. You're spouting so much nonsense to me because you're waiting for Prince Y. Heh, your brain isn't just for show, but what does it matter if you know? Is there anyone left in Defeng who can stop an immortal martial artist? Those who practice the Qi transformation 3 pure 1 secret technique, as long as one clone is not dead, given enough time, they can cultivate 2 more clones. Of course, the severed physical body cannot be resurrected. Emperor Yuanjing's physical body is completely dead, but Prince Y is different. Prince Y is a third-rank martial artist, he just needs enough vital energy to be infused. I can't find a third-rank martial artist, but who says only a third rank can stop a third rank? Do you know how Prince Y was resurrected? This is the third purpose of me killing Wei Yuan. Come on, let's hurt each other. When the corpse was transported back to the capital from Chuzhou that day, Emperor Yuanjing's attitude of trying to cover up Prince Y's massacre case angered all the civil and military officials, who rose up in protest. The officials led the ministers to surround the Meridian Gate, their curses unending, causing a huge uproar. Under these circumstances, no one paid attention to Prince Y's corpse. After all, there's no point in struggling with a corpse, confronting the emperor is the priority. Including Yuanjing Xinghai, at the time, you only focused on the court situation and ignored Prince Y's corpse. Little do they know, this was precisely my doing. Prince Y's corpse has always been hidden in the imperial mausoleum, and he has recently revived. I wondered who it was, so it's you. With mere trash like you, do you dare block my path? I thought Su Qian had some trump card. Amitba. Benefactor, you slaughtered 380,000 people in Chuzhou. This humble monk is deeply saddened, but alas, I had no opportunity to guide you in the past. Master, stop dawdling and just make your move. Our mission is not just to delay him for a quarter of an hour, but also to wear down his combat power as much as possible. Makes sense. There's indeed no need for lengthy discussions with those who have committed heinous crimes, they should be subdued with the wrathful gaze of a Vajra. Summoning core ability. Great Monarch's swift technique. Even with the enhancement of Saraira, the summoned heroic spirits cannot possibly match a true Arhat. But with this humble monk as the main force and Li Miaojin and others assisting, we can barely hold off a peak third rank. It won't take a quarter of an hour to finish you all. Suddenly, I felt excruciating pain. I suddenly felt a strong desire to end my own life. A 7th rank Fap Su, Master of Dharma, is best at transcending souls. If it's a departed soul, they will find liberation in transcendence and return. If it were a living person, they would develop a strong desire to end their own life, wanting to become a departed soul. If you don't want to die, Buddhism would say, no, you want to die. It really is. The dark-skinned kids from the southern border always rush into fights first. As expected of the genius girl from the Forsku tribe, wrestling with Prince Y. The armor, inner clothing, belt, and shoes on my body all betrayed me, tightening around my waist or constricting my collar. Heart, mind, soul. Do not kill, kill. Do not kill. Strike while the iron is hot. Do not break the precept of killing. Opportunity. Lena, go. Heaven and Earth Society's 4 deficiencies. Only 3 people left. Hundreds of flying swords are all used up. The magical artifacts I brought from the sect are also completely depleted. Prince Y's aura has noticeably weakened, but for a martial artist at this level, it only takes about half a quarter of an hour of breathing to deplete it, and it's not related to recovery. No, this won't do. Our mission as 4 people is to hold off Prince Y for a quarter of an hour and wear down his combat power. With the Arhat Saraira, delaying for a quarter of an hour is not difficult. But to heavily injure a quasi-king is as difficult as ascending to heaven. If Prince Y were to support Joan of Arc in his peak state, and they combined forces, Su Qi'an would undoubtedly lose. Chu Yuanjin, why aren't you being a good Zhuang Yuan, top scholar, and instead practicing swordsmanship? After all these years, you've only honed a bunch of harmless embroidery needles. I have lived through 2 dynasties, overseeing the court for nearly 60 years. I've seen too many people like you, full of self-righteous scholarly ideals. Scholarly ideals are the most useless thing. Quitting your official post to practice swordsmanship might seem dashing, but it's actually foolish. What have you accomplished in these years? What can you do if you're unhappy with my cultivation? Can your 3-foot blade wound me even a little? What does it feel like to be locked onto by a 3rd-rank expert in a one-on-one situation? I've finally experienced it. 4th rank and 3rd rank are like the difference between immortals and mortals. You, the Zhuang Yuan who abandoned books for swords, are not even worthy of my attention. Amitba. Kill the thief. It's as if I've been struck by a paralysis spell. I could sense the danger but couldn't dodge. I've exhausted my remaining strength and have no power left to fight. The rest is up to others. Let's go, I'll take you away. Oh no, my body won't move. This is bad. Prince Y's mere cupped hand has rendered Li Miaojin immobile. If he were to close his fist, she would be crushed to pieces. Oh. You, Chu Yuanjin, intend to draw your sword. Aunt, do you dare to draw your sword against me? I was an orphan from a young age, adopted by a childless couple. After that couple passed away, I became a student under a great scholar. My ideals and knowledge all come from that great scholar who died by crashing into a pillar in the Golden Hall. My teacher's scholarship was first class, but he was terrible at being an official. His stubborn, unyielding nature made it difficult for him at court. My teacher's most frequent advice to me was always, don't be like me. In the 27th year of Yuanjing's reign, I passed the imperial examination and became the top scholar. My teacher wept with joy and patted my shoulder, his first words being, don't be like me. All the previous top scholars were individuals with boundless futures. If you were just a little more slick and remembered to blend in with the world, would you fear not being able to realize your ambitions in the future? Having learned from my teacher's past mistakes, and not being corrupt myself, my heart burned with passion. In the same year, Yongzhou suffered a severe drought, and the people had no harvest. The imperial court's disaster relief was inadequate, leading to widespread starvation. It was precisely at this time that Emperor Yuanjing began refining pills. A large batch every season. It cost hundreds of thousands of silver. That scholar, mocked by his colleagues as rigid and inflexible, spoke words like knives in the Golden Palace Hall, then rammed his head into a pillar and died. The emperor said, "My loyal minister died with integrity." Excellent. No one dared to save him. Before he died, my teacher grabbed my hand tightly, his last words still being, "Don't be like me." But I still left, departed from the court, and henceforth wandered the Jianghu with a blue robe and a sword. Because of my lingering regrets. Ultimately, my regrets remain. Today, I will show you who has an injustice. Go. This sword is too powerful, I must avoid it. Ah. 10 years of scholarly ideals, all spat out today. We succeeded, let's go. I confidently re-entered the Jianghu, attempting to wreak havoc and personally slay my enemies. Unexpectedly, I was beaten by a few fourth-rank ants, causing my strength to fall. These damned ants. Damn it, hateful.